An abstract of Mr. Locke's essay on human understanding by Geoffrey Gilbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Men come into the world without any idea or principle, either speculative or practical, but all our ideas arise either from sensation or reflection. An idea is whatsoever is perceived or thought on, and is either 1. Simple, 2. Complex. 1. A simple idea is one uniform appearance, representation, or perception of the mind, without alteration or variety. Here 3 things are to be considered. First, the manner of their conveyance or being in the mind. Secondly, the objects from without that affect the mind. Thirdly, the mind itself. First, the manner of their conveyance into the mind. Some simple ideas come in by sensation only, some by reflection only, some both by sensation and reflection. 1. By sensation only, and these either by the sensation of one sense, as light and colour, by the eye, sound by the ear, taste by the palate, odours by the nose, and the ideas of solidity and other tangible qualities, as heat, cold, etc., by the touch, or of several senses, as the ideas of motion and rest, space, extension, and figure. 2. By reflection only, as perception or thinking, volition or willing, and their several modes. 3. Simple ideas, both by sensation and reflection, and these are either pain, pleasure, existence, or unity. Secondly, objects from without that affect the mind, and they are 1. Primary qualities of bodies, such as motion, rest, figure, and texture, which are in the bodies themselves, whether perceived or not. 2. The several dispositions in bodies to produce several sensations in us, whence colours, sounds, tastes, etc., which are indeed only sensations produced in the animal by the operation or action of such primary qualities. Thirdly, the mind itself, and therein are 3 faculties. First, of perception. Secondly, of retention, which is twofold. 1. Either the keeping the same ideas actually in view, which we call contemplation, or 2. Reviving them when they are gone, which we call memory. Thirdly, of discernment, which contains a 3-fold power. 1. Of comparing the several ideas, and, on such comparison, observing their resemblances, which is called wit, or observing their minutest differences, which is called judgment. 2. The power of compounding our ideas, which is 1. By carrying several simple ideas into the same representation, or 2. By the repetition of the same idea, which is called enlarging. 3. The power of abstracting, which is the separating any idea from the circumstances of real existence, as from time, place, and other concomitant ideas. 2. Complex ideas consist of several simple ideas, united in the same representation, appearance, or perception. And they either come into the mind, thus united, from the operation of things without us, as the idea, solidity, and figure is caused by the same ball. Therefore, in the complex idea of the ball, we conceive such ideas as coexistent and concomitant, or else when such simple ideas are united by the mind, as in the idea of law, obligation, etc. Complex ideas are of 3 sorts. First, of modes. Secondly, substances. Thirdly, relations. First, of modes, which are again twofold. First, simple. Secondly, mixed. First, simple modes are the several different manners under which any simple idea may appear to the mind, and these either come in 1. By sensation only, as the several modes of space, a yard, a furlong, a mile, or set out by visible marks and boundaries, as the several places of bodies, or the several modes of numbers, as a score, a gross, a dozen. 2. By reflection only, as the several modes of thinking, which are either 1. Without pain or pleasure, 2. Or with it. 1. Without pain or pleasure, and whoever observes his mind will find a perpetual revolution of ideas while he is awake. The stopping any of them and considering it on all sides we call attention. The letting the mind run adrift in the constant rotation of ideas and objects before us is called remission, and there are in the mind constant degrees of attention and remission, according to the different degrees of consideration the mind employs concerning the objects before it. 2. The modes of thinking with pleasure and pain. and these are called the passions. The pleasure we find in any idea, present and absent, we call love. The pleasure we find in the thought of any future enjoyment that we think probable to affect us, we call hope. The pleasure we find upon the near approach of any pleasure, of whose possession we think ourselves assured, we call joy. Whatsoever does or is like to affect us with pleasure, we call good. The thought of pain, which anything present or absent is apt to produce in us, we call hatred or aversion. The uneasiness we find upon the absence of anything that might affect us with pleasure, we call desire. The uneasiness of mind upon a good lost, which we might have longer enjoyed, we call sorrow. The uneasiness of mind upon thought of future pain, we call fear. The uneasiness of mind on the thought of a good we desire, obtained by another, we call envy. If such good relates to the enjoyment of men and women, it is called jealousy. A sudden uneasiness of mind on a sudden pain produced in us by another, together with a certain purpose to produce pain in return, is called anger. If constant, and the purpose of returning pain be continuing, it is called malice. The uneasiness that arrives from the thought of any unattainable good we call despair. Whatsoever causes pain, or is like to produce it in us, is called bad or evil. 3. Simple modes coming in by sensation and reflection. Hence we have the ideas 1. Of power, 2. Of time, 3. Of eternity, 4. Of infinity. 1. The idea of power, which is formed from the ability that we find in ourselves of stopping any idea in the revolution of any ideas within us, or the power by a thought of moving our bodies, which is called the will, the power of acting or not acting, according to such determination of a man's own thought, is called liberty, so that liberty is the absence of all impediments that hinder acting or not acting, according to the preference of his own will. That which moves the will is uneasiness, but such motions may be controlled by the power we have within us of omitting any action, till we have considered its consequences, and find them either good or evil. That wherein consists innocence is the acting or not acting according as the judgment, upon a due and impartial consideration, doth find such act or omission to be good or evil. And the not suspending such action, till we have considered it as we might do, is called guilt. The idea of power from sensation is, when there is any alteration in our simple ideas, by the action of bodies one upon another. That body which makes the alteration we conceive to have the power of making it, and the other a power of receiving it. 2. Of time, which is a certain revolution of ideas in our own mind, measured by the motion of things without, and chiefly by the motion of the heavenly bodies, as being more constant than equal. 3. Eternity is the repetition of such several revolutions, together with a reflection on our own power to add on, without coming to an end. 4. Infinity is the same repetition of our ideas of space or number, with a reflection on our power to add on, without coming to an end. And such repetition of our idea of space is, by a peculiar name, called immensity. Secondly, of mixed modes, which are several distinct simple ideas, united into the same combination by the mind, and are therefore called notions, as a lie, obligation, law, etc. And these the mind unites for greater dispatch in the business of civil life, and therefore only considers the possible union of such simple ideas, whether it has ever seen them so actually united or not. Secondly, the ideas of substances, and these are either, first, separate, or secondly, collective. First, separate substances, and that is the union or coexistence of several simple ideas in one and the same place, which is all the notion we have of substance. Thus the union of the idea of extension, solidity, figure, and a disposition to produce the idea of colour in us, is what we call body. The union or coexistence of the ideas of perception, reflecting, choosing, and self-motion is what we call spirit. But what are the substrata of these properties and powers are to us equally unintelligible. Secondly, the collective ideas of substances, which is when several substances are collected into the same representation, as an army, triumph, procession, etc. Thirdly, of relations, which is the comparing of several ideas, whether simple, or of modes and substances one with the other, and considering the denominations that may arise from such comparison. For since the order of nature is such that there is a dependence of things one upon the other, so do they convey to the mind an idea of such dependence. And whatever notion we have from such dependence of things one on the other, or of the connection or repugnances of ideas one to the other, gives us the idea of relation. All words that refer to a certain standard, either of duration or size, are relative terms, as old, young, strong, weak, etc., which relate to the usual duration or constitution of each living creature, as the standard to which we compare the thing mentioned. The most noted relations are these. First, of cause and effect. Secondly, identity and diversity. Thirdly, moral relations. Fourthly, the relations of our ideas themselves. First, of cause and effect. That which produces any simple idea in us we call cause, and that which is produced we call the effect. Secondly, of identity and diversity. And here the identity of bodies arises from the sameness of the parts, which produce the same simple ideas in the beholder. The identity of vegetables arises from the same organization of the parts, whether exactly consisting of the same matter or not. Identity of animals consists in the same organization of parts, and the same constant and continued common life, and that life consists in the same faculties and power of acting. And the identity of person, mind, or spirit consists, as far as we can apprehend it, in having the same consciousness of ideas, powers, and actions. Thirdly, of moral relations, the notion of which arises from our comparing our actions to a rule, and that is threefold. 1. The laws of the country. 2. The laws of opinion or reputation. 3. The law of God, which is twofold. 1. The law of nature, which is the rule which reason discovers to us touching the fitness or conveniency of any action. 2. The law revealed. Fourthly, the relations of our ideas themselves, and they relate either 1. To the perception of our own minds, 2. To the things they are supposed to represent, 3. Of the casual relations of such ideas one to another, obtained in the mind. 1. Of ideas relating to the perception of our own mind, and they are said to be either 1. Clear, or 2. Confused. 1. A clear idea is that wherein the mind perceives a difference from all others. 2. A confused idea is such as is not sufficiently distinguishable from other ideas different from it. 2. Of ideas relating to things they are supposed to represent, and they are 1. Real or fantastical. 2. Adequate and inadequate. 3. True and false. 1. Of real or fantastical ideas. All our simple ideas are real, being produced by the operation of things in us. Mixed modes are all real, being a combination made by the mind, if the coexistence of such ideas be only possible. The ideas of substances are real, if we have ever found such simple ideas come into our minds so united. If otherwise, they are fantastical. 2. Of adequate and inadequate ideas. Adequate ideas are such as perfectly represent those archetypes, or patterns, to which the mind refers. Inadequate ideas are a partial and incomplete representation of such patterns. All simple ideas are adequate. All mixed modes are adequate, because they refer to no archetypes or patterns, but only to a certain combination made by the mind. But so far they may be inadequate as they refer to a supposed combination, made in the minds of other persons, signified under the same name. All ideas of substances are inadequate, because they have reference to patterns, whose real essence we know not. 3. Of true and false ideas. Ideas are said to be true that are conformable to some real existence, and false that have no conformity to such existence anywhere found. And so our ideas are said to be true when they are conformable to the ideas signified under the same name by others. 3. Of casual relations of such ideas one to another, obtained in the mind. And this is by custom, as the putting together of ideas according to their apparent or probable agreement or disagreement is reasoning, and the connecting repugnant ideas is madness. So the connecting independent ideas by custom, which have no visible connection in themselves, is an infirmity in the mind that wants a name, as where a man has the imagination of an infallible man by education and custom. These, and such like false associations of ideas, by habit and custom, make a perpetual connection between them in the mind, so that they perpetually appear together in the same gang, and as much affect our reasonings, opinions, and judgment, as if they were naturally united. Of language. Men were not created to live solitary, and independently on each other, as several kinds of brutes do, but for mutual intercourse and society. And therefore it was not enough for nature to furnish the mind with objects from without, which are invisible in the mind, but it was also necessary that we should be furnished with a ready method of communicating such ideas. And this was by the sense of hearing, whereby we are capable of receiving several sounds and connecting of them with the ideas in the mind, and farther are by the tongue capable of making such sounds as signs of such ideas. So that language is nothing else but the connection of such sounds to ideas, in order to make the ideas in the mind of one man understood by another. But because several objects excite in us the same ideas, therefore names in language are made general, to excite in the hearing such an idea as is framed in the mind of the speaker, from whatsoever particular object such idea was formed in the mind of the speaker. For in connecting the sound of the idea, the mind hath no farther consideration than of the idea itself, as it stands in the mind of the speaker, by whatsoever thing from without it was formed in him. And were it otherwise, it were impossible to register the particularity of things, and accommodate names to them, since scarce any man hath the same idea from the same particular object which another has. Besides that, if names were as particular as things, such signs would become altogether useless, since the particularity of things are infinite, and therefore would encumber the mind with infinite names which could not be remembered, nor would be of use for intercourse and communication. In language 4 things are considerable. First, the expression of independent ideas. Secondly, the expression of the connection and repugnancy of ideas. Thirdly, the imperfections of language. Fourthly, the abuse of it. First, of the expression of independent ideas, and that is threefold. First, of simple ideas. Secondly, the names of mixed modes. Thirdly, the names of substances. First, of simple ideas, which cannot be defined or explained per notoria, since definition is resolving the thing to be defined into its most simple ideas. But complex ideas may be defined, because they may be resolved into their simple ideas, and simple modes may be defined, being the manner in which these simple ideas are combined, and therefore the mind may define such precise combination. Secondly, the names of mixed modes, and they being arbitrarily made in the mind for the ends of civil life, and names added to them for dispatch in conversation, we may define the particular combination of which they consist, and being made without any relation to archetypes without, it is the name that holds together the combination. Thirdly, the names of substances, and here the name stands for the precise collection of simple ideas in the mind of the speaker, which is the nominal essence, though it has a relation to something without, capable of raising that precise collection of ideas in the mind, which are the patterns or archetypes of such nominal essence. But the real essence, which is the internal constitution of parts, on which such properties depend, is perfectly unknown, and therefore not expressed in the name. Secondly, the expression of the connection and repugnancy of ideas, and this is 3 ways. First, by inventing words of affirmation and negation, to be signs of the expression of such connection and repugnancy. Secondly, by the invention of abstract and concrete terms. The abstract term, or substantive, is the sign of an idea independent on any other. The concrete term, or adjective, is the expression of the idea, with the relation of its coexistence with others. Thirdly, by the invention of particles, which are signs that connect the train of ideas one to another, that they may be received into the mind of the hearer in the same order in which they stand in the mind of the speaker. Thirdly, of the imperfection of language, and here, first, of simple ideas, and there the connection is made between the name and the idea, by showing the object which exhibits it, and therefore here we are not very liable to mistake, since these ideas are regularly produced from things without, and therefore the same ideas are formed in all men, having the same organs, and there is no difference between the archetypes and the idea, the object without regularly creating that idea in the animal, to which the name is annexed. Secondly, the names of mixed modes are often subject to perplexity and confusion, when there is great variety in the same combination, so that the simple ideas of which the name consists cannot be remembered, and because we cannot go to archetypes to correct their mistakes about them. Thirdly, the names of substances are liable to great imperfections, because we know not the real constitution of things, and therefore cannot understand what precise combination of simple ideas is coexistent which have all the same right to be made a part of the nominal essence. Fourthly, the abuse of words. First, by using words without ideas. Secondly, by varying the combination of ideas and keeping the same name, by referring words to the reality of things and not to our own ideas, by putting together such ideas in our minds as united in things without us, as have not come in coexistent. The remedy of these abuses is by defining the precise combination of ideas to which the name is annexed, and using the words invariably for the same combination of ideas. Having thus considered our ideas, which are the materials of our knowledge and our language, which is the manner of our conveying them to others, the last thing is to consider how our ideas are put together, and compared one with the other, and herein, first, of knowledge and opinion, secondly, of reason and error, thirdly, of faith and enthusiasm. First, of knowledge. Knowledge is the comparing of two or more ideas, and viewing their connection and agreement, repugnancy or disagreement, and it is twofold. First, either intuitive, or, secondly, demonstrative. First, intuitive knowledge is where the agreement or repugnancy of several ideas appears upon view. Secondly, demonstrative knowledge is where the agreement or repugnancy of ideas doth not appear upon view, but by comparison with some intermediate idea. Thus we demonstrate that all the angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right, by setting the triangle between parallels and comparing the angles at the upper point of intersection with the angles of the triangle, and 2 right angles. The agreement or disagreement of our ideas is of 4 sorts. First, of identity or diversity. Secondly, relation. Thirdly, coexistence. Fourthly, real existence. First, identity or diversity is known by intuition, as we know by view that one colour or magnitude is not another. Secondly, the ideas of relation are known from view or demonstration, as in the instance before mentioned. Thirdly, coexistence or non-coexistence is seldom known from the general comparison of our ideas, for since we do not know the real substances of things, we do not know what ideas are compatible with each other, and therefore here we have no knowledge from the general consideration of our ideas, but from trial, observation, and experience only. Fourthly, real existence, and here we have knowledge, 1. Of ourselves by intuition or view, 2. Of the being of a God by demonstration, as thus, the absence of being cannot produce being, ergo something eternal. Absence of thought cannot produce thought, we think, ergo there is thought without beginning. Eternal thought we call God, we begin to think, ergo not from matter, where there is no thought, ergo the mind created by eternal thought. And whatever could produce a being to see and feel must be presumed as a less effect of his power, to produce the things felt and visible. 3. We have the knowledge of the being of all other things by sensation. Having thus considered the objects of our knowledge, the next things to be considered are, first, the extent, secondly, the reality, and thirdly, the universality of our knowledge. First, the extent of our knowledge, and that is, first, no farther than we have ideas, and, secondly, no farther than we can find their agreement or disagreement, by the comparing them with intermediate ideas, by which their agreement or disagreement may appear. Secondly, the reality of our knowledge, and though our knowledge be only of ideas, yet these ideas having relation to objects without us, it is in some measure real, for all simple modes being the product of the operation of things themselves upon our own minds, all our knowledge about them must be real knowledge. Mixed modes are intended to have relation to ideas in our own minds, and therefore our knowledge concerning them has no other reality but upon the supposition of the existence of such modes, conformable to our ideas. Our knowledge of substances are so far real, as we put together ideas coexistent in the same place, and that have come into our minds thus united. But as far as we refer them to the real internal constitution of things, so far our ideas of substances are not real, because their constitutions are unknown to us. Truth, therefore, in the mind is the inward perception of the agreement or disagreement of our ideas, together with a like perception of the past, present, or future existence of the things themselves so conjoined or separated in nature. In this definition of truth is comprehended a twofold certainty: a certainty of knowledge, which is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas; a certainty of existence, which is a perception of the things themselves existing, conjoined or separate, as we have put them together. Truth in words is the conjoining of the signs of the ideas together, as the ideas themselves lie in the mind of the speaker. Thirdly, of the universality of our knowledge. In simple ideas, where the real and nominal essence is the same, there all our knowledge is general and universal, because there is no difference in these ideas, from whatsoever objects they are formed. In mixed modes our knowledge is general and universal, for these being combinations made by the mind, not with relation to an actual, but only a possible existence, all our knowledge concerning them is universal, since the same agreement or disagreement must happen wherever they are found. Our knowledge of substances, as far as relates to their real essence, is all particular, since it goes no farther than our trial and observation, which is only particular touching the bodies before us. But not knowing the real and internal constitution of things, we cannot rank them into any general sorts or classes under general names, and therefore we are not capable of any universal knowledge about them. For to make universal propositions, it is necessary that we should know the absolute bounds of each particular thing that we comprehend under that general name, and that we cannot know without looking into the internal constitution of things, which in this state and condition we cannot do. But touching the nominal essence of substances, we may make universal propositions, but these are only identical and trifling, and signify no more than the several ideas we comprehend under that name, as when we say gold is yellow, fusible, fixed, etc., that the whole is equal to all its parts taken together, as that whatsoever is, and that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be. These three last, however, they have got the reputation of maxims, are nothing else but identical propositions, including what we comprehend under the name of whole or being, as the other comprehends what we include in the name or term of gold. By consequence, such maxims are of little use to the invention of knowledge, but may serve for the effectual conviction of such as wrangle or oppose. Secondly, opinion is the perception of the probable agreement or disagreement of our ideas. Probability is where the connection or agreement, or the repugnancy or disagreement, is not found from the intuition or view of the ideas themselves, or from the intuition of any idea to which they are compared, which, by such intermediate view, shows such connection or repugnancy. But such agreement or disagreement is found by observation and experience only, which could not be found from any view or juxtaposition of the ideas themselves in our minds. Thus we know that our meat nourishes, not from any general ideas of the internal constitution of meat and of the animal, but because we have found it to be true from experience only. But here we must consider 1. The several criterions or marks of probability arising from our own experience. 2. From the experience of others. 1. The several criterions or marks of probability arising from our own experience. 1. When such experience is general and universal, we no more doubt of such truths than of those that appear from the intuition of the ideas themselves, because such experience furnishes the mind with a constant perception of the agreement or disagreement of such ideas, as if it had risen from the intuition of the ideas themselves. 2. If such experience hath failed in single instances, then the agreement or disagreement of such ideas is judged from the number of such instances, one way or the other, that have fallen under our experience. For then we esteem such ideas to agree or disagree one with the other, as we have generally found to do so. But every instance to the contrary is the occasion of some doubt to the mind. Hence it is that what may seem probable to one man, or in some places, seems improbable in others, according to the difference of their observation and experience. As that water should be hard enough in winter to bear carts and horses, may seem probable in England and Holland, but would not seem probable under the line, where they were never used to such observations. All our knowledge touching substances goes no farther than probability, because we have no ideas of the internal constitution of such substances to compare with each other, and therefore our reasonings touching the coexistence or non-coexistence of such ideas is founded 1. Upon the trial and experience of such their coexistence. 2. Upon analogy, whereby upon the observation of the coexistence of like ideas, we judge that where such like ideas are found, there will follow the same ideas which at other times we have found consequent upon them. 2. The several criterions or marks of probability arising from the experience of others. As we judge by our own experience, so also we judge by the sight, observation, and experience of others. And this is called testimony. And in this 8 things are considerable. 1. The number. 2. The integrity. 3. The skill of the witnesses. 4. Their true design and intent. 5. The consistency of the parts and circumstances of the relation. 6. Contrary testimonies. 7. The consistence of what is attested with our own observation and experience. And 8. The distance of such relations from the sight and view of the thing which they attest, which is so far weakened as they themselves take it from others, and the thing related doth not fall under their own view or experience. These are the criterions of probability, touching facts depending on mere human agents. But in things depending on the power of God, the seventh criterion of probability is not to be taken into our weighing and considering such facts, because our observation and experience extends no farther than the ordinary course of nature, and not to what God Almighty can do in an extraordinary manner, for the confirmation of doctrines of great importance, and which he hath thought fit to reveal. Thirdly, of reason, which is that faculty in men whereby we discover the connection or repugnancy of our ideas in themselves, or their probable connection or repugnancy one to the other. Fourthly, error. This arises from the casual association of ideas, by habit or custom, or by education from our minority, otherwise than such ideas are conjoined or separated in nature, or by depending blindly on the authority of others, without perceiving the connection of such our ideas, or the probable connection of them, and yet conjoining and separating them according to such authority, where there is no connection or repugnance in the ideas themselves, forming propositions in things of which we have no idea, by comparison of them with the ideas we have, concluding without intermediate proofs, or without sufficient consideration of them. Fifthly, of faith. Faith is the belief of any truth coming from God, the author of truth. And this is either 1. By original revelation, or 2. Traditional. 1. Original revelation is the immediate delivery of truth from God Almighty into the minds of men, which is done in a manner to us unconceivable. For how God Almighty may deliver himself in ways different from the common conveyance of knowledge, by sensation or reflection, is not by us to be understood, we having no other ways of knowledge. But that it may be done is extremely probable, from the consideration of his infinite power. 2. Traditional revelation is the belief of a truth coming from God, without immediate revelation to ourselves, upon the testimony of facts which must of necessity proceed from the power of God. 1. Such things revealed cannot be contrary to reason, because it were absurd to suppose that God Almighty should dictate one thing in the ordinary course of nature, and another by such extraordinary revelation. Nor could such a revelation be believed, since the truth of its coming from God could not be more evident than the connection or repugnance of the ideas themselves are in their own nature. 2. Such revelation is of things above reason, that is, of such things of which reason is altogether silent. For such revelation were to no purpose, if it taught nothing at all farther than what might be found by the use of our natural faculties. Though it may enforce such things as are found to be truths by our natural faculties from considerations which could never be found out by them, and as far as it doth so, it is above and beyond what reason teaches. Sixthly, enthusiasm is an opinion that our own fancies and imaginations are revelations from God. And here, 1. If such persons cannot, by extraordinary effects coming from God, give credit to such pretended revelations, all men are left at liberty whether they will believe them or not. 2. If such revelation be contrary to reason, or contrary to former revelations attested by facts coming from God, such revelation cannot be from God, because God cannot be the author of contradictions. 3. If such pretended revelation contain nothing more than what reason teaches, or what has been already taught by a former revelation attested by the divine power, then such revelation cannot be from God, unless it be attested by facts flowing from the same power, since we cannot suppose that to be done by God in a worse and less evident manner, which hath been done in a better and more apparent manner already. Finis. End of An Abstract of Mr. Locke's Essay on Human Understanding, by Geoffrey Gilbert.
A Genuine Narrative of the Deplorable Deaths in the Black Hole at Calcutta, by John Zephaniah Holwell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. a genuine narrative of the deplorable deaths of the English gentlemen and others who were suffocated in the Black Hole in Fort William at Calcutta, in the Kingdom of Bengal, in the night succeeding the 20th day of June, 1756. In a letter to a friend by J.Z. Holwell, Esquire. Quaeque ipse miserrima vide et quarum pars magna fui, quis talia fando myrmidonum dolopunve aut duri miles Ulyssae temperet a lacrimis. Virgil, Aeneid, Book 2. To the reader. The following narrative will appear upon perusal to be a simple detail of a most melancholy event, delivered in the genuine language of sincere concern, in a letter to a friend, from whom the greatest kindnesses had been received, and in whom the greatest confidence was placed. It was written on board the vessel in which the author returned from the East Indies, when he had leisure to reflect and was at liberty to throw upon paper what was too strongly impressed upon his memory ever to wear out. If, therefore, it appears in some places a little passionate, and in others somewhat diffuse, and through the whole tinctured with that disposition under which it was written, the occasion and the nature of the performance will sufficiently excuse what might have been considered as imperfections, if it had been intended for the public view, and which may perhaps be considered in another light, now that through a train of unforeseen accidents it comes to appear in print. The subject being of a very mixed nature, and something more than a bare relation of private calamity, rendered many people curious to see it, when it was once known that such a paper existed, and as there was nothing contained in it that required either much secrecy or circumspection, it has been freely communicated to several, and amongst those to some persons of the first distinction, who thought it might gratify public expectation, more especially if it appeared in the same natural and undisguised dress in which they had seen it. For truth, and more especially so affecting a truth, stands little in need of ornament, and appears to more advantage the less it is assisted by the arts of writing, to which the author being a stranger he trusted to his feeling, and endeavored to express by his pen the emotions of his heart. He the more readily yielded to this request of his friends, from the following motives, which, as they wrought much upon him, may possibly have some weight with you. It is somewhat rare to find transactions of an extraordinary nature delivered circumstantially by those who are not only acquainted with it, but were also actors in them, whilst the matter is fresh in their minds, and consequently when they are fittest to give a clear, connected, and impartial account. This, therefore, having been his original intention, though for the satisfaction only of a private friend, yet when called upon to make it public it appeared to him a very persuasive argument, as he was conscious to himself that he had written it with the strictest regard to veracity in every point, and to disburthen his thoughts of that load of affliction, which would have been as intolerable as the misfortune itself, if both had not been qualified by the remembrance of that mercy by which he was delivered, and which seemed to claim a grateful return of public acknowledgment for so peculiar a deliverance. He was farther moved by the consideration that there are some scenes in real life so full of misery and horror that the boldest imagination would not dare to feign them, for fear of shocking credibility. He thought such scenes as these could not be permitted by a wise, a beneficent being, but for the sake of their becoming lessons to mankind, and he therefore thought that this intention could never be better answered than by consenting to render them public, that by this means a door of hope and of confidence may be opened to such as may hereafter fall under like trials, by giving them an instance, and sure a stronger cannot well be given, that we ought never to despair when innocence and duty have been the causes of our distress. A letter from J.Z. Holwell, Esquire, to William Davis, Esquire, from on board the Siren sloop, the 28th of February, 1757. Dear Sir, the confusion which the late capture of the East India Company's settlements in Bengal must necessarily excite in the city of London will, I fear, be not a little heightened by the miserable deaths of the greatest part of those gentlemen, who were reduced to the sad necessity of surrendering themselves prisoners at discretion in Fort William. By narratives made public you will only know that of 146 prisoners, 123 were smothered in the Black Hole prison in the night of the 20th of June, 1756. Few survived capable of giving any detail of the manner in which it happened, and of these I believe none have attempted it. For my own part, I have often sat down with this resolution, and as often relinquished the melancholy task, not only from the disturbance and affliction it raised afresh in my remembrance, but from the consideration of the impossibility of finding language capable of raising an adequate idea of the horrors of the scene I essayed to draw. But as I believe the annals of the world cannot produce an incident like it in any degree or proportion to all the dismal circumstances attending it, and as my own health of body and peace of mind are once again, in a great measure, recovered from the injuries they suffered from that fatal night, I cannot allow it to be buried in oblivion, though still conscious that however high the coloring my retentive memory may supply, it will fall infinitely short of the horrors accompanying this scene. These defects must, and I doubt not, will be assisted by your own humane and benevolent imagination, in the exercise of which I never knew you deficient, where unmerited distress was the object. The sea air has already had that salutary effect on my constitution I expected, and my mind enjoys a calm it has been many months a stranger to, strengthened by a clear, cheerful sky and atmosphere joined to an unusual pleasant gale, with which we are passing the equinoctial. I can now, therefore, look back with less agitation on the dreadful night I am going to describe, and with a grateful heart sincerely acknowledge and deeply revere that Providence, which alone could have preserved me through that and all my succeeding sufferings and hazards. Before I conduct you into the black hole, it is necessary you should be acquainted with a few introductory circumstances. The Saba, Suzaja Dowla, Viceroy of Bengal, Bakar, and Orissa, and his troops were in possession of the fort before 6 in the evening. I had in all 3 interviews, the last in Durbar, in council, before 7, when he repeated his assurances to me, on the word of a soldier, that no harm should come to us, and indeed I believe his orders were only general, that we should for that night be secured, and that what followed was the result of revenge and resentment in the breasts of the lower Jamaatdars, an officer of the rank of sergeant, to whose custody we were delivered, for the number of their order killed during the siege. Be this as it may, as soon as it was dark, we were all, without distinction, directed by the guard over us to collect ourselves into one body and sit down quietly under the arched veranda or piazza, to the west of the Black Hole prison, and the barracks to the left of the court of guard, and just over against the windows of the governor's easterly apartments. Besides the guard over us, another was placed at the foot of the stairs at the south end of this veranda, leading up to the southeast bastion, to prevent any of us escaping that way. On the parade, where you will remember the 2 24-pounders stood, were also drawn up about 400 or 500 gunmen with lighted matches. At this time the factory was in flames to the right and left of us. To the right the armory and laboratory, to the left the carpenter's yard, though at this time we imagined it was the Kata warehouses, the company's cloth warehouses, . Various were our conjectures on this appearance. The fire advanced with rapidity on both sides, and it was the prevailing opinion that they intended suffocating us between the 2 fires, and this notion was confirmed by the appearance, about a half an hour past 7, of some officers and people with lighted torches in their hands, who went into all the apartments under the easterly curtain to the right of us, to which we apprehended they were setting fire to expedite their scheme of burning us. On this we presently came to a resolution of rushing on the guard, seizing their scimitars, and attacking the troops upon the parade, rather than thus tamely roasted to death. But, be satisfied of their intentions, I advanced, at the request of Messrs. Bailey, Jenks, and Reveley, to see if they were really setting fire to the apartments, and found the contrary, for in fact, as it appeared afterwards, they were only searching for a place to confine us in, the last they examined being the barracks of the court of guard behind us. Here I must detain you a little to do honor to the memory of a man to whom I had in many instances been a friend, and who on this occasion demonstrated his sensibility of it in a degree worthy of a much higher rank. His name was Leach, the company's smith, as well as clerk of the parish. This man had made his escape when the Moors entered the fort, and returned just as it was dark to tell me he had provided a boat, and would ensure my escape, if I would follow him through a passage few were acquainted with, and by which he had then entered. This might easily have been accomplished, as the guard put over us took but very slight notice of us. I thanked him in the best terms I was able, but told him it was a step I could not prevail on myself to take, as I should thereby very ill repay the attachment the gentlemen in garrison had shown to me, and that I was resolved to share their fate, be what it would, but pressed him to secure his own escape without loss of time, to which he gallantly replied that, quote, then he was resolved to share mine, and would not leave me, end quote. To myself and the world I should surely have stood excused in embracing the overture above mentioned, could I have conceived what immediately followed, for I had scarce time to make him an answer before we observed part of the guard drawn up on the parade, advance to us with the officers who had been viewing the rooms. They ordered us all to rise and go into the barracks to the left of the court of guard. The barracks, you may remember, have a large wooden platform for the soldiers to sleep on, and are opened to the west by arches and a small parapet wall, corresponding to the arches of the veranda without. In we went most readily, and were pleasing ourselves with the prospect of passing a comfortable night on the platform, little dreaming of the infernal apartment in reserve for us. For we were no sooner all within the barracks than the guard advanced to the inner arches and parapet wall, and, with their muskets presented, ordered us to go into the room at the southernmost end of the barracks, commonly called the Black Hole Prison, whilst others from the court of guard, with clubs and drawn scimitars, pressed upon those of us next to them. This stroke was so sudden, so unexpected, and the throng and pressure so great upon us next the door of the Black Hole Prison, there was no resisting it. But like one agitated wave impelling another, we were obliged to give way and enter. The rest followed like a torrent, few amongst us, the soldiers excepted, having the least idea of the dimensions or nature of a place we had never seen. For if we had, we should at all events have rushed upon the guard and been, as the lesser evil, by our own choice cut to pieces. Amongst the first that entered were myself, Messrs. Bailey, Jenks, Cook, T. Coles, Ensign Scott, Reveley, Law, Buchanan, etc. I got possession of the window nearest the door, and took Messrs. Coles and Scott into the window with me, they being both wounded, the first I believe mortally. The rest of the above-mentioned gentlemen were close round about me. It was now about 8 o'clock. Figure to yourself, my friend, if possible, the situation of 146 wretches, exhausted by continual fatigue and action, thus crammed together in a cube of about 18 feet in a close, sultry night in Bengal, shut up to the eastward and southward, the only quarters from whence air could reach us, by dead walls, and by a wall and door to the north, open only to the westward by 2 windows, strongly barred with iron, from which we could receive scarce any the least circulation of fresh air. What must ensue appeared to me in lively and dreadful colours, the instant I cast my eyes round and saw the size and situation of the room. Many unsuccessful attempts were made to force the door, for having nothing but our hands to work with, and the door opening inward, all endeavours were vain and fruitless. Observing every one giving way to the violence of passions, which I foresaw must be fatal to them, I requested silence might be preserved whilst I spoke to them, and in the most pathetic and moving terms which occurred, I begged and entreated that as they had paid a ready obedience to me in the day, they would now, for their own sakes and the sakes of those who were dear to them and were interested in the preservation of their lives, regard the advice I had to give them. I assured them the return of a day would give us air and liberty, urged to them that the only chance we had left for sustaining this misfortune and surviving the night was the preserving a calm mind and quiet resignation to our fate, entreating them to curb as much as possible every agitation of mind and body, as raving and giving loose to their passions could answer no purpose but that of hastening their destruction. This remonstrance produced a short interval of peace and gave me a few minutes for reflection, though even this pause was not a little disturbed by the cries and groans of the many wounded, and more particularly of my 2 companions in the window. Death, attended with the most cruel train of circumstances, I plainly perceived must prove our inevitable destiny. I had seen this common migration in too many shapes, and accustomed myself to think on the subject with too much propriety to be alarmed at the prospect, and indeed felt much more for my wretched companions than myself. Amongst the guards posted at the windows, I observed an old Jamaatdar near me, who seemed to carry some compassion for us in his countenance, and indeed he was the only one of the many in his station who discovered the least trace of humanity. I called him to me, and in the most persuasive terms I was capable, urged him to commiserate the sufferings he was witness to, and pressed him to endeavor to get us separated, half in one place and half in another, and that he should in the morning receive 1,000 rupees for that act of tenderness. He promised he would attempt it and withdrew, but in a few minutes returned and told me it was impossible. I then thought I had been deficient in my offer and promised him 2,000. He withdrew a second time but returned soon and, with I believe much real pity and concern, told me it was not practicable, that it could not be done but by the Suba's order, and that no one dared awake him. During this interval, though their passions were less violent, their uneasiness increased. We had been but few minutes confined before everyone fell into a perspiration so profuse you can form no idea of it. This consequently brought on a raging thirst, which still increased in proportion as the body was drained of its moisture. Various expedients were thought of to give more room and air. To obtain the former was moved to put off their clothes. This was approved as a happy motion, and in a few minutes I believe every man was stripped, myself, Mr. Court, and the 2 wounded young gentlemen by me excepted. For a little time they flattered themselves with having gained a mighty advantage. Every hat was put in motion to produce a circulation of air, and Mr. Bailey proposed that every man should sit down on his hams. As they were truly in the situation of drowning wretches, no wonder they caught at everything that bore a flattering appearance of saving them. This expedient was several times put in practice, and at each time many of the poor creatures, whose natural strength was less than others, or had been more exhausted and could not immediately recover their legs, as others did when the word was given to rise, fell to rise no more, for they were instantly trod to death or suffocated. When the whole body sat down, they were so closely wedged together that they were obliged to use many efforts before they could put themselves in motion to get up again. Before 9 o'clock, every man's thirst grew intolerable and respiration difficult. Our situation was much more wretched than that of so many miserable animals in an exhausted receiver. No circulation of fresh air sufficient to continue life, nor yet enough divested of its vivifying particles to put a speedy period to it. Efforts were again made to force the door, but in vain. Many insults were used to the guard to provoke them to fire in upon us, which, as I learned afterwards, were carried to much greater lengths, when I was no more sensible of what was transacted. For my own part, I hitherto felt little pain or uneasiness, but what resulted from my anxiety for the sufferings of those within. By keeping my face between 2 of the bars, I obtained air enough to give my lungs easy play, though my perspiration was excessive and thirst commencing. At this period, so strong a urinous volatile effluvia came from the prison that I was not able to turn my head that way for more than a few seconds at a time. Now every body, excepting those situated in and near the windows, began to grow outrageous and many delirious. "Water! Water!" became the general cry, and the old jemadar, before mentioned, taking pity on us, ordered the people to bring some skins of water, little dreaming, I believe, of its fatal effects. This was what I dreaded. I foresaw it would prove the ruin of the small chance left us, and essayed many times to speak to him privately to forbid its being brought. But the clamor was so loud it became impossible. The water appeared. Words cannot paint to you the universal agitation and the raving fight of it threw us into. I had flattered myself that some, by preserving an equal temper of mind, might outlive the night. But now the reflection which gave me the greatest pain was that I saw no possibility of one escaping to tell the dismal tale. Until the water came, I had myself not suffered much from thirst, which instantly grew excessive. We had no means of conveying it into the prison, but by hats forced through the bars, and thus myself and Messrs. Coles and Scott, notwithstanding the pains they suffered from their wounds, supplied them as fast as possible. But those who have experienced intense thirst, or are acquainted with the cause and nature of this appetite, will be sufficiently sensible it could receive no more than a momentary alleviation. The cause still subsisted. Though we brought full hats within the bars, there ensued such violent struggles and frequent contests to get at it that before it reached the lips of any one, there would be scarcely a small teacupful left in them. These supplies, like sprinkling water on fire, only served to feed and raise the flame. Oh, my dear sir, how shall I give you a conception of what I felt at the cries and ravings of those in the remoter parts of the prison, who could not entertain a probable hope of obtaining a drop, yet could not divest themselves of expectation, however unavailing, and others calling on me by the tender considerations of friendship and affection, and who knew they were really dear to me. Think, if possible, what my heart must have suffered at seeing and hearing their distress, without having it in my power to relieve them. For the confusion now became general and horrid. Several quitted the other window, the only chance they had for life, to force their way to the water, and the throng and press upon the window was beyond bearing. Many, forcing their passage from the further part of the room, pressed down those in their way who had less strength, and trampled them to death. Can it gain belief that this scene of misery proved entertainment to the brutal wretches without? But so it was, and they took care to keep us supplied with water, that they might have the satisfaction of seeing us fight for it, as they phrased it, and held up lights to the bars that they might lose no part of the inhuman diversion. From about 9 to near 11 I sustained this cruel scene and painful situation, still supplying them with water, though my legs were almost broke with the weight against them. By this time I myself was very near pressed to death, and my two companions, with Mr. William Parker, who had forced himself into the window, were really so. For a great while they preserved a respect and regard to me, more than indeed I would well expect, our circumstances considered. But now all distinction was lost. My friend Bailey, Messrs. Jenks, Revely, Law, Buchanan, Simpson, and several others for whom I had a real esteem and affection had for some time been dead at my feet, and were now trampled upon by every corporal or common soldier, who, by the help of more robust constitutions, had forced their way to the window and held fast by the bars over me, till at last I became so pressed and wedged up I was deprived of all motion. Determined now to give everything up, I called to them and begged, as the last instance of their regard, they would remove the pressure upon me and permit me to retire out of the window to die in quiet. They gave way, and with much difficulty I forced a passage into the center of the prison, where the throng was less by the many dead, then I believing amounting to 1/3, and the numbers who flocked to the windows, for by this time they had water also at the other window. In the black hole there is a platform, (Footnote: This platform was raised between 3 and 4 feet from the floor, open underneath. It extended the whole length of the east side of the prison, and was about 6 feet wide. End footnote. Corresponding with that in the barracks, I traveled over the dead and repaired to the further end of it, just opposite the other window, and seated myself on the platform between Mr. Dumbleton and Captain Stevenson, the former just then expiring. I was still happy, and the same calmness of mind I had preserved the whole time. Death I expected as unavoidable, and only lamented its slow approach, though the moment I quitted the window my breathing grew short and painful. Here my poor friend Mr. Edward Eyre came staggering over the dead to me, and with his usual coolness and good nature asked me how I did, but fell and expired before I had time to make him a reply. I laid myself down on some of the dead behind me, on the platform, and recommending myself to heaven, had the comfort of thinking my sufferings could have no long duration. My thirst grew now insupportable, and difficulty of breathing much increased, and had not remained in this situation, I believe 10 minutes, when I was seized with a pain in my breast, and palpitation of my heart, both to the most exquisite degree. These roused and obliged me to get up again, but still the pain, palpitation, thirst, and difficulty of breathing increased. I retained my senses notwithstanding, and had the grief to see death not so near me as I hoped, but could no longer bear the pains I suffered without attempting a relief, which I knew fresh air would and could only give me. I instantly determined to push for the window opposite to me, and by an effort of double the strength I ever before possessed, gained the third rank of it, with one hand seized a bar, and by that means gained the second, though I think there were at least 6 or 7 ranks between me and the window. In a few moments my pain, palpitation, and difficulty of breathing ceased, but my thirst continued intolerable. I called aloud for water, for God's sake, had been concluded dead, but as soon as they heard me amongst them, they had still the respect and tenderness for me to cry out, "Give him water! Give him water!" Nor would one of them at the window attempt to touch it until I had drank, but from the water I found no relief. My thirst was rather increased by it, so I determined to drink no more, but patiently wait the event, and kept my mouth moist from time to time by sucking the perspiration out of my shirt sleeves, and catching the drops as they fell, like heavy rain, from my head and face. You can hardly imagine how unhappy I was if any of them escaped my mouth. I came into the prison without coat or waistcoat. The season was too hot to bear the former, and the latter tempted the avarice of one of the guards, who robbed me of it when we were under the veranda. Whilst I was at this second window, I was observed by one of my miserable companions on the right of me, in the expedient of allaying my thirst by sucking my shirt sleeve. He took the hint and robbed me from time to time of a considerable part of my store, though after I detected him, I had ever the address to begin on that sleeve first, when I thought my reservoirs were sufficiently replenished, and our mouths and noses often met in the contest. This plunderer, I found afterwards, was a worthy young gentleman in the service, Mr. Lushington, one of the few who escaped from death, and since paid me the compliment of assuring me he believed he owed his life to the many comfortable draughts he had from my sleeves. I mention this incident as I think nothing can give you a more lively idea of the melancholy state and distress we were reduced to. Before I hit upon this happy expedient, I had, in an ungovernable fit of thirst, attempted drinking my urine, but it was so intensely bitter there was no enduring a second taste, whereas no Bristol water could be more soft or pleasant than what arose from perspiration. By half an hour past 11, the much greater number of those living were in an outrageous delirium, and the others quite ungovernable, few retaining any calmness but the ranks next the windows. By what I had felt myself, I was fully sensible what those within suffered, but had only pity to bestow upon them, not then thinking how soon I should myself become a greater object of it. They all now found that water, instead of relieving, rather heightened their uneasiness, and "Air! Air!" was the general cry. Every insult that could be devised against the guard, all the opprobrious names and abuse that the Suba, Monikchund, etc. Footnote: Raja Monikchund, appointed by the Suba governor of Calcutta, end footnote, could be loaded with, were repeated to provoke the guard to fire upon us, every man that could, rushing tumultuously towards the windows with eager hopes of meeting the first shot. Then a general prayer to heaven to hasten the approach of the flames to the right and left of us, and put a period to our misery. But these failing, they whose strength and spirits were quite exhausted, laid themselves down and expired quietly upon their fellows. Others, who had yet some strength and vigor left, made a last effort for the windows, and several succeeded by leaping and scrambling over the backs and heads of those in the first ranks, and got hold of the bars from which there was no removing them. Many to the right and left sunk with a violent pressure and were soon suffocated. For now a steam arose from the living and the dead, which affected us in all its circumstances, as if we were forcibly held with our heads over a bowl full of strong, volatile spirit of hartshorn, until suffocated, nor could the effluvia of the one be distinguished from other, and frequently, when I was forced by the load upon my head and shoulders to hold my face down, I was obliged, near as I was to the window, instantly to raise it again to escape suffocation. I need not, my dear friend, ask your commiseration when I tell you that in this plight from half an hour past 11 till near 2 in the morning, I sustained the weight of a heavy man, with his knees in my back and the pressure of his whole body on my head. A Dutch sergeant who had taken his feet upon my left shoulder, and a topaz, footnote, a black Christian soldier, usually termed subjects of Portugal, end footnote, bearing on my right, all which nothing could have enabled me long to support, but the props and pressure equally sustaining me all around. The two latter I frequently dislodged by shifting my hold on the bars, and driving my knuckles into their ribs, but my friend above stuck fast, and as he held by two bars, was immovable. When I had bore this conflict above an hour, with a train of wretched reflections, and seen no glimpse of hope on which to found a prospect of relief, my spirits, resolution, and every sentiment of religion gave way. I found I was unable much longer to support this trial, and could not bear the dreadful thoughts of retiring into the inner part of the prison, where I had before suffered so much. Some infernal spirit, taking the advantage of this period, brought to my remembrance my having a small clasp penknife in my pocket, with which I determined to instantly open my arteries, and finish a system no longer to be borne. I had got it out when heaven interposed and restored me to fresh spirits and resolution, with an abhorrence of the act of cowardice I was just going to commit. I exerted anew my strength and fortitude, but the repeated trials and efforts I made to dislodge the insufferable encumbrances upon me at last quite exhausted me, and towards 2 o'clock, finding I must quit the window or sink where I was, I resolved on the former, having bore, truly for the sake of others, infinitely more for life than the best of it is worth. In the rank close behind me was an officer of one of the ships, whose name was Carey, and who had behaved with much bravery during the siege. His wife, a fine woman though country-born, would not quit him, but accompanied him into the prison, and was one who survived. This poor wretch had been long raving for water and air. I told him I was determined to give up life, and recommended his gaining my station. On my quitting, he made a fruitless attempt to get my place, but the Dutch sergeant who sat on my shoulder supplanted him. Poor Carey expressed his thankfulness and said he would give up life too, but it was with the utmost labor we forced our way from the window, several in the inner ranks appearing to me dead standing, unable to fall by the throng in equal pressure round, . He laid himself down to die, and his death, I believe, was very sudden, for he was a short, full, sanguine man. His strength was great, and I imagine had he not retired with me, I should never have been able to have forced my way. I was at this time sensible of no pain and little uneasiness. I can give you no better idea of my situation than by repeating my simile of the bowl of spirit of hartshorn. I found a stupor coming on apace, and laid myself down by that gallant old man, the Reverend Mr. Gervas Bellamy, who lay dead with his son the lieutenant, hand in hand, near the southernmost wall of the prison. When I had lain there some little time, I still had reflection enough to suffer some uneasiness in the thought that I should be trampled upon when dead, as I myself had done to others. With some difficulty I raised myself and gained the platform a second time, where I presently lost all sensation. The last trace of sensibility that I have been able to recollect after my laying down was my sash being uneasy about my waist, which I untied and threw from me. Of what passed in this interval to the time of my resurrection from this hole of horrors I can give you no account, and indeed the particulars mentioned by some of the gentlemen who survived, solely by the number of those dead, by which they gained a freer accession of air and approach to the windows, were so absurd and contradictory as to convince me very few of them retained their senses, or at least lost them soon after they came into the open air, by the fever they carried out with them. In my own escape from absolute death, the hand of heaven was manifestly exerted. The manner take as follows. When the day broke and the gentlemen found that no entreaties could prevail to get the door opened, it occurred to one of them, I think to Mr. Secretary Cook, to make a search for me, in hopes I might have influence enough to gain a release from this scene of misery. Accordingly, Messrs. Lushington and Walcott undertook the search, and by my shirt discovered me under the dead upon the platform. They took me from thence, and imagining I had some signs of life, brought me towards the window I had first possession of. But as life was equally dear to every man, and the stench arising from the dead bodies was grown intolerable, no one would give up his station in or near the window, so they were obliged to carry me back again. But soon after, Captain Mills, now captain of the company's yacht, who was in possession of a seat in the window, had the humanity to offer to resign it. I was again brought by the same gentleman, and placed in the window. At this juncture, the Suba, who had received an account of the havoc death had made amongst us, sent one of his jemadars to inquire if the chief survived. They showed me to him, told him I had appearance of life remaining, and believed I might recover if the door was opened very soon. This answer being returned to the Suba, an order came immediately for our release, it being then near 6 in the morning. The fresh air at the window soon brought me to life, and a few minutes after the departure of the jemadar, I was restored to my sight and senses. But, oh, sir, what words shall I adopt to tell you the whole that my soul suffered at reviewing the dreadful destruction round me? I will not attempt it, and indeed tears, a tribute I believe shall ever pay to the remembrance of this scene, and to the memory of those brave and valuable men, stop my pen. The little strength remaining amongst the most robust who survived made it a difficult task to remove the dead piled up against the door, so that I believe it was more than 20 minutes before we obtained a passage out for one at a time. I had soon reason to be convinced the particular inquiry made after me did not result from any dictate of favor, humanity, or contrition. When I came out, I found myself in a high putrid fever, and, not being able to stand, threw myself on the wet grass without the veranda, when a message was brought to me signifying I must immediately attend the Suba. Not being capable of walking, they were obliged to support me under each arm, and on the way one of the jemadars told me, as a friend, to make a full confession where the treasure was buried in the fort, or that in half an hour I should be shot off from the mouth of a cannon. A sentence of death common in Indostan. The intimation gave me no manner of concern, for at that juncture I should have esteemed death the greatest favor the tyrant could have bestowed upon me. Being brought into his presence, he soon observed the wretched plight I was in, and offered a large folio volume, which lay on a heap of plunder, to be brought for me to fit on. I endeavored 2 or 3 times to speak, but my tongue was dry and without motion. He ordered me water. As soon as I got speech, I began to recount the dismal catastrophe of my miserable companions. But he stopped me short with telling me he was well informed of great treasure being buried or secreted in the fort, and that I was privy to it, and if I expected favor, must discover it. I urged everything I could to convince him there was no truth in the information, or that if any such thing had been done, it was without my knowledge. I reminded him of his repeated assurance to me the day before, but he resumed the subject of the treasure, and all I could say seemed to gain no credit with him. I was ordered prisoner under Mattern, general of the household troops. Amongst the guard which carried me from the Suba, one bore a large mortar battle-axe, which gave rise, I imagine, to Mr. Secretary Cook's belief and report to the fleet, that he saw me carried out, with the edge of the axe towards me, to have my head struck off. This, I believe, is the only account you will have of me until I bring you a better myself. But to resume my subject, I was ordered to the camp to Mattern's quarters, within the outward ditch, something short of Omachund's garden, which you know is above 3 miles from the fort, and with me Messrs. Court, Walcott, and Burdett. The rest, who survived the fatal night, gained their liberty, except Mrs. Carey, who was too young and handsome. The dead bodies were promiscuously thrown into the ditch of our unfinished ravelin and covered with the earth. My being treated with this severity, I have sufficient reason to affirm, proceeded from the following causes: the Suba's resentment for my defending the fort after the governor, etc., had abandoned it, his prepossession touching the treasure, and thirdly, the instigations of Omachund, (Footnote: a great gentoo merchant of Calcutta), end footnote, in resentment for my not releasing him out of prison as soon as I had the command of the fort, a circumstance which in the heat and hurry of action never once occurred to me, or I had certainly done it, because I thought his imprisonment unjust. But that the hard treatment I met with may truly be attributed in great measure to his suggestions and insinuations, I am well assured, from the whole of his subsequent conduct, and this further confirmed to me in the 3 gentlemen selected to be my companions, against each of whom he had conceived particular resentment, and you know Omachund can never forgive. We were conveyed in a hackery, (Footnote: a coach drawn by oxen), end footnote, to the camp the 21st of June in the morning, and soon loaded with fetters, and stowed all 4 in a sepoy's tent, about 4 feet long, 3 wide, and about 3 high, so that we were half in, half out. All night it rained severely. Dismal as this was, it appeared a paradise compared with our lodging the preceding night. Here I became covered from head to foot with large painful boils, the first symptom of my recovery, for until these appeared my fever did not leave me. On the morning of the 22nd, they marched us to town in our fetters, under the scorching beams of an intense hot sun, and lodged us at the dockhead in the open small veranda, fronting the river, where we had a strong guard over us, commanded by Bundo Singh Kazari, a officer under Mir Muddin. Here the other gentlemen broke out likewise in boils all over their body, a happy circumstance which, as I afterwards learned, attended every one who came out of the black hole. On our arrival in this place, we soon were given to understand we should be embarked for Muksadabad, (Footnote: the capital of Bengal), end footnote, where I think you have never been, and since I have brought you thus far, you may as well take this trip with us likewise. I have much leisure on my hands at present, and you know you may choose your leisure for perusal. We set out on our travels from the dockhead the 24th in the afternoon, and were embarked on a large wallock, (Footnote: a large boat), end footnote, containing part of Bundo Singh's plunder, etc. She bulged ashore a little after we set off, and broke one of her floor timbers. However, they pushed on, though she made so much water she could hardly swim. Our bedstead and bedding were a platform of loose, unequal bamboos laid on the bottom timbers, so that when they had been negligent in bailing, we frequently walked with half of us in the water. We had hardly any clothes to our bodies, and nothing but a bit of mat, and a bit or 2 of old gunny bag, which we begged at the dockhead to defend us from the sun, rains, and dews. Our food only rice, and the water alongside, which you know is neither very clean nor very palatable in the rains, but there was enough of it without scrambling. In short, sir, through our distresses in this situation, covered with tormenting boils and loaded with irons, will be thought, and doubtless were, very deplorable, yet the grateful consideration of our being so providentially a remnant of the saved, made everything else appear light to us. Our rice and water diet, designed as a grievance to us, was certainly our preservation, for could we, circumstanced as we were, have indulged in flesh and wine, we had died beyond all doubt. When we arrived at Hofley Fort, I wrote a short letter to Governor Bisdom, by means of a pencil and blank leaf of a volume of Archbishop Tillotson's sermons, given us by one of our guard, part of his plunder, advising him of our miserable plight. He had the humanity to dispatch 3 several boats after us with fresh provisions, liquors, clothes, and money, neither of which reached us. But whatever is right. Our rice and water were more salutary and proper for us. Matter ridiculous and droll abundantly occurred in the course of our trip, but these I will postpone for a personal recital that I may laugh with you, and will only mention that my hands alone being free from imposthumes, I was obliged for some time to turn nurse, and feed my poor distressed companions. When we came opposite to Santipore, they found the Wallach could not be able to proceed further for want of water in the river, and one of the guard was sent ashore to demand of the Zemindar, footnote, a proprietor of land, of that district, light boats to carry prisoners of state under their charge to Muksadabad. The Zemindar, giving no credit to the fellow, mustered his guard of pikes, beat him, and drove him away. This, on the return of the Burkhandas, raised a most furious combustion. Our Jemaddar ordered his people to arms, and the resolution was to take the Zemindar and carry him bound a prisoner to Muksadabad. Accordingly, they landed with their firearms, swords, and targets. When it occurred to one mischievous mortal amongst them that the taking me with them would be a proof of their commission and the high offence the Zemindar had committed, being immediately lugged ashore, I urged the impossibility of my walking, covered as my legs were with boils, and several of them in the way of my fetters, and entreated, if I must go, that they would for the time take off my irons, as it was not in my power to escape from them, for they saw I was hardly able to stand. But I might as well have petitioned to tigers or made supplication to the wind. I was obliged to crawl. They signified to me that it was now my business to obey, and that I should remember I was not then in the Kela of Alainagor, footnote, the name given to Calcutta by the Suba after the capture, end footnote. Thus I was marched in a scorching sun near noon for more than 1.5 miles, my legs running in a stream of blood from the irritation of my irons, and myself ready to drop every step with excessive faintness and unspeakable pain. When we came near the cutchery of the district, the Zemindar with his pikes was drawn up ready to receive us, but as soon as they presented me to him as a prisoner of state, estimated and valued to them at 4 lakh of rupees, he confessed himself sensible of his mistake and made no further show of resistance. The Jemaddar seized him and gave orders to have him bound and sent to the boat, but on his making further submission and promising to get boats from Santipore to send after us and agreeing to pay them for the trouble he had caused, he was released and matters accommodated. I was become so very low and weak by this cruel travel that it was some time before they would venture to march me back, and the stony-hearted villains, for their own sakes, were at last obliged to carry me part of the way, and support me the rest, covering me from the sun with their shields. A poor fellow, one of our under-gomastaus of Santipore, seeing me at Cutcherry, knew me, and with tears in his eyes presented me with a bunch of plantains, the half of which my guard plundered by the way. We departed from hence directly, in expectation of boats following us, but they never came, and the next day, I think the last of June, they pressed a small open fishing dinghy and embarked us on that, with 2 of our guard only, for in fact any more would have sunk her. Here we had a bed of bamboos, something softer I think than those of the great boat, that is, they were something evener, but were so distressed for room that we could not stir without our fetters bruising our own or each other's boils, and were in woeful distress indeed, not arriving at Muksadabad until the 7th of July in the afternoon. We were all this while exposed to one regular succession of heavy rain or intense sunshine, and nothing to defend us from either. But then, don't let me forget our blessings, for by the good nature of one of our guard, Shaikh Bodal, we now and then laterally got a few plantains, onions, parched rice with jaggery, footnote, molasses, end footnote, and the bitter green called Karela, all which were to us luxurious indulgences, and made the rice go down deliciously. On the 7th of July, early in the morning, we came in sight of the French factory. I had a letter prepared for Mr. Law the chief, and prevailed with my friend Bodil to put to there. On the receipt of my letter, Mr. Law, with much politeness and humanity, came down to the waterside and remained near an hour with us. He gave the sheikh a genteel present for his civilities, and offered him a considerable reward in security if he would permit us to land for an hour's refreshment, but he replied his head would pay for the indulgence. After Mr. Law had given us a supply of clothes, linen, provisions, liquors, and cash, we left his factory with grateful hearts and compliments. We could not, as you may imagine, long resist touching on our stock of provisions, but however temperate we thought ourselves, we were all disordered more or less by this first indulgence. A few hours after, I was seized with a painful inflammation in my right leg and thigh. Passing by our fort and factory at Qasim Bazaar raised some melancholy reflections amongst us. About 4 p.m. we landed at Muqsadabad and were conducted to and deposited in an open stable not far from the Suba's palace in the city. This march, I will freely confess to you, drew tears of disdain and anguish of heart from me. Thus to be led like a felon, a spectacle to the inhabitants of this populous city. My soul could not support itself with any degree of patience. The pain too arising from my boils and inflammation of my leg added not a little, I believe, to the depression of my spirits. Here we had a guard of Moors placed on one side of us, and a guard of Gentoos on the other. And being destined to remain in this place of purgatory until the Suba returned to the city, I can give you no idea of our sufferings. The immense crowd of spectators who came from all quarters of the city to satisfy their curiosity so blocked us up from morning till night that I may truly say we narrowly escaped a second suffocation, the weather proving exceedingly sultry. The first night after our arrival in the stable, I was attacked by a fever, and that night and the next day the inflammation of my leg and thigh greatly increased, but all terminated the second night in a regular fit of the gout in my right foot and ankle, the first and last fit of this kind I ever had. How my irons agreed with this new visitor I leave you to judge, for I could not by any entreaty obtain liberty for so much as that poor leg. During our residence here, we experienced every act of humanity and friendship from Messrs. Law and Mynheer Vernet, the French and Dutch chiefs of Qasim Bazaar, who left no means unassayed to procure our release. Our provisions were regularly sent us from the Dutch Tanksal, the Dutch mint near Muqsadabad, and Koryemabad, and we were daily visited by Messrs. Ross and Extone, the chief and second there, and indeed received such instances of commiseration and affection from Mynheer Ross as will ever claim my most grateful remembrance. The whole body of Armenian merchants, too, were most kind and friendly to us, particularly Aga Manuel Satur. We were not a little indebted to the obliging good nature of Messrs. Hastings and Chambers, who gave us as much of their company as they could. They had obtained their liberty by the French and Dutch chiefs becoming bail for their appearance. This security was often tendered for us, but without effect. The 11th of July the Suba arrived in the city, and with him Bundu Singh, to whose house we were removed that afternoon in a hackery, for I was not able to put my foot to the ground. Here we were confirmed in a report which had before reached us that the Suba, on his return to Hoffley, made inquiry for us when he released Messrs. Watts and Collett, etc., with intention to release us also, and that he had expressed some resentment at Mattern for having so hastily sent us up to Muqsadabad. This proved a very pleasing piece of intelligence to us, and gave us reason to hope the issue would be more favorable to us than we expected. Though we were here lodged in an open bungalow only, yet we found ourselves relieved from the crowd of people which had stifled us at the stable, and once more breathed the fresh air. We were treated with much kindness and respect by Bundu Singh, who generally passed some time or other of the day with us, and feasted us with hopes of being soon released. The 15th we were conducted in a hackery to the Kella, the seat of the Suba's residence in the city of Muqsadabad, in order to have an audience of the Suba and know our fate. We were kept above an hour in the sun opposite the gate, whilst here we saw several of his ministers brought out disgraced, in the custody of Sutapurdars, and dismissed from their employs, who but a few minutes before we had seen enter the Kella in the utmost pomp and magnificence. Receiving advice that we should have no audience or admittance to the Suba that day, we were deposited again at our former lodgings, the stable. to be at hand, and had the mortification of passing another night there. The 16th in the morning, an old female attendant on Ali Verde Khan's Begum, footnote, the Dowager Princess, grandmother of Suraj Dowlah, end footnote, paid a visit to our sheikh and discoursed half an hour with him. Overhearing part of the conversation to be favorable to us, I obtained the whole from him, and learned that at a feast the preceding night the Begum had solicited our liberty, and that the Suba had promised he would release us on the morrow. This, you will believe, gave us no small spirits. But at noon all our hopes were dashed by a piece of intelligence from Bundu Singh, implying that an order was prepared and ready to pass the seal for returning us in irons to Raja Monik Chand, governor of Aliye Nagore, the name the Suba had given to Calcutta. I need not tell you what a thunderclap this proved to us in the very height of our flattering expectations, for I was, as to myself, well convinced I should never have got alive out of the hands of that rapacious harpy, who is a genuine Hindu, footnote, Hindu or Gentoo, end footnote, in the very worst acceptation of the word, therefore, from that moment gave up every hope of liberty. Men in this state of mind are generally pretty easy. It is hope which gives anxiety. We dined and laid ourselves down to sleep, and for my own part I never enjoyed a sounder afternoon's nap. Towards 5, the sheikh waked me with notice that the Suba would presently pass by to his palace of Mutijil. We roused and desired the guard would keep the view clear for us. When the Suba came in sight, we made him the usual salam, and when he came abreast of us, he ordered his litter to stop and us to be called to him. We advanced, and I addressed him in a short speech, setting forth our sufferings and petitioned for our liberty. The wretched spectacle we made must, I think, have made an impression on a breast the most brutal, and if he is capable of pity or contrition, his heart felt it then. I think it appeared in spite of him in his countenance. He gave me no reply, but ordered a Sutta Purdar and Chubdar immediately to see our irons cut off, and to conduct us wherever we chose to go, and to take care we received no trouble nor insult, and having repeated this order distinctly, directed his retinue to go on. As soon as our legs were free, we took boat and proceeded to the Tanksal, where we were received and entertained with real joy and humanity. Thus, my worthy friend, you see us restored to liberty at a time when we could entertain no probable hope of ever obtaining it. The foundation of the alarm at noon was this. Manel Lal, the Suba's Dewan, and some others had in the morning taken no small pains to convince the Suba, quote, that notwithstanding my losses at Aliye Nagore, I was still possessed of enough to pay a considerable sum for my freedom, and advised the sending of me to Monik Chand, who would be better able to trace out the remainder of my effects. End quote. To this I was afterwards informed. The Suba replied, quote, it may be, if he has anything left, let him keep it. His sufferings have been great, he shall have his liberty. End quote. Whether this was the result of his own sentiments or the consequence of his promise the night before to the old Begum, I cannot say, but believe we owe our freedom partly to both. Being myself once again at liberty, it is time I should release you, sir, also from the unpleasing travel I have led you in this narrative of our distresses, from our entrance into that fatal black hole. And shall it after all be said, or even thought, that I can possibly have arraigned or commented too severely on a conduct which alone plunged us into these unequalled sufferings? I hope not. I am, dear sir, your most faithful and obedient humble servant, J.Z. Hallwell. End of A Genuine Narrative of the Deplorable Deaths in the Black Hole at Calcutta by John Zephaniah Hallwell. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Blessed Be the Horse by MacGregor Jenkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. I live in a hunting country. Every autumn our stone walls show tiny red banners marking the run, and the talk is much of horse. I do not hunt myself. My interest in the sport is purely academic. But of one thing I am sure, from an aesthetic standpoint, there is no sport like it. On occasions the run passes within sight of my abode, and sometimes it begins or ends within a stone's throw of my outdoor bedroom. Those are the rare mornings. No need to watch the clock. You lie secure and warm, half sleeping, half awake, when slowly you hear, far off, that magic sound of beating hooves, not the sharp rattle of steel on harsh macadam, but the low beat of distant hooves on good firm earth. There is no sound like it. You catch a suggestion of it sometimes, when you ride alone, and horse and rider share the glory of a run across some open meadow before you turn for the long, cool walk homeward with loose rein and lowered head. But to hear it in its perfection, scores of hooves must beat in unison, and it must begin far off and come on toward you with growing intensity. I hear it and sit up. I pull the blankets close. It is frosty. Stray wisps of mist still lie in the hollows. From chaste retirement I can view the whole panorama. The hounds swing round the corner of the woods, tiny specks of brown and white in full cry, followed close by splashes of scarlet. On they come. They take each intervening wall smoothly and without effort. The field follows, strung out in orderly observance of the rules and courtesies, whatever they may be, of this regal game. And all the time the music of the hooves swells about me, teases, tempts, and troubles. The pack stops by the elm tree in Dolly's pasture. A grizzled rider yaps his immemorial call, as old as hunting, as ancient as this noble sport itself. He tosses tidbits to the eager pack, their scant reward for miles of breathless coursing. Unless the run itself be their reward. The old man has ridden many times like this. He knows the best there is to show. I wonder sometimes how he thinks we do at this old sport in this new country, for he has ridden with the best across the seas. I watched the hounds as they swept in, and knew he must be pleased, for close packed they came, as if they would make good his boast that one horse blanket could cover them. The final and unfailing test. The field is in. The master, magnificent in scarlet, sitting a fretful horse with smiling composure, greets them all. A friendly word and kindly smile for stragglers coming in a bit abashed. The steaming horses move in easy circles, while grooms attend the more exalted riders. They take the highway and in laughing groups go down the road. A boy appears and plucks the red pennants from the walls. It is done. I nestle down. Once more my eyes have seen the glory of the field. I am content, and doze once more, and once again I feel unbounded admiration for the men and women who can so disport themselves before they break their fast. At an appropriate and fitting hour I repair to my own stable. I do this with some hesitation, for on these mornings when the hunting world has swung into our orbit, the incomparable one greets me with a manner somewhat vague and questioning. He is not quite sure of me, and not convinced that his own status is just what he would wish it to be. Why I am not afield he does not know. A horrid doubt assails him. On these mornings I tread with circumspection the devious paths of horsey talk. Even in my little stable there is a strange unrest. Eyes are brighter, ears are up, nervous hooves are pawing. I look them all over, first my own, of course. No man may talk of what is his with any truth. 1 in 1,000 purchased for a song, as is my wont by stern necessity, rescued from menial labor, and now pet and darling of us all. Perhaps a bit too much horse for me, but kind and willing, wise and spirited. The other 2, black ponies with white stars, as like as sisters, say that one has 2 white feet, and one has 1. Each owns a little mistress whom she loves, and these 2 ponies are as like their riders, as if all 4 were sisters, one nervous, one sedate, one eager at the bit, and to be handled with a steady hand, the other willing, always in the van, but temperate and steady. Just a word, and she is back in hand. One curb, one snaffle, so it goes, but use them both aright, and all is well. There are 2 pleasures in this horse relation, one afield and one here in the stable. Today it is indoors, for the promise of the morning has failed. Already a gentle rain is falling, and the woods are wet. I love to potter about a stable. A clean stable is the nicest smelling place in the world. Why feminine nostrils object to stable smells indoors, I never could understand. But that is only one small part of a greater riddle. The incomparable one has learned to know my oddities. One of them is an unreasonable passion for soft leather and glittering metal. What lovelier thing can mortal hand touch than leather, smooth and clean, as soft and supple as velvet? The trappings of my steeds are meager and far from the best. I see that all is safe, no weak spots at buckles and other secret places. But once safe, that is as far as I can go. except that I believe and teach the simple theory that the poorer the tact, the greater the care. And the incomparable one does wonders. The bridles hang against a clean white cloth, the brow bands in perfect alignment, the curb against the wall, the snaffle broken, lying on the curb, the chain over the snaffle, reins looped high in perfect symmetry. There is a sight to please the saddles, on their racks with irons off, smooth, clean, and soft. No dust, no soap in crevices betray an artist's hand. The irons hang on cleaning hooks and wait a final polishing. The feed-room next with its supplies, and now loft where the sweet hay lies in dusty half-lights. What a place to dream an hour away, and what a play-place for little people, their minds afire with all the mystery and romance of their first young years. And now it rains in earnest. I find a small green stool. I take it to the door and sit me down. An open stable door, a windless rain, a dog beside you, and a bedraggled hen or two to scratch outside. This is the perfect place to be. The moist, damp odors all about you, the sound of restless hooves, the grind of teeth on hay, the dropping water from the eaves fill ears and heart and soul. What a strange thing it is that a certain type of biped called man should have chance dominion over all the other creatures. How he has bound them to his service, and of them all, no one has suffered as the horse. He seems more sensitive than the others. No horse has bad habits, save man-taught ones. What a score on some far-off judgment day has the horse to settle with his master man! And that is why I like to fuss with horses. I like to try to show them that this relationship can be agreeable to us both. I have no feeling for an outlaw horse, but any horse that has not had unfortunate human relationships too long is worth the experiment. The horse is a habit-making, habit-controlled creature. The trick seems to be, so far as my very meager experience has shown, to teach good habits. And of all the creatures I know, man is in some ways the least fitted to teach them. He is vain, imperious, and often cowardly. That is why a perfect horseman is just a bit more rare than a perfect poet. I have long since given over any ambition to write an epic poem, but I do hope, if life be spared, by patience, humility, and the sternest application to the task, to learn to ride a horse. I doubt my ultimate success, but somehow I feel that if I ever do, in the face of almost insuperable obstacles, both physical and mental, it will be a splendid achievement. The golden autumn days go by and the first suggestion of real winter comes. We have, however, here and there, a day dedicated to the horse. Such a day dawns. It is the day that with us is devoted in theory to the memory of a Genoese sailor, and is made by beneficent legislation a holiday, a day free from the thraldom of office and school. It has been decided that the morning shall be spent in tasks. There shall be an early lunch, and then a ride, timed to bring us back through the woods when the sun is low and streams in level golden shafts between the trees. I seek the stable. Already preparations are afoot. My garb alone is warrant for the news. I watch the horses cleaned. I never watch a workman without a thrill. If only he be a real craftsman, a man who loves his work. And such a one is he who cleans my horses. I can clean a horse after a fashion, but here is consummate art. Free swing of comb and brush following the graceful lines of the creature's body, the softly spoken word to soothe impatience, the low, soft whistling sound that none but the elect can manage, the tap of comb on hoof or floor, the fearless, accustomed handling of a horse. A perfect art and loved, I know, by horse as well as man. What little skill I have in other things I'd gladly trade if I could clean a horse the way this old man does. The hours lag, but now we meet for lunch. Plans are discussed, our course laid out. We make the meal a mockery, and hurry to the stable. Not having horses brought round to the door, not in our simple life are things like that. We seek them out, and make the pleasure greater. They stand in single file upon the floor, saddled and bridled, waiting our command. Each is covered with a bright plaid cooler. Ears are erect, and nervous lips jingle the shining bits. The incomparable one is as busily important as if each steed were a prospective Derby winner. We pull off the coolers, each our own. We fold them up and hang them on the rail, and then we drop restraining hitching ropes and go out single file. No mounting on a slippery stable floor. We want good gravel, smoothly packed beneath our feet. and then I watch to see if lessons have been learned, 3 things to do before you mount. I smile at the incomparable one, and he smiles too, as little hands seek saddle girths. A gentle tug, they are all right. Not loose, not tight. Then the throat latch. It must rest light and easy. Then the curb, to see if it be smooth. All's reported right, so then we mount. We feel again a moving creature under us. We feel the gentle lift of smooth, straight legs, and we are off. I take my place with 2 feet on my right. I notice that links are dropped on her curb chain. It is well. 1 foot sedately takes her place upon my left. Her curb swings loose. No need for a free hand on that side. We cross the first meadow at a walk. 2 feet capers and frets a bit. She has not learned yet what 1 foot knows so well, that we walk this meadow to test the tack, to feel the seat we have, to find the irons, and to learn the mood that horse and rider share today. We turn into the next, and now a word, and heads come up, and off we trot. A gentle pace, but still enough to bring the breeze to our faces, and now we hear the hooves, the soft sound of yielding leather, and the click of steel. I look from right to left. Young is still fretful and impatient on my right, so I suggest a little lighter hand, a soothing word upon the left. Experience trots with even temper, and with steady stride. Before us lies a smooth ascending swell. I ask if we are ready, irons back, feet forward. Then a gentle pressure of the heel, a rein drawn lightly, and 3 creatures leap. Youth takes the lead. A word must bring her back. There is no race or steeplechase. So back she comes, but shakes her head and dashes foam upon her shoulder. Experience travels neck and neck with me, a tranquil eye, but nostrils quiver, and I wonder if she's recalling days when this pace was mere play for her. At the brow of the hill, we pull up and loosen rein. 3 heads go down a bit. We ease our seats, and I can see the glow in cheeks and eyes that must mean joy and health in future years. And now a long walk to the woods. We talk of hands and knees, of heels, and of our mounts, each feeling that we ride the very best. And so it goes, walk, trot, and canter. Yet, my friend, that's all. I know it all seems tame to you. We hack, I know, but hacking at its best is all we ever hope or want to do. It is enough. It takes us out. It gives us joy to feel that we can do that much, and day by day we hope to do it better. And now we reach the woods. The sun is right. We go in single file with experience ahead to show the way, and youth comes next, and age brings up the rear. I look ahead at these 2 little figures. They are learning the hard lessons, constant care, constant thought, the hands, the knee, how often do I speak the word, how hard they try, and how fast they learn. I sometimes think it arrogant to teach. They do as well as I, and better too at times. But now no lessons for the wood's entrance. Dry leaves are on the path, and squirrels scold and scurry. We shout back and forth. Oh, look, see this and that. And then a new tremendous enterprise portends. A strange new path leads, none of us knows where. We take it, and we wind and twist. What glorious fun, what adventure! And we shout with glee when it brings us out in well-known pastures far from home. We turn across the broad acres of a friendly neighbor. A narrow, shaded lane invites. A stern sign posted at the gate warns all away. But we are of the elect and enter in. We are under the pine trees now, the needles pave the path. Oh, what a footing! Once more we trot, and almost without sound of hoof, we whirl along. Youth is calmer now. She works with us. She has learned the pace and keeps her stride unbroken. Experience asks for more bridle. She knows where she is and wants a freer head on the long upgrade that brings us to my neighbor's house. He sees us and waves his hand. He sits in a great chair upon his lawn. A perfect horseman, he will never ride again. But it is joy to him to see the children come. For to such as they, he must pass the torch of gentle sportsmanship. And now the crowning moment comes. We swing into a great field. Again my kindly neighbors and questioning eyes are turned to me. All right, we will, but careful now. I know the ground. It's smooth without a hole, and yonder is a tiny jump. Put there by kindly thought for children, I show the way, and as I turn to watch the others, experience follows. Her stride is easy, every nerve at rest. She takes the tiny jump as part of her day's work, and canters up and stops. Youth now comes, pulling just a bit and nervous in her stride. She takes it well, but jumps a foot too high and does not want to stop when she is over. She will learn. When she has learned, she will know that half the work will do it just as well. And now the end. We whirl. We let them go. For one short moment we thunder side by side. We hear the hooves, we see the plunging bodies between our knees. We see the foam blown in the wind. The earth glides under us. We seem to fly. How sure the feet, how mighty are the muscles that hurl us forward, and how our hearts beat, and how our faces tingle. Now we turn toward home. Cool horses out, cool horses in, is our rule. We walk side by side and talk of our adventures. We tell where we were right and where we blundered, how wonderful the horses were, of the beautiful things we saw, of our friends who let us ride over their golden land, how to do this and when to do that, all the wonderful minutiae of the greatest sport in the world. We turn down our little avenue. We came home formally and in order. The incomparable one is waiting. We dismount, and he takes my horse, out of deference to age and general incapacity. My comrades take charge of their own. We have learned it all, how saddles come off and what you do with them, how bridles come off and where to put them, what to do with the horses and why. What a world of fun is this! The sugar is brought, and glistening necks arch and gentle lips fondle the sweet offering, lying in the flat palms of little hands. And then to the house, to talk it all over again with the world's most attentive listener. When bedtime comes, I see a light in the stable, and go down to find the incomparable one in the tiny saddle room. Somehow that last gallop has made me feel a bit more his peer, so the talk is once more easy. And for an hour it runs. Shrewd, kindly, brave the old man is, and somehow I feel that his body has been kept young and strong, his soul serene and sweet, by his simple, whole-hearted love of horse. End of Blessed Be the Horse by MacGregor Jenkins.
Constitutions agreed upon by the Committee of the Company of Scotland trading to Africa and the Indies. By the Committee of the Company of Scotland trading to Africa and the Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Edinburgh, 13th of April, 1696. The Company of Scotland trading to Africa and the Indies have, upon mature deliberation, agreed and concluded upon the following rules, ordinances, and constitutions, as appearing the most reasonable, equal, and suitable unto them, to be binding and obliging to the said company in all times hereafter. 1. The direction and government of this company shall be and remain in a court of 50 directors, each of them having £1,000 sterling or more in this joint stock, 25 whereof shall be made and chosen by majority of votes of the subscribers to the company in Scotland, taken by scroll and scrutiny upon Thursday the 7th day of May, 1696, every £100 sterling having one vote, which directors so chosen are to choose and admit other 25 to complete the number of 50. 2. Some day or time in the month of March yearly, 1 in every 10 shall be left out of the number of directors by the Court of Directors, and others elected and chosen in their place by the Council General, and in the case of death, resignment, or other removal of any of the directors, others shall be chosen in their place by the Court of Directors of this company. 3. The Court or Council General of this company shall consist of the Court of Directors thereof, together with one person, other than a director, being a proprietor, to represent every £10,000 sterling property in this joint stock or capital fund, either by his own right or by deputation from others therein concerned, in which representation the directors, being members of the court, shall have no votes nor representation chosen by themselves, but in such case, or when any of the subscribers shall neglect to give in their nomination of representatives at, or before, the second Wednesday of June, 1696, for the first time, and from thenceforward, at or before the last Wednesday of February yearly, the other councillors, exclusive of the directors, shall nominate others to complete the number of one councillor for every £10,000 stock, which election is to continue for that year. 4. The annual meeting of the General Council shall be on the second Wednesday in March yearly, with power to then adjourn to such other diets as they think fit, and to the directors to call a general council as occasion requires. 5. The general accompts and other affairs of the company shall yearly, or oftener if required, be laid before the council general, who may displace or remove any of the directors or council for misdemeanours. No person or persons, whether of the court of directors or council, being allowed to vote in the matters wherein he or they are concerned. 6. The major part of the council general or court of directors in being, for the time, shall always be a quorum. 7. The council or court of directors may from time to time make and constitute committees or subcommittees of their own number, to act in their respective names and places, who shall keep exact minutes, journals, and other accounts of their proceedings. 8. No dividend of the profits or product of this joint stock, or capital fund, shall be made, but by consent and advice of the council general. 9. If any of the proprietors of the said stock shall not pay, or cause to be paid, the proportionable part of his or their subscriptions in such time and manner as shall be appointed by the company, or in case they or any of them shall become indebted to the said company, any other way howsoever, the share of stock belonging to such person or persons shall in either case be rouped or sold to such as will pay the sum required, or the debt due to the company, and the superplus, if any be, shall belong to the party. End of constitutions agreed upon by the Committee of the Company of Scotland, trading to Africa and the Indies, by the Committee of the Company of Scotland, trading to Africa and the Indies.
The Covenant of the League of Nations by the League of Nations Union. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2023. The Covenant of the League of Nations. The Preamble. The High Contracting Parties. In order to promote international cooperation and to achieve international peace and security by the acceptance of obligations not to resort to war, by the prescription of open, just, and honorable relations between nations, by the firm establishment of the understandings of international law as the actual rule of conduct among governments, and by the maintenance of justice and a scrupulous respect for all treaty obligations in the dealings of organized peoples with one another, agree to this Covenant of the League of Nations. Article 1. Membership. The original members of the League of Nations shall be those of the signatories which are named in the Annex to this Covenant, and also such of those other states named in the Annex as shall accede without reservation to this Covenant. Such accession shall be effected by a declaration deposited with the Secretariat within 2 months of the coming into force of the Covenant. Notice thereof shall be sent to all other members of the League. Any fully self-governing state, dominion, or colony not named in the Annex may become a member of the League if its admission is agreed to by 2/3 of the Assembly, provided that it shall give effective guarantees of its sincere intention to observe its international obligations, and shall accept such regulations as may be prescribed by the League in regard to its military, naval, and air forces and armaments. Any member of the League may, after 2 years' notice of its intention to do so, withdraw from the League, provided that all its international obligations, and all its obligations under this Covenant, shall have been fulfilled at the time of its withdrawal. Article 2. Executive Machinery. The action of the League under this Covenant shall be effected through the instrumentality of an Assembly and of a Council with a permanent Secretariat. Article 3. Assembly. The Assembly shall consist of representatives of the members of the League. the Assembly shall meet at stated intervals and from time to time as occasion may require at the seat of the League or at such other place as may be decided upon. The Assembly may deal at its meetings with any matter within the sphere of action of the League or affecting the peace of the world. At meetings of the Assembly, each member of the League shall have 1 vote and may have not more than 3 representatives. Article 4. Council. The Council shall consist of representatives of the principal allied and associated powers, together with representatives of 4 other members of the League. These 4 members of the League shall be selected by the Assembly from time to time in its discretion. Until the appointment of the representatives of the 4 members of the League first selected by the Assembly, representatives of Belgium, Brazil, Spain, and Greece shall be members of the Council. With the approval of the majority of the Assembly, the Council may name additional members of the League, whose representatives shall always be members of the Council. The Council, with like approval, may increase the number of members of the League to be selected by the Assembly for representation on the Council. The Council shall meet from time to time as occasion may require, and at least once a year, at the seat of the League, or at such other place as may be decided upon. The Council may deal at its meetings with any matter within the sphere of action of the League, or affecting the peace of the world. Any member of the League not represented on the Council shall be invited to send a representative to sit as a member at any meeting of the Council during the consideration of matters specially affecting the interests of that member of the League. At meetings of the Council, each member of the League represented on the Council shall have 1 vote, and may have not more than 1 representative. Article 5. Voting and Procedure. Except where otherwise expressly provided in this covenant or by the terms of the present treaty, decisions at any meeting of the Assembly or of the Council shall require the agreement of all the members of the League represented at the meeting. All matters of procedure at meetings of the Assembly or of the Council, including the appointment of committees to investigate particular matters, shall be regulated by the Assembly or by the Council, and may be decided by a majority of the members of the League represented at the meeting. The first meeting of the Assembly and the first meeting of the Council shall be summoned by the President of the United States of America. Article 6. Secretariat. The permanent Secretariat shall be established at the seat of the League. The Secretariat shall comprise a Secretary-General and such secretaries and staff as may be required. The first Secretary-General shall be the person named in the Annex. Thereafter, the Secretary-General shall be appointed by the Council with the approval of the majority of the Assembly. The secretaries and staff of the Secretariat shall be appointed by the Secretary-General with the approval of the Council. The Secretary-General shall act in that capacity at all meetings of the Assembly and of the Council. The expenses of the Secretariat shall be borne by the members of the League, in accordance with the apportionment of the expenses of the International Bureau of the Universal Postal Union. Article 7. Seat. Qualifications for officials. Immunities. The seat of the League is established at Geneva. The Council may at any time decide that the seat of the League shall be established elsewhere. All positions under or in connection with the League, including the Secretariat, shall be open equally to men and women. Representatives of the members of the League and officials of the League when engaged on the business of the League shall enjoy diplomatic privileges and immunities. The buildings and other property occupied by the League or its officials or by representatives attending its meetings shall be inviolable. Article 8. Reduction of armaments. The members of the League recognize that the maintenance of peace requires the reduction of national armaments to the lowest point consistent with national safety and the enforcement by common action of international obligations. The Council, taking account of the geographical situation and circumstances of each state, shall formulate plans for such reductions for the consideration and action of the several governments. Such plans shall be subject to reconsideration and revision at least every 10 years. After these plans shall have been adopted by the several governments, the limits of armaments therein fixed shall not be exceeded without the concurrence of the Council. The members of the League agree that the manufacture by private enterprise of munitions and implements of war is open to grave objections. The Council shall advise how the evil effects attendant upon such manufacture can be prevented, due regard being had to the necessities of those members of the League which are not able to manufacture the munitions and implements of war necessary for their safety. The members of the League undertake to interchange full and frank information as to the scale of their armaments, their military, naval and air programs, and the condition of such of their industries as are adaptable to warlike purposes. Article 9. Permanent Military Commission. A permanent commission shall be constituted to advise the Council on the execution of the provisions of Articles 1 and 8 and on military, naval, and air questions generally. Article 10. Guarantees against aggression. The members of the League undertake to respect and preserve as against external aggression the territorial integrity and existing political independence of all members of the League. In case of any such aggression, or in case of any threat or danger of such aggression, the Council shall advise upon the means by which this obligation shall be fulfilled. Article 11. Action in case of war or danger of war. Any war or threat of war, whether immediately affecting any of the members of the League or not, is hereby declared a matter of concern to the whole League, and the League shall take any action that may be deemed wise and effectual to safeguard the peace of nations. In case any such emergency should arise, the Secretary-General shall on the request of any member of the League forthwith summon a meeting of the Council. It is also declared to be the friendly right of each member of the League to bring to the attention of the Assembly or of the Council any circumstance whatever affecting international relations which threatens to disturb international peace or the good understanding between nations, upon which peace depends. Article 12. Disputes to be submitted to arbitration or inquiry. The members of the League agree that if there should arise between them any dispute likely to lead to a rupture, they will submit the matter either to arbitration or to inquiry by the Council, and they agree in no case to resort to war until 3 months after the award by the arbitrators or the report by the Council. In any case under this article, the award of the arbitrators shall be made within a reasonable time, and the report of the Council shall be made within 6 months after the submission of the dispute. Article 13. Arbitration of disputes. The members of the League agree that whenever any dispute shall arise between them which they recognize to be suitable for submission to arbitration, and which cannot be satisfactorily settled by diplomacy, they will submit the whole subject matter to arbitration. Disputes as to the interpretation of a treaty, as to any question of international law, as to the existence of any fact which, if established, would constitute a breach of any international obligation, or as to the extent and nature of the reparation to be made for any such breach, are declared to be among those which are generally suitable for submission to arbitration. For the consideration of any such dispute, the court of arbitration to which the case is referred shall be the court agreed on by the parties to the dispute, or stipulated in any convention existing between them. The members of the League agree that they will carry out in full good faith any award that may be rendered, and that they will not resort to war against a member of the League which complies therewith. In the event of any failure to carry out such an award, the Council shall propose what steps should be taken to give effect thereto. Article 14. Permanent Court of International Justice. The Council shall formulate and submit to the members of the League for adoption plans for the establishment of a permanent court of international justice. The court shall be competent to hear and determine any dispute of an international character which the parties thereto submit to it. The court may also give an advisory opinion about any dispute or question referred to it by the Council or by the Assembly. Article 15. Disputes not submitted to arbitration. If there should arise between members of the League any dispute likely to lead to a rupture, which is not submitted to arbitration in accordance with Article 13, the members of the League agree that they will submit the matter to the Council. Any party to the dispute may effect such submission by giving notice of the existence of the dispute to the Secretary-General, who will make all necessary arrangements for a full investigation and consideration thereof. For this purpose, the parties to the dispute will communicate to the Secretary-General, as promptly as possible, statements of their case, with all the relevant facts and papers, and the Council may forthwith direct the publication thereof. The Council shall endeavour to effect a settlement of the dispute, and if such efforts are successful, a statement shall be made public giving such facts and explanations regarding the dispute and the terms of settlement thereof as the Council may deem appropriate. If the dispute is not thus settled, the Council either unanimously or by a majority vote shall make and publish a report containing a statement of the facts of the dispute and the recommendations which are deemed just and proper in regard thereto. Any member of the League represented on the Council may make public a statement of the facts of the dispute and of its conclusions regarding the same. If a report by the Council is unanimously agreed to by the members thereof other than the representatives of one or more of the parties to the dispute, the members of the League agree that they will not go to war with any party to the dispute which complies with the recommendations of the report. If the Council fails to reach a report which is unanimously agreed to by the members thereof, other than the representatives of one or more of the parties to the dispute, the members of the League reserve to themselves the right to take such action as they shall consider necessary for the maintenance of right and justice. If the dispute between the parties is claimed by one of them and is found by the Council to arise out of a matter which by international law is solely within the domestic jurisdiction of that party, the Council shall so report, and shall make no recommendation as to its settlement. The Council may in any case under this article refer the dispute to the Assembly. The dispute shall be so referred at the request of either party to the dispute, provided that such request be made within 14 days after the submission of the dispute to the Council. In any case referred to the Assembly, all the provisions of this article and of Article 12 relating to the action and powers of the Council shall apply to the action and powers of the Assembly, provided that a report made by the Assembly, if concurred in by the representatives of those members of the League represented on the Council, and of a majority of the other members of the League, exclusive in each case of the representatives of the parties to the dispute, shall have the same force as a report by the Council concurred in by all the members thereof, other than the representatives of one or more of the parties to the dispute. Article 16. Sanctions of the League. Should any member of the League resort to war in disregard of its covenants under Article 12, 13, or 15, it shall ipso facto be deemed to have committed an act of war against all other members of the League, which hereby undertake immediately to subject it to the severance of all trade or financial relations, the prohibition of all intercourse between their nationals and the nationals of the covenant-breaking state, and the prevention of all financial, commercial, or personal intercourse between the nationals of the covenant-breaking state and the nationals of any other state, whether a member of the League or not. It shall be the duty of the Council in such case to recommend to the several governments concerned what effective military, naval, or air force the members of the League shall severally contribute to the armed forces to be used to protect the covenants of the League. The members of the League agree, further, that they will mutually support one another in the financial and economic measures which are taken under this article, in order to minimize the loss and inconvenience resulting from the above measures, and that they will mutually support one another in resisting any special measures aimed at one of their number by the covenant-breaking state, and that they will take the necessary steps to afford passage through their territory to the forces of any of the members of the League which are cooperating to protect the covenants of the League. Any member of the League which has violated any covenant of the League may be declared to be no longer a member of the League by a vote of the Council, concurred in by the representatives of all the other members of the League represented thereon. Article 17. Disputes with non-members. In the event of a dispute between a member of the League and a state which is not a member of the League, or between states not members of the League, the state or states not members of the League shall be invited to accept the obligations of membership in the League for the purposes of such dispute, upon such conditions as the Council may deem just. If such invitation is accepted, the provision of Articles 12 to 16 inclusive shall be applied with such modifications as may be deemed necessary by the Council. Upon such invitation being given, the Council shall immediately institute an inquiry into the circumstances of the dispute and recommend such action as may seem best and most effectual in the circumstances. If a state so invited shall refuse to accept the obligations of membership in the League for the purposes of such dispute, and shall resort to war against a member of the League, the provisions of Article 16 shall be applicable as against the state taking such action. If both parties to the dispute, when so invited, refuse to accept the obligations of membership in the League for the purposes of such dispute, the Council may take such measures and make such recommendations as will prevent hostilities and will result in the settlement of the dispute. Article 18. Registration and publication of all future treaties. Every treaty or international engagement entered into hereafter by any member of the League shall be forthwith registered with the Secretariat and shall as soon as possible be published by it. No such treaty or international engagement shall be binding until so registered. Article 19. Review of treaties. The Assembly may from time to time advise the reconsideration by members of the League of treaties which have become inapplicable and the consideration of international conditions whose continuance might endanger the peace of the world. Article 20. Abrogation of inconsistent obligations. The members of the League severally agree that this covenant is accepted as abrogating all obligations or understandings inter se, which are inconsistent with the terms thereof, and solemnly undertake that they will not hereafter enter into any engagements inconsistent with the terms thereof. In case any member of the League shall, before becoming a member of the League, have undertaken any obligations inconsistent with the terms of this covenant, it shall be the duty of such member to take immediate steps to procure its release from such obligations. Article 21. Engagements that remain valid. Nothing in this covenant shall be deemed to affect the validity of international engagements, such as treaties of arbitration or regional understandings like the Monroe Doctrine, for securing the maintenance of peace. Article 22. Mandatories. Control of colonies and territories. To those colonies and territories which, as a consequence of the late war, have ceased to be under the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them, and which are inhabited by peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world, there should be applied the principle that the well-being and development of such peoples form a sacred trust of civilization, and that securities for the performance of this trust should be embodied in this covenant. The best method of giving practical effect to this principle is that the tutelage of such peoples should be entrusted to advanced nations who, by reason of their resources, their experience, or their geographical position, can best undertake this responsibility, and who are willing to accept it, and that this tutelage should be exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. The character of the mandate must differ according to the stage of the development of the people, the geographical situation of the territory, its economic conditions, and other similar circumstances. Certain communities formerly belonging to the Turkish Empire have reached a stage of development where their existence as independent nations can be provisionally recognized, subject to the rendering of administrative advice and assistance by a mandatory until such time as they are able to stand alone. The wishes of these communities must be a principal consideration in the selection of the mandatory. Other peoples, especially those of Central Africa, are at such a stage that the mandatory must be responsible for the administration of the territory under conditions which will guarantee freedom of conscience and religion, subject only to the maintenance of public order and morals, the prohibition of abuses such as the slave trade, the arms traffic and the liquor traffic, and the prevention of the establishment of fortifications or military and naval bases and of military training of the natives for other than police purposes and the defense of territory, and will also secure equal opportunities for the trade and commerce of other members of the League. There are territories, such as Southwest Africa and certain of the South Pacific Islands, which, owing to the sparseness of their population, or their small size, or their remoteness from the centers of civilization, or their geographical contiguity to the territory of the mandatory, and other circumstances, can be best administered under the laws of the mandatory as integral portions of its territory, subject to the safeguards above mentioned in the interests of the indigenous population. In every case of mandate, the mandatory shall render to the Council an annual report in reference to the territory committed to its charge. The degree of authority, control, or administration to be exercised by the mandatory shall, if not previously agreed upon by the members of the League, be explicitly defined in each case by the Council. A permanent commission shall be constituted to receive and examine the annual reports of the mandatories and to advise the Council on all matters relating to the observance of the mandates. Article 23. Social activities. Subject to and in accordance with the provisions of international conventions existing or hereafter to be agreed upon, the members of the League A. will endeavor to secure and maintain fair and humane conditions of labor for men, women, and children, both in their own countries and in all countries to which their commercial and industrial relations extend, and for that purpose will establish and maintain the necessary international organizations. B. Undertake to secure just treatment of the native inhabitants of territories under their control. C. Will entrust the League with the general supervision over the execution of agreements with regard to the traffic in women and children, and the traffic in opium and other dangerous drugs. D. Will entrust the League with the general supervision of the trade in arms and ammunition with the countries in which the control of this traffic is necessary in the common interest. E. Will make provision to secure and maintain freedom of communications and of transit and equitable treatment for the commerce of all members of the League. In this connection, the special necessities of the regions devastated during the war of 1914 to 1918 shall be borne in mind. F. Will endeavor to take steps in matters of international concern for the prevention and control of disease. Article 24. International Bureau. There shall be placed under the direction of the League all international bureau already established by general treaties, if the parties to such treaties consent. All such international bureau and all commissions for the regulation of matters of international interests hereafter constituted shall be placed under the direction of the League. In all matters of international interest, which are regulated by general conventions, but which are not placed under the control of international bureau or commissions, the Secretariat of the League shall, subject to the consent of the Council, and, if desired by the parties, collect and distribute all relevant information, and shall render any other assistance which may be necessary or desirable. The Council may include as part of the expenses of the Secretariat the expenses of any bureau or commission which is placed under the direction of the League. Article 25. Promotion of Red Cross. The members of the League agree to encourage and promote the establishment and cooperation of duly authorized voluntary national Red Cross organizations having as purposes the improvement of health, the prevention of disease, and the mitigation of suffering throughout the world. Article 26. Amendments. Amendments to this covenant will take effect when ratified by the members of the League whose representatives compose the Council, and by a majority of the members of the League whose representatives compose the Assembly. No such amendment shall bind any member of the League which signifies its dissent therefrom, but in that case it shall cease to be a member of the League. Annex 1. States qualified to be original members of the League of Nations, signatories of the Treaty of Peace: United States of America, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, British Empire, Canada, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, India, China, Cuba, Ecuador, France, Greece, Guatemala, Haiti, Hejaz, Honduras, Italy, Japan, Liberia, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serb-Croat Slovene State, Siam, Czechoslovakia, Uruguay. States invited to accede to the covenant: Argentine Republic, Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, Paraguay, Persia, Salvador, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Venezuela. 2. First Secretary-General of the League of Nations: the Honourable Sir James Eric Drummond, KCMG, CB. End of The Covenant of the League of Nations by the League of Nations Union.
Cremation versus Earth Burial by Hugh Erickson, M.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An address delivered at the Indianapolis Crematorium, September 27, 1913, and at the Carnegie Institute, Pittsburgh, December 13, 1913. Introductory. This lecture is published under the auspices of the Cremation Association of America, not only for the purpose of individual propaganda work, but in the hope that it will be made the basis of many other addresses throughout the country. It is herewith reproduced as it was written. For the purpose of public delivery, it naturally had to be curtailed. If you believe in cremation, spread the gospel of incineration wherever and whenever you can, among your friends and relatives, in your clubs and societies, upon every suitable occasion. Those who wish to help the propaganda of cremation in general throughout the United States and Canada can do so by becoming life or associate members of the Cremation Association of America. The former by remitting one payment of $25 to our treasurer, Mr. Frank L. Cobb, 171 Walk Hill Street, Roslindale Station, Boston, Massachusetts, and the latter by the annual payment of $1. Life members are entitled to the membership diploma of the association without further charge. If desired, it will also be supplied to associate members upon an extra payment of $1. All members are, of course, entitled to the publications of the association gratis. For some of the material incorporated in this address, the author wishes to acknowledge his indebtedness to a booklet entitled Cremation, which was published by the Massachusetts Cremation Society a few years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, a long life to you and a merry one. But when the inevitable end comes, which shall it be, burial or cremation? My discourse of this evening is intended to help you solve a problem that comes to us all in the course of time, but that is happily postponed in most instances until the period when life has lost its charm, when we are footsore and weary from our extended pilgrimage and are longing for a well-earned rest. Though we naturally dread dissolution, it is useless for us to complain of death in a world where everything is dying. All visible matter around us is changing. Decay following reproduction and reproduction decay. Nothing is eternal in the economy of nature but space, atoms, and force. What we see is transitory and must pass away, but the universe considered as a whole is unchangeable. In dealing with this question, I realize that we cremationists need to be very tolerant towards those who do not agree with us, because we are contending against deeply rooted customs and sentiments. We cannot enter upon any new path or depart from any established precedent without shocking the minds of a great many who have become used to the old order of things. Let us then, I repeat, be very tender and patient with those who are not willing at once to consign all that is dear to the flames instead of to the tomb. It is a different matter when we come to the other side of the question, namely that which concerns public health. Here indeed we do not need to pause, for there can be no hesitation between the danger of health from the slow, lingering process of decay and the absolutely sanitary condition of cremation. All that has been said notwithstanding, should cremation to any one still present distressing features, let him remember that neither science, philosophy, nor religion can devise a method by which the parting from the form of one we have loved can be other than distressing. Let him remember that, although the thought of cremation may arouse unpleasant emotions, yet the entire process is complete within an hour, while by burying, the revolting phases continue for years and may outlast a century. People wonder why we cremationists devote so much of our lives to spreading the gospel of incineration. It is a matter that is easily explained. We all try to do good in our own way, restricted though it be. We cremationists here in America are trying to do good to our own time and generation, and to those who come after us by making a strong effort to prevent the horrible conditions attending earth burial in the overcrowded sections of Europe, and by substituting the far more humane, reverent, and aesthetic practice of incineration for the gruesome but traditional custom of inhumation. If we required a warrant, it could be found in the following immortal words of the late Francis E. Willard, who was one of the most consistent cremationists that ever lived. Quote, "I have the purpose to help forward progressive movements, even in my latest hours, and hence hereby decree that the earthly mantle which I shall drop ere long, when my real self passes onward to the world unseen, shall be swiftly enfolded in the flames and rendered powerless harmfully to affect the health of the living. Let no friend of mine say aught to prevent the cremation of my cast-off body. The fact that the popular mind has not come to this decision renders it all the more my duty, who have seen the light, to stand for it in death, as I have sincerely meant in life to stand by the great cause of poor oppressed humanity." End quote. The history of cremation. Before we enter upon a consideration of cremation from every point of view, it may be interesting to cast a retrospective glance, necessarily brief, at its history. Cremation is nothing new or faddish. In fact, it is a practice of great antiquity. At the beginning of the Christian era, it was the prevailing custom of the civilized world, with the exception of Egypt, where bodies were embalmed, Judea, where they were buried in sepulchres, and China, where they were buried in the earth. The Greeks, 15 centuries before Christ, invariably buried their dead, but in time they learned the advantages of cremation, and the latter practice became universal. Suicides, unteethed children, and persons struck by lightning alone being denied the right. The Romans, who had originally inhumed, borrowed in turn the sanatory practice from the Greeks, and from the close of the Republic until the end of the 4th century of our era, burning on the pyre was the usage regarded as most honorable and appropriate. At first, it is not probable that the funeral customs of the Christians differed in any marked respect from the customs of those who clung to the ancient religions. The Christians interred in the same places, and they afford us at this period a curious illustration of the blending of the new faith with the old, by painting and engraving upon their sepulchres in the catacombs of Rome representations of the heathen gods and goddesses, and even the customary invocations to the deities of the nether world. In time, the difference became greater, and no sooner had the Christian religion become a power in the state than its followers, always inimical to cremation, made haste to abolish the practice. In doing so, they were not influenced by the Scriptures, for both the Old and New Testaments are silent on the subject. The causes, as already intimated, are found in a prejudice and superstition. Cordially hating the old mythology, it was easy for the Christians to dislike its followers and their customs. The pagans burned their dead, and therefore the Christians stigmatized burning as a pagan custom. Being prejudiced, they refused to adopt a good usage that was in vogue among their enemies. Being illogical, they totally disregarded the fact that, while some heathen nations had used the torch, others had plied the spade, and therefore cremation should not, any more than inhumation, be taken for a pagan custom. But the preference for burial among the early Christians is easily intelligible on grounds quite independent of and apart from religious conviction. Burial could be conducted in secret, burning could not, and, in their long struggle with persecution, the early Christians must have found that secrecy was necessary to avoid molestation in the performance of those religious rites which every creed associates with the disposal of the dead. In 1869, Professors Coletti and Castiglione, quote, "in the name of public health and civilization," end quote, introduced the question of cremation in the International Medical Congress at Florence. A resolution was passed at this Congress urging that every possible means be employed to promote the substitution of incineration for burial. This was the beginning of the modern cremation movement. From Italy, it made its way to Germany, England, Sweden, France, Switzerland, Denmark, the United States, and finally Australia, and its propaganda is now worldwide. The sentimental aspect. The sentimental aspect of the question under consideration seems to me entitled to much weight. The problem presented to us, uncomplicated by tradition and religious beliefs, is a very simple one. The soul, the vital principle, the ego, or whatever your special philosophy calls it, has departed from its tenement of clay, and we have simply to see that the discarded flesh may be broken up into its various chemical elements without injury to the living. There is nothing sacred or sacramental in burial apart from what man's ingenuity has invented. The grave is but a clumsy contrivance to save the feelings of the survivors by putting out of sight a grievous spectacle. I quote the following from the works of Jacob Bigelow, M.D., erstwhile a professor in the medical department of Harvard University. Quote, "Is there any more wisdom or philosophy, filial piety or humanity, public or private utility or religion, in enclosing in iron, stone, or lead a putrescent human body, as if forever there to remain unchanged, than in treating a similar and equal mass of any other animal matter in the same way? Is it not rather to counteract the course of nature as though we were wiser than its author?" End quote. We constantly hear people alluding in terms of gratification to the, quote, "green sward that covers the graves of their ancestors," end quote, not knowing of, or refusing to believe in, the reeking mass of corruption which lies below. The truth about this subject must be disseminated, with the realization of which will come a determination on the part of thoughtful persons to guide their sentiments more in accordance with the facts. Now, what are the facts? I will only cite 2 witnesses and will not go into harrowing details. We have it from the lips of Mr. Roland Litchfield, a venerable and respected undertaker of Cambridge, Massachusetts, that, quote, "if the general public could know or see what he was obliged to know and see, there would never be another body put into the ground," end quote. And the late Reverend C. Voysey of the Church of England said, quote, "if a graveyard or cemetery could be laid open and a section of it exposed to view, no one who had seen it would ever permit the body of anyone he loved to be buried," end quote. Cremation offers the happy solution of a subject which, under any circumstances, is gruesome and often heartrending. The following editorial from the British Medical Journal of June 14, 1913, also has a bearing upon this subject. Quote, medical practitioners should take every opportunity that comes in their way of urging the adoption of cremation. That it will in time become universal in civilized countries is practically certain, and burial will be looked upon as a method of barbarism. No person of decent sensibility who has seen, in the Bargello at Florence, Gaetano Giulio Zumbo's famous models in colored wax of corpses rotting in the grave, could bear to think of the bodies of those whom he loved exposed to such slow and hideous corruption. The earth burial of bodies is at once a danger to the living and a desecration of the dead. But the question is, what do we cremationists offer as a substitute for this revolting condition? We offer to reduce the human body to its constituent chemical elements in as many minutes as burial takes years, simply by a process of rapid combustion with no attendant horrors, with no peril to the living and at a minimum of cost. I believe that the statement of Dr. Knox, the late Bishop of Manchester, in regard to this matter hits the nail squarely on the head. It is as follows, quote, I am quite sure that in spite of strong sentimental objections very naturally entertained, we shall come to see that under the conditions of modern life, cremation is not only preferable from the sanitary point of view, but that it is also the most reverent and decent treatment of the bodies of the dead, and one that is in entire accordance with Christian belief. End quote. Cremation from a sanitary point of view. But why, you may ask, are we cremationists so insistent in urging this method for the disposal of our dead? Because, above all, it is more sanitary. Cemeteries pollute the ground, and thus the water supply, and often the very atmosphere in their neighborhood. It is because of the physical danger to the health of the living that burial is generally forbidden within city limits. In fact, the municipality of St. Gall in Switzerland is so enlightened that it will not permit earth burial within the city limits of its jurisdiction. Cremation there is compulsory in the sense that if the friends of a deceased person wish the remains to be buried, the body must be taken elsewhere. George Eliot prayed the famous prayer that she might become after death, quote, the sweet presence of a good diffused, and in diffusion evermore intense, end quote. Many people, however, by their bodies being buried, become the malignant presence of an ill diffused, and thus contribute to the disease and suffering of the world. Cremation, on the other hand, ensures rapid decomposition and destroys all offensive impurities, rendering inert all that is infectious. In fact, as Sir Spencer Wells very appropriately termed it, it is, quote, purification versus putrefaction, end quote. We have it on the authority of no less a man than Sir Henry Thompson, late professor of clinical surgery in University College London, that, quote, no dead body is ever placed in the soil without polluting the earth, the air, and the water above and about it, end quote. It was on this account that he advocated incineration, for, said he, quote, an infinity of mischief may happen by burial, but none can happen by cremation, end quote. In an editorial on cremation during epidemics, dated February 6, 1897, the British Medical Journal declares, quote, surely it is time that the advice first given by Sir Henry Thompson over 20 years ago, and frequently repeated, that the body of every person that has died from an infectious disease should be cremated, should be acted on. Cremation is an act of wise precaution and just regard for the interests of the living. End quote. Quote, it is plain, end quote, says Dr. R.S. Tracy in the last edition of the Ziemssen Cyclopedia of Medicine, quote, without argument that a complete destruction of the body by these modern methods is, in a sanitary point of view, far preferable to burial, end quote. In his work on sanitary science, Dr. Edmund Parks, professor of military hygiene in the British Army Medical School, severely condemns the practice of internment of the dead. Quote, burying in the ground, end quote, he states emphatically, quote, is the most unsanitary of all the plans of disposing of the dead, end quote. Quote, that the dead kill the living, end quote, says Dr. W. H. Curtis, quote, is only too true, and that cholera, yellow fever, and the whole list of zymotic and infectious diseases are capable of being transmitted through the contamination of water and air supplies is no more difficult of demonstration than it is to prove the ability of sewer gas or sewer water to propagate disease, end quote. Professor Victor C. Vaughn of the Medical Department of the University of Michigan holds that the popular belief that if water filters from any distance through the soil it is purified is an erroneous belief, and cites a number of experiments made by himself and numerous cases in support of the assertion. In a paper on water supply, which was read at a sanitary convention that was held at Ypsilanti July 1, 1885, and reproduced in the Michigan State Board of Health reports, he cites cases that are positively startling and the possibilities suggested. One of them is a famous case that illustrates to what extent organic matter may be carried through the soil and still retain its poisonous properties. Quote, "A number of years ago, typhoid fever broke out in a little town in Switzerland in the most virulent form that had been known for a number of years in the little mountain town. And where did it come from was the question asked. Upon the opposite side of the mountain and situated higher than this village was another little village in which a few weeks before typhoid fever had prevailed. A number had been sick and some had died of the disease. Passing through this village upon the upper side of the mountain was a little stream which, after passing the village, was used for irrigating a meadow, turned from its course and spread over the meadow land. Into this stream had been thrown the dejections of a typhoid fever patient. In this water his clothes had been washed. The question was asked then, was it possible for this water to pass into the mountain upon one side and come out as a spring upon the other and infect the people with this disease? The people in the typhoid fever locality used the water from a spring, and it was noticed that the typhoid fever prevailed only among those who did use this water. The government investigated this matter, and there was distributed over this meadowland 50 hundredweight of common salt, and they found that the amount of salt in the spring water on the other side was noticeably increased. Evidently, there was communication between the meadow and the spring. Here was water carried through nearly a mile of earth. The question was there a subterranean current, or did the water percolate through the soil? In order to settle this question, several hundredweight of flour were scattered over the meadowland, and the starch was examined or tested for in the water on the other side, but it was not found, and never did it appear there, showing that there was no subterranean current, that the water percolated through the soil. This is the most famous case we have and amounted to positive demonstration, or nearly so as can be, as to the origin of typhoid fever." End quote. The other case upon which Professor Vaughn laid particular stress in his paper happened in the state of Michigan. Quote, "There is in the county of Kalamazoo a nice little village by the name of Richland. It is situated in a most beautiful farming country. The farmers of that region have grown rich on account of the fertility of the soil and other special advantages. A few years ago, the village board desired to select a new site for a cemetery and chose one within the village limits, and within 30 rods of a well owned by an old physician, Dr. Patchkin. The old doctor objected to the location of the cemetery so near his house and well, and as the result of his objection there was a lawsuit, and if you will pardon me, I will mention something of the condition of the land and some experiments that were made. There were some 18 inches of rich prairie loam, and then below this some 2 or 3 feet of hard pan. Below this were 18 or 20 feet of gravel, such as we have all through the southern part of Michigan. In digging the graves, the bodies would be put into this gravel. The gravel was so loose and so moist that in digging graves it was necessary to put in boxing to prevent the gravel from pouring in while the grave was being dug. Below the gravel and about 30 feet below the surface was an impervious bed of clay with a slope from the cemetery towards the well. It became a question now as to whether there was a possibility of the contamination of this well from burying bodies in the proposed new cemetery. I was called, and after studying the geological formation, concluded there was a possibility of such contamination. The well was pumped dry twice a day, and on an average 15 barrels taken from it at each pumping. To show how ridiculous some theories are that have been advanced upon that subject, I will state that I was met in court with this statement: that it would be impossible for any of the water or rain falling upon the cemetery 30 rods distant to reach the well, because, as was found in some old book, all the water that goes into the well is that which falls upon a surface which will be enclosed in a circle whose center was the mouth of the well, and whose radius was the depth of the well. This statement was made independent of any lay of the land or geological formation, and without any consideration whatever of the structure of the surrounding country. Fortunately, this can be met very easily. 30 barrels of water were pumped from the well each day. We know the amount of rainfall in Michigan per year, and we can calculate very easily the number of barrels that would fall upon this surface enclosed in a circle whose center was the mouth of the well, and whose radius was the depth of the well. And as a result of such a calculation, we find that the amount of rainwater falling upon this surface during the year would not supply the well 2 or 3 days. Returning home and detailing the trip I had had to Dr. Langley, he suggested that a direct experiment might be made to see whether matter would pass from the proposed cemetery to the well or not. He tested the water of the well for lithium, a substance easily detected, found it was absent, and then had a salt of lithium sown over the proposed cemetery, and then examined the water of the well each day thereafter. And on the 18th day after the lithium was sown over the cemetery, it was found in the water of the well, showing that the water that fell upon the cemetery did unquestionably penetrate the soil, pass down to the impervious bed of clay, which was the watershed upon which the water in the well collected, and thence into the well. Notwithstanding proof so positive as this, a learned judge in Michigan dismissed the case and allowed the cemetery to be located there, with the possibility of poisoning a number of families. As a result, the families of the neighborhood had to discontinue the use of their well water." End quote. If further proof is required, and I might say, incidentally, that I do not know of any higher scientific authority than Professor Vaughan, you will find it in the works of Professor Pettenkofer of the University of Munich. His investigations and experiments have shown conclusively the manner in which cemeteries exert their poisonous influence through air and water. In the report of the State Board of Health of California for 1894, there is a very interesting article by Dr. W. F. Nutt, then professor of the Principles and Practice of Medicine in the University of California, from which I quote as follows, quote, 2 or 3 years ago, there was an epidemic of malignant diphtheria on the Point Lobos Road. I found that the families afflicted were using water from a surface well within a few hundred feet of the Old Fellows Cemetery. End quote. According to Dr. Henry B. Baker in the Michigan State Board of Health report for 1874, a terrible epidemic of cerebrospinal meningitis that wasted the village of Petersburg, Michigan in the early part of 1874 was attributable to a spring 5 paces from a house and 15 paces from a cemetery, which is on ground from 12 to 15 feet higher than the level of the spring. About 18 paces from the spring was a recent grave. Professor R.C. Kedzie of the Michigan State Agricultural College, in submitting his analysis of the water of this spring, said, quote, "The presence in these waters of unusual quantities of chlorides of ammonia, of nitrates and nitrates, and finally of phosphates, shows these waters to be very unusual in their composition. We might account for the presence of all these substances if matters very rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, i.e. flesh, were undergoing decomposition in their vicinity, and the results of this decomposition pass directly into this water. The fact that the spring is near and lies below the level of a graveyard, that the well is in the midst of an old Indian graveyard, gives much plausibility to this explanation. The fact that the first person attacked with cerebrospinal meningitis in Petersburg used the water of this well, and that others who used the spring water were attacked with the same disease, would very naturally attract very significant attention to the composition of these waters as having some possible connection with the terrible epidemic which has wasted that village." End quote. Just one more reference and I will be through with this part of my subject. In a recent correspondence with the chief engineer of the Massachusetts State Board of Health, that gentleman gave me the following information, quote, "In order to determine the probable effect of cemeteries upon the character of the water, especially the groundwater beneath them, experiments were made by this board many years ago. The experiments were carried on by this board with extremely interesting results, showing great pollution of the groundwater resulting from the burial of the carcass of a small dog in ordinary cemetery soil subjected to ordinary rainfall." End quote. Our boards of health, having recognized the dangers connected with the contamination of urban water supplies through decaying human remains, now almost universally condemn the use of well water, and in most of our large municipalities the water supply is procured at a considerable distance from the city limits and tested from time to time so as to ensure purity. These safeguards have done much to reduce the dangers alluded to a minimum, although in some cities it is still advisable to boil and filter your drinking water before use. While the evidence in regard to the pollution of our watercourses in the proximity of graveyards is of the most positive character, that relative to the vitiation of the air under the same circumstances is not so conclusive. The way in which I account for this is upon the presumption that the effect of the effluvia from cemeteries upon the health of the individual is very subtle, and that it must be continued for a long time in order to produce a deleterious result. With the removal of cemeteries to suburban locations, this danger is also being materially reduced. But the fact that the township of Newtown, Long Island, which is surrounded by cemeteries containing the decaying remains of 1,250,000 human bodies, has the highest death rate in the state of New York, gives abundant food for reflection, as does the well-authenticated fact that all the cases during the alarming prevalence of typhoid fever in Carmansville, New York, in March 1883, developed, quote, on 3 sides of and close to the Trinity Cemetery, end quote. In addition to this, I would also kindly ask you to consider the following reports from page 542 of Ziemson's Cyclopedia of the Practice of Medicine, New York, 1879. Quote, Dr. Allen mentions an instance where sickness was caused by breathing the vitiated air emitted from a graveyard. In 1814, soldiers stationed near the Potter's Field in New York, which was most offensive, were attacked with diarrhea and fever. After removal, which was promptly after the commencement of the sickness, one of the sick died and the others recovered. Dr. Barton is authority for the statement that the yellow fever was greatly aggravated in the epidemic of 1853 in New Orleans by the exhalations from the overcrowded intramural tombs. Norfolk and Portsmouth suffered in the same way during the memorable epidemic of yellow fever in 1855, which nearly depopulated those towns. Most of the interments were made within the towns and under most unfavorable circumstances as to soil. The water level was only 6 feet from the surface, and the graves were made about 4 feet deep and frequently contained as many as 2 or 3 bodies. Dr. Rauch attributed the spread of the cholera in the vicinity of a cemetery in Burlington, Iowa in 1850 to effluvia generated by the decomposition of bodies recently buried. No cases occurred in this neighborhood until after 20 bodies had been interred, and then in the direction of the wind from the cemetery, end quote. We now come to the consideration of the possibility of disseminating infectious diseases through earth burial, and I am going to place the evidence before you without any rhetorical embellishments, as though you were a jury of 12 men good and true, and were bent upon trying the case of cremation versus earth burial strictly upon its merits. According to the Reference Handbook of the Medical Sciences, pages 358 and 359, New York, 1901, quote, the experiments of Drs. Koch, Evart, and Carpenter have shown that the blood of animals dying of splenic fever may be dried and kept for years and pulverized into dust, and yet the disease germs survive with power to produce infection. We all know of the plague of Modena breaking out in 1828 in consequence of excavations made in the ground where 300 years before victims of the plague had been buried. A similar case occurred a few years ago in Derbyshire, England, and the terrible violence of the cholera in London in 1854 was charged to the upturning of the soil wherein the plague-stricken of 1665 were buried. In 1843, the population of Minchinhampton, England, was nearly decimated by a disease manifestly caused by using as fertilizer for their gardens the rich soil of an abandoned graveyard. In 1823, an outbreak of the plague in Egypt was traced to the reopening of a disused graveyard at Kelyub, 14 miles from Cairo. As a consequence, 2,000 died in Kelyub, and the mortality in Cairo was frightful. A few years ago, the villages of Ritondello and Bolita in Italy were decimated by a terrible epidemic, the origin of which was unmistakably traced to the adjoining cemeteries. In a field in the Jura where a diseased cow had been buried 2 years before at a depth of nearly 7 feet, the surface earth not having been disturbed in the interval, Pasteur found that the mold contained germs which, introduced by inoculation into a guinea pig, produced splenic fever and death. Further, if a worm was taken from an infected spot, the earth in the alimentary canal of the worm contained spores or germs of charbon or anthrax, which, inoculated, propagated the disease, and the mold deposited on the surface by the worm, when dried into dust, is blown over the grass and plants on which the cattle feed, and may thus spread the disease. Pasteur said that in cemeteries it is very possible that germs capable of propagating specific diseases of different kinds, quite harmless to the earthworm, may be carried to the surface of the soil ready to cause disease in the proper animals. The practical inferences in favor of cremation, in the words of the British Medical Journal, are so strong that, as Pasteur himself pointed out, they need not be enforced. End quote. When Dr. Felix Formento wrote, quote, "Soils once saturated with products of decomposition may retain for an indefinite period their infective properties and continue for generations to be a source of danger," end quote, perhaps he had in mind the report made by Dr. Domingo Freire, who investigated the cause of the fearful epidemic of yellow fever that wrought such ravages in Rio de Janeiro a few years ago. Quote, "I came upon the dreadful fact that the soil cemeteries in which the victims of the outbreak were buried," end quote, the doctor reported, quote, "was positively alive with the microbian organisms exactly identical with those found in the vomitings and blood of persons who had died of yellow fever in the hospitals. The characteristic parasite permeates the soil of cemeteries even to the very surface. From the grave of a victim buried for a year, 1 foot beneath the surface, I took earth, and though it manifested nothing remarkable in appearance or smell, microscopic analysis disclosed it thickly charged with yellow fever germs. The cemeteries are nurseries of yellow fever, the perennial foci of the disease," end quote. No wonder Dr. Wilfred Nelson of New York, in a notable contribution to the literature of yellow fever, unconditionally recommends, quote, "incineration as a remedy to stamp out the disease," end quote. A dispatch from Montreal, dated October 26, 1885, stated that a gravedigger of St. Sulpice, named Robitaille, made a grave next to where a man who had died from smallpox a month before was buried. At the time, there was no smallpox in the village, but Robitaille, some days after digging the grave, sickened and finally died of smallpox, making it evident that he contracted the disease from the body of a man who had been buried for a month. If you care to look the matter up, you will find the telegram in question in the files of the Detroit Evening News. In the chapter devoted to tuberculosis of the 20th century practice of medicine, which was published in New York in 1900, Dr. S.A. Knopf, a celebrated authority on the White Plague, affirms that, quote, "a chapter on the prophylaxis of tuberculosis would not be complete without mentioning the danger arising from the present almost universal mode of the disposal of the dead. I have already referred to the experiments of Lortet and Depagny," end quote. He says, quote, "whereby was demonstrated that earthworms are capable of ingesting and injecting the tuberculi bacilli without the microorganisms losing their virulence." Other experimenters, such as Geltier of Lyon, showed that the bacillus of tuberculosis resisted putrefaction for several months. Gartner buried the bacillus for 1 year and it retained its infectious property, and Scottelius even claims that it resisted putrefaction for 2 years. In view of these and numerous other proofs of the danger of burying those who have died from tuberculosis, the Third Congress for the Study of Tuberculosis, held in Paris in 1894, adopted resolutions asking for obligatory disinfection of the bodies of deceased tuberculosis individuals. A motion for recommending obligatory cremation of such bodies was not carried. Leaving the religious objection to cremation out of consideration, it seems to me that the objection raised from a medico-legal standpoint, inability to discover poison after cremation, can hardly have any weight in a case of death from a chronic tuberculosis disease. As one of the means of stamping out tuberculosis in the human race, I would certainly favor the cremation of all bodies of individuals having died of a tuberculosis disease, end quote. Quote, "Do we not shun, and that most wisely," end quote. Dr. Wheelhouse of Leeds, England, demands to know, quote, "the presence of those afflicted with infectious diseases as long as they remain amongst us, and yet no sooner are they removed by death than we are content with tender sympathy, indeed, and most loving care it is true, but with how much wisdom, to lay them in the ground that they may slowly dissipate their terribly infectious gases through the soil, and saturating that may thereby recharge the rains of heaven as they filter through it with all their virulence and terrible power of reproduction in the systems of the living. I am not the thorough and entire believer in the disinfecting and depurating power of the soil that I once was, for terrible examples of its failure have, in my judgment, come under my notice." End quote. In view of this statement and the cases cited, particular weight attaches to the following from the pen of Dr. Alfred E. Regensberger of San Francisco, which you will find in the 1894 report of the California State Board of Health. Quote, "Latterly it has been contended that there need be no more danger from the proximity of cemeteries to the dwellings of the living, modern rapid means of communication making it possible to remove the cemeteries so far that they cannot affect the sanitary state of the people. Supposing that you remove the cemeteries a distance from the cities, what right have you to plant such a menace to life and health in the midst of a rural population? May it not in time be the center of a town? It may even encroach upon the city limits, which it was never expected to touch. It does not solve the question." End quote. In concluding that part of my address, which is devoted to the sanitary aspect of incineration, I wish to quote what we cremationists regard as a prophetic utterance that is rapidly coming true from Copland and Bevan's Manual of Practical Hygiene, Philadelphia, 1893. Quote, "What is true of sewage as to the dangers of water supply," end quote, those authors maintain, quote, "applies with more vividness to the disposal of the dead. It is almost impossible to estimate the dangers arising from badly selected and improperly cared for burial sites, and if to these we add improperly constructed graves, we have a complexus of dangers which must appall us. It is not improbable in the writer's mind that with a proper disposition of the dead, combined with improved sanitary regulations, a great many of the diseases now rife might be stamped out. Popular education has not yet arrived at that point of advance where cremation can be universally accepted, but the more rapid the diffusion of scientific knowledge, the more probable the general acceptance of incineration." End quote. When the circumstances placed before you are taken into consideration, is it not evident that cremation is really not but a demand of hygiene in favor of our own health? And is it not possible that the day may come when science will put upon society the onus of proving not that cremation, but that earth burial shall continue to be permitted? The economic argument. In justifying our propaganda, I have made a mention of the possibility of the overcrowding of American cemeteries, and have declared that we will make an earnest endeavor to prevent such conditions as exist, for instance, in the graveyards of London, a city in which 200 persons die every day, or 72,000 in the course of a year. In one locality I regret to say we are already too late, but with reference to the greater part of our continent my statement applies. The Reverend Dr. John D. Buglas thus describes the burial grounds of New York City, quote, "Of the great cemeteries about New York, there is not one, not even woodland or greenwood, in the public lots of which 3 or more bodies are not put in one grave. In the public or poor quarter of Cavalry Cemetery a far worse state of things obtains. A trench is dug, 7 feet wide, 10 to 12 feet deep, and of indefinite length, in which the coffins are stowed, tier upon tier, making a flight of steps 5 or more deep, and with not enough earth to hide one from the next. And this is our vaunted Christian burial in this new country with its myriad of broad acres? What shall our children say of us when they come, perforce, from stress of space to build their dwellings upon these beds of pestilence?" End quote. Comment is superfluous. We are all, I believe, satisfied on one point, namely, that the earth was made for the benefit of the living and not the dead. If that is true, how can we reconcile it with the fact that hundreds of thousands of acres are withheld from public use by being devoted to the dead all over the Union? In the city of Detroit, there were 420 acres within the confines of Elmwood, Mount Eliot, and Woodmere cemeteries, which have become a part of the municipality and are all within the city limits. All of this land, it should be remembered, is exempt from taxation, as are 4,000 acres that are occupied by cemeteries in the immediate vicinity of New York and Brooklyn. Instead of this enormous waste of valuable land that could be used to better advantage for the production of food or for dwelling purposes, a columbarium or urn hall covering 1 acre would hold the remains of all the dead interred in these graveyards as they had been cremated. The advantage is obvious. Once in a while I run across a person who expresses the conviction that it would be best to preserve the remains of the dead in mausoleums. Of all the forms of disposing of the departed, this is beyond the shadow of a doubt the very worst. It would mean the accumulation of decomposing material for centuries to come, until finally this enormous mass of corruption would constitute a problem to the living that would be far more difficult to solve than the problem presented by the disposal of the dead now. In view of the following case and my own knowledge concerning decomposition, moreover, I am very skeptical regarding the possibility of preserving human remains to such an extent that they will not constitute a menace to public health. In a book entitled Cleanliness versus Corruption, Lord Ronald Sutherland Gower relates this rather amusing occurrence. Quote, "Many years ago, the Khedive Ismail gave my brother at Cairo a handsome mummy in its painted case, which my brother brought to London and placed in the hall in Stafford House. Wishing to see the contents of this mummy case, my brother invited some savants to come and open it. This was done, and among those who assisted in unrolling the mummy, Sir Richard Owen took a chief part. Slowly and carefully the case was opened and the ligaments removed from off the body. During this operation an acrid smell began to make itself felt, and soon the great hall was filled by an old world or mummy perfume, which gradually proved unbearable to the onlookers, and soon the savants and others beat a hasty retreat, and the poor wreck of the Egyptian woman, which Professor Owen declared to be that of a lady, was carted away rapidly and unceremoniously. I have heard that in the museum at Bulak, near Cairo, it has not infrequently been found necessary to throw away mummies, owing to the condition they were in, which shows that even the best embalmed bodies can make themselves unpleasant after thousands of years have passed over their carefully preserved remains." End quote. I am convinced there is but one way of solving the problem of a proper disposal of the dead, and that is to assist nature and not to prevent the execution of her laws. Cremation does in an hour or two what it takes many years to accomplish in the grave, and the final result is the same: ashes to ashes, dust to dust. As for the processes by means of which the incineration of human remains is accomplished, I do not propose to discuss them here because they are of interest only to those who, like mechanical engineers, are in a position to understand and appreciate the technical difficulties presented. Suffice it to say that considerable progress has been made, and that the early coke and coal furnaces of the closed muffle type have been largely superseded by apparatus heated by means of crude petroleum or gas. The electric incinerator, however, is still a dream of the future and will not be feasible until the heating of houses by means of electricity becomes practicable. But when the process is complete, nothing remains but a few fragments of calcined bones and delicate gray ashes, perfectly pure and odorless. In all candor, is not this a more fitting destiny for the cast-off body than that it should remain for years a mass of loathsome and death-bearing putrefaction? Cremation presents another advantage, in addition to those already enumerated, that is of considerable importance to those contemplating the European tour. It is a fortunate circumstance that in the unhappy event of the death of one traveling abroad, the relatives may at much greater convenience and less expense receive the ashes. Preparation of a corpse for transportation across the ocean is so costly and unsatisfactory that ordinarily a person dying in a foreign land is buried there. Under cremation, it is possible for one passing one's last days in Rome or among the high Alps still to arrange to be gathered among one's forefathers in Detroit or any other Michigan town. Arguments against cremation. Lest I be accused of one-sidedness, I will now briefly review some of the objections that have been raised against cremation. It has been said that incineration would destroy the evidence of poisoning, but this contention is hardly of much weight in the view of the fact that mineral poisons can be discovered in the ashes, while, with the exception of the one alkaloid, strychnine, all vegetable poisons, those most to be dreaded, decompose with the body, and therefore, as to these, the result will be the same whether the body be burned or buried. I do not know what the statistics are in this country, but in Germany the ratio is 1 exhumation to 600,000 internments, and in England there is only 1 to 1,000,000 in cases where murder is suspected. Now it must be remembered that in many of these instances there is not a conviction, which still further reduces the ratio. Under these circumstances, is it surprising, I ask, that Professor Rudolf Virchow of the University of Berlin, and let me say in passing that no name stands higher in German medical science, in his celebrated speech in the Reichstag, in which he advocated the universal adoption of cremation, should contend that the blessings conferred by incineration greatly outweigh the doubtful advantage of discernments in the suspected cases of poisoning? Moreover, we cremationists are perfectly willing to submit to the most rigid regulations on the part of the authorities, including the performance of an autopsy in case of necessity, but we must insist that these regulations also be extended to inhumations in every case in which the cause of death is not perfectly clear. To apply them to incineration alone would be a rank injustice and manifest discrimination. I shall leave it for others far abler than I to show the religious side of the practice of cremation, for that it has a religious side none of us can deny. It embodies one of the highest principles of religion, the consideration of the welfare of our fellow men, and it carries into practice the teaching of all pure religion, namely, that the body is merely the garment of the soul. But I cannot pass by without notice one so-called religious objection to cremation that is brought forward again and again, although it has long since been refuted. I refer to the so-called argument that cremation by its utter destruction of the body would prevent the resurrection. To this the late Bishop Fraser answered, quote, "The omnipotence of God is not limited, and he would raise the dead whether he had to raise our bodies out of churchyards, or whether he had to call our remains, like the remains of some ancient Roman, out of an urn in which they were deposited 2,000 years ago." End quote. The Bishop of Manchester also disposed of this alleged objection most effectually by propounding the query, quote, "If the premise that the incineration of the body precludes the resurrection is correct, what in that case became of the holy martyrs?" End quote. To which we add, and what would become of the firemen of all denominations who perish in conflagrations and are entirely consumed? To anyone who will use his grey matter, who is accustomed to do his own thinking, the fallibility of the reasoning of our enemies on these points must be apparent. For the body is as utterly destroyed in the grave as in the furnace of the crematorium, the only difference being that it takes longer. The final result in both instances is the same. It is quite possible that incineration may lead to a revival of burial in churches. In fact, the authorities of Westminster Abbey now make it a rule that the remains of those who are to find a resting place in that venerable building must first be cremated. Albert Parsons once pointed out that there are 3 stages in the evolution of cremationist. First, at its first suggestion, there is great reluctance in adopting so radical a change in the custom of centuries, if not horror at the thought of using fire. Second, with further knowledge comes a willingness, if not strong desire to be cremated, but reluctance as to the cremation of one's loved ones. Many of us pass through this stage before reaching the third, that of recognizing the advantage of cremation over earth burial from every point of view, and having a thorough belief in it as a duty to future generations, sparing them from the menace of graveyards contaminating earth, water, and air in their vicinity. To this stage, most thoughtful persons have come, and we believe that only a fair consideration of the subject and knowledge of it is necessary to make the reform well nigh universal. When you reach this point, a 4th step should be taken. Having the courage of your convictions, you should take every opportunity to convince others of the benefits to the living and to future generations of this method of disposal of the remains of the dead. What cremation needs above all, as the Reverend Frank S. Rowland declared not long ago, is a campaign of education, missionaries, recruits on the firing line. Will you be one of these? There is a considerable section of the public which theoretically believes in cremation, and yet, when bereavement comes, practices earth burial. And I want to say to you right now that I think more of an out-and-out opponent of incineration than I do of these lukewarm, alleged friends of the reform. If we wish to prevail, we must practice what we preach. I regret to say that the attitude of the American press in regard to cremation has been characterized by utter indifference. It is another indication that our newspapers reflect rather than lead public opinion. The fact that cremation does away with the danger from exposure at the side of the grave in inclement weather is so evident that it only has to be stated. Many a man got his death a cold while attending a funeral. I am frequently asked, what do people do with the ashes? That depends upon their own personal disposition. Some persons keep these mementos of the departed in their own home and derive consolation from their presence. Others bury them in cemetery lots, although the earth no longer has an office to perform, and still others place them in a niche of the columbarium or urn hall at the crematorium. I trust that you will pardon me if I once more revert to the beautiful aspect of cremation, the feature of the reform that is to me the most attractive. On the one side we have all the horrors of dire decay, on the other not but a swift transition to an innocuous state. Long has tenderness breathed, peace to thy ashes. Poetry finds nothing repulsive in the relic ash. Gerald Massey wailed, set is the sun of my years, and over a few poor ashes I sit in my darkness in tears. Bayard Taylor writes of ashes pale, and Tennyson says, and from his ashes may be made the violet of his native land. In conclusion, let me read to you how the poet Callimachus in Eleusis near Alexandria was affected, BC 260 to 240, by hearing that his old friend the poet Heraclitus had died and been cremated. When nightingales are referred to in the verses, the poems of the deceased are meant. They told me, Heraclitus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear and bitter tears to shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old carrion guest, a handful of grey ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales awake, for death he taketh all away, but these he cannot take. End of Cremation vs. Earth Burial by Hugo Erickson, M.D. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Ion by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The Ion is the shortest, or nearly the shortest, of all the writings which bear the name of Plato, and is not authenticated by any early external testimony. The grace and beauty of this little work supply the only, and perhaps a sufficient, proof of its genuineness. The plan is simple. The dramatic interest consists entirely in the contrast between the irony of Socrates and the transparent vanity and childlike enthusiasm of the rhapsode Ion. The theme of the dialogue may possibly have been suggested by the passage of Xenophon's Memorabilia, in which the rhapsodists are described by Euthydemus as very precise about the exact words of Homer, but very idiotic themselves. Ion, the rhapsode, has just come to Athens. He has been exhibiting in Epidaurus at the festival of Asclepius, and is intending to exhibit at the festival of the Panathenaea. Socrates admires and envies the rhapsode's art, for he is always well dressed and in good company, in the company of good poets and of Homer, who is the prince of them. In the course of conversation, the admission is elicited from Ion that his skill is restricted to Homer, and that he knows nothing of inferior poets, such as Hesiod and Archilochus. He brightens up and is wide awake when Homer is being recited, but is apt to go to sleep at the recitations of any other poet. And yet surely he who knows the superior ought to know the inferior also. He who can judge of the good speaker is able to judge of the bad, and poetry as a whole, and he who judges of poetry by rules of art ought to be able to judge of all poetry. This is confirmed by the analogy of sculpture, painting, flute playing, and the other arts. The argument is at last brought home to the mind of Ion, who asks how this contradiction is to be solved. The solution given by Socrates is as follows. The rhapsode is not guided by rules of art, but is an inspired person who derives a mysterious power from the poet, and the poet, in like manner, is inspired by the god. The poets and their interpreters may be compared to a chain of magnetic rings suspended from one another and from a magnet. The magnet is the muse, and the ring which immediately follows is the poet himself. From him are suspended other poets. There is also a chain of rhapsodes and actors, who also hang from the muses, but are let down at the side, and the last ring of all is the spectator. The poet is the inspired interpreter of the god, and this is the reason why some poets, like Homer, are restricted to a single theme, or, like Tynnichus, are famous for a single poem, and the rhapsode is the inspired interpreter of the poet, and for a similar reason, some rhapsodes, like Ion, are the interpreters of single poets. Ion is delighted at the notion of being inspired, and acknowledges that he is beside himself when he is performing. His eyes rain tears, and his hair stands on end. Socrates is of opinion that a man must be mad who behaves in this way at a festival when he is surrounded by his friends, and there is nothing to trouble him. Ion is confident that Socrates would never think him mad if he could only hear his embellishments of Homer. Socrates asks whether he can speak well about everything in Homer. Yes, indeed he can. What about things of which he has no knowledge? Ion answers that he can interpret anything in Homer. But, rejoins Socrates, when Homer speaks of the arts, as for example of chariot driving, or of medicine, or of prophecy, or of navigation, will he, or will the charioteer, or physician, or prophet, or pilot, be the better judge? Ion is compelled to admit that every man will judge of his own particular art better than the rhapsode. He still maintains, however, that he understands the art of the general as well as anyone. Then why, in this city of Athens, in which men of merit are always being sought after, is he not at once appointed a general? Ion replies that he is a foreigner, and the Athenians and Spartans will not appoint a foreigner to be their general. No, that is not the real reason. There are many examples to the contrary, but Ion has long been playing tricks with the argument. Like Proteus, he transforms himself into a variety of shapes, and is at last about to run away in the disguise of a general. Would he rather be regarded as inspired or dishonest? Ion, who has no suspicion of the irony of Socrates, eagerly embraces the alternative of inspiration. The Ion, like the other earlier Platonic dialogues, is a mixture of jest and earnest, in which no definite result is obtained, but some Socratic or Platonic truths are allowed dimly to appear. The elements of a true theory of poetry are contained in the notion that the poet is inspired. Genius is often said to be unconscious or spontaneous or a gift of nature. That genius is akin to madness is a popular aphorism of modern times. The greatest strength is observed to have an element of limitation. Sense or passion are too much for the dry light of intelligence which mingles with them and becomes discolored by them. Imagination is often at war with reason and fact. The concentration of the mind on a single object or on a single aspect of human nature overpowers the orderly perception of the whole. Yet the feelings, too, bring truths home to the mind of many who, in the way of reason, would be incapable of understanding them. Reflections of this kind may have been passing before Plato's mind when he describes the poet as inspired, or when, as in the Apology, he speaks of poets as the worst critics of their own writings. Anybody taken at random from the crowd is a better interpreter of them than they are of themselves. They are sacred persons, winged and holy things, who have a touch of madness in their composition, and should be treated with every sort of respect, but not allowed to live in a well-ordered state. Like the statesmen in the Meno, they have a divine instinct, but they are narrow and confused. They do not attain to the clearness of ideas, or to the knowledge of poetry, or of any other art as a whole. In the Protagoras, the ancient poets are recognized by Protagoras himself as the original sophists, and this family resemblance may be traced in the Ion. The rhapsode belongs to the realm of imitation and of opinion. He professes to have all knowledge which is derived by him from Homer, just as the sophist professes to have all wisdom which is contained in his art of rhetoric. Even more than the sophist, he is incapable of appreciating the commonest logical distinctions. He cannot explain the nature of his own art. His great memory contrasts with his inability to follow the steps of the argument, and in his highest moments of inspiration, he has an eye to his own gains. The old quarrel between philosophy and poetry, which in the Republic leads to their final separation, is already working in the mind of Plato, and is embodied by him in the contrast between Socrates and Ion. Yet here, as in the Republic, Socrates shows a sympathy with the poetic nature. Also, the manner in which Ion is affected by his own recitations affords a lively illustration of the power which, in the Republic, Socrates attributes to dramatic performances over the mind of the performer. His allusion to his embellishments of Homer, in which he declares himself to have surpassed Metrodorus of Lampsacus and Stesimbrotus of Thasos, seems to show that, like them, he belonged to the allegorical school of interpreters. The circumstance that nothing more is known of him may be adduced in confirmation of the argument that this truly Platonic little work is not a forgery of later times. Ion. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Ion. Welcome, Ion. Are you from your native city of Ephesus? No, Socrates, but from Epidaurus, where I attended the festival of Asclepius. And do the Epidaurians have contests of rhapsodes at the festival? Oh yes, and of all sorts of musical performers. And were you one of the competitors, and did you succeed? I obtained the first prize of all, Socrates. Well done, and I hope that you will do the same for us at the Panathenaea. And I will, please heaven. I often envy the profession of a rhapsode, Ion, For you have always to wear fine clothes, and to look as beautiful as you can is a part of your art. Then again, you are obliged to be continually in the company of many good poets, and especially of Homer, who is the best and most divine of them, and to understand him, and not merely learn his words by rote, is a thing greatly to be envied. And no man can be a rhapsode who does not understand the meaning of the poet, for the rhapsode ought to interpret the mind of the poet to his hearers. But how can he interpret him well, unless he knows what he means? All this is greatly to be envied. Very true, Socrates. Interpretation has certainly been the most laborious part of my art, and I believe myself able to speak about Homer better than any man, and that neither Metrodorus of Lampsacus, nor Stacembertus of Thasos, nor Glaucon, nor anyone else who ever was, had as good ideas about Homer as I have, or as many. I am glad to hear you say so, Ion. I see that you will not refuse to acquaint me with them. Certainly, Socrates, and you really ought to hear how exquisitely I render Homer. I think that the Homerity should give me a golden crown. I shall take an opportunity of hearing your embellishments of him at some other time, but just now I should like to ask you a question. Does your art extend to Hesiod and Archilochus, or to Homer only? To Homer only. He is in himself quite enough. Are there any things about which Homer and Hesiod agree? Yes, in my opinion, there are a good many. And can you interpret better what Homer says, or what Hesiod says, about these matters in which they agree? I can interpret them equally well, Socrates, where they agree. But what about matters in which they do not agree? For example, about divination, of which both Homer and Hesiod have something to say. Very true. Would you, or a good prophet, be a better interpreter of what those two poets say about divination, not only when they agree, but when they disagree? A prophet. And if you were a prophet, would you not be able to interpret them when they disagree as well as when they agree? Clearly. But how did you come to have this skill about Homer only, and not about
City Boys vs. Country Boys by Frederick Adams Woods. Published by the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Science, April 9, 1909, New Series, Volume 29, Number 745. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Discussion and correspondence, City Boys vs. Country Boys. To the Editor of Science, in your issue of February 12, Mr. W. J. Spillman, under the title Education in the Trades, makes, with regard to the birthplaces of leading Americans, the following surprising statement. I believe there are some things which have higher pedagogic value than anything taught in our schools today. Else why is it that with only 29% of our population actually living on the farm, with miserably poor school facilities as compared with our city population, this 29% furnishes about 70% of the leaders in every phase of activity in this country? I say surprising because anyone who is familiar with modern investigations in the inheritance of mental qualities in man must see that such a supposition, if it were indeed a fact, would seriously clash with the conclusions drawn from a number of researchers, otherwise harmonious and mutually supporting. This point I will discuss later, but now let us test the facts. Does the farm produce more than its share of leading Americans? Such a question must be answered on a statistical, impartial, and as far as possible scientific basis. It is first necessary to determine who are the leaders in every phase of activity in this country. I have turned to Who's Who in America to answer this question. This book has already been successfully used in several sociological studies and has great value as a starting point for such researchers. The editor doubtless tries to be as impartial and comprehensive as possible, but its greatest value to one who wishes to answer a question similar to the present discussion is that here he finds a list of names prepared by someone else, without any idea or bias in relation to the investigator's present problem. Thus the first and one of the most important requirements is obtained. The subjective element is eliminated. Some will not be willing to accept conclusions drawn from a list which, like this, doubtless has certain flagrant omissions, and where he sees names that he considers should not have been included. If he will stop for a moment and think, he will see that the very objection he raises only argues in the other direction from what he supposes. If, for instance, I find a marked correlation between city birth and more or less notable subsequent achievement drawn from an imperfect list, the correlation would be even higher, were the list of names ideally perfect. In Who's Who in America, the birthplaces are given in nearly every instance, although they seldom enable one to differentiate between farm or village. This difficulty can, however, be overcome by making the question one of urban as against non-urban nativity. The leaders of today are about 50 years old on the average, so we must go back a half-century and picture American population as it was then distributed. According to the census of 1860, there were 5,072,256 persons living in cities of over 8,000 inhabitants. Out of a total population of 31,443,321, or 16.1%. This standard of 8,000 or more is the one arbitrarily taken by the Census Bureau as constituting a city, and is so used to illustrate the growth of urban populations. There were 96 such cities, and a list of them is given in the Annual Encyclopedia for 1861. It is easy then to see if these cities have done better or worse than might be expected in producing leading men. Under initial A in Who's Who in America, we find 128 born in cities out of 433, or 29.6%, as against the 16.1% expected. Under initial B, we find 404 out of 1,477, or 27.5%. Under initial C, we find 362 out of 1,143, or 31.7%. Under initial D, we find 213 out of 676, or 31.6%. Under initial E, we find 97 out of 273, or 35.6%. For the sake of being on the safe side, I have added all the unrecorded birthplaces to the suburban and rural, and yet the latter fail to produce their proper quota in every single group, and in fact every little group of 50 or 100 taken at random alphabetically will show the same result. It seems unnecessary to carry investigation further to establish the fact that the urban beats the non-urban by nearly 2 to 1. The towns, villages and farms should have produced more than 5 times as many leaders as the cities. They have failed to produce more than about twice as many. Thus the entire non-urban, which should have given rise to about 85% of the total, has only produced about 70%. As a great many persons are recorded as born in towns or villages, it is evident that the number from actual farms must be considerably under Mr. Spillman's 70%, at least as far as the evidence drawn from this book is concerned. The inference is that, since the cities beat the non-urban districts as a whole, the town and villages would make a proportionally better showing than the farms, were the necessary data given. Now as to its bearing on the question of heredity. It is an easily verified fact that talent tends to be drawn by and to locate itself in the great centres of human activity. If we turn to the geographical index in the back part of our same biographical reference volume, we find that the great cities, New York, Chicago, Boston, etc., show 2 or 3 times as many names as would be expected merely from their populations. I think no one will question the fact that there has been a migration and selection of the most able men, especially the ambitious and gifted young men, towards the large cities away from the small towns and farms. This change is in process at present, and must have been going on for some time. Thus there is every reason to suppose that by the year 1860, if not very much earlier than this, there had already taken place a part at least of this same phenomenon, so that the distribution of talent was then somewhat, as it is today, concentrated about the cities. Now if mental traits are inherited, the cities must show a higher proportion of birth of talent than the country, and our observed facts are only what we might expect. Of course it is impossible here to separate the question of environment, which may be more favourable in the city, as some contend, or less favourable, as others sometimes think, or be the slight and almost unmeasurable force which I myself shall be content to hold it, until some one has succeeded in measuring it. Mental heredity, on the other hand, has been measured, and the results are in substantial agreement. It is not the purpose of the present communication to present these figures from Who's Who as a proof of heredity, but only to point out that there is nothing in the distribution of the birthplaces of leading Americans to conflict with the strongest belief in the force of inheritance, should one happen to have gained such a belief from other sources. Frederick Adams Woods, Brooklyn, Massachusetts, February 20, 1909. The Birthplaces of Leading Americans and the Question of Heredity by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording or LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Source: Science, New Series, Volume 30, Number 757, July 2, 1909. Published by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The Birthplaces of Leading Americans and the Question of Heredity. In Science, April 9, I challenge the following statement of Mr. W. J. Spillman. With only 29% of our population actually living on the farm, with miserably poor school facilities as compared with our city population, this 29% furnishes about 70% of the leaders in every phase of activity in this country. In Science, May 7, Mr. Spillman corrects his 29% to about 36%. He admits that he has no way of ascertaining how many of the men who are distinctly leaders in this country were actually brought up on the farm. He also says he merely repeated a statement he had heard frequently and which he had never heard challenged. Mr. Spillman, however, doubts the significance of the facts which I presented in Science, April 9, drawn from Who's Who in America, showing that centers of population of 8,000 and over have produced about twice their expected ratio of persons included in this volume. I do not myself claim that these figures give a final refutation to the belief which Mr. Spillman holds, that there is a special value to be assigned to life on a farm during early boyhood, but there appears to be certainly no evidence at present to support such a view. Further investigation may show that the farm gives a higher ratio than the small towns and villages, but the inference from such data as we have is in favor of concentrated centers of population against sparsely settled regions in general. The idea must stand until special researches show that it is not applied to towns and villages against farms. In any event, the actual farms have probably produced much less than 70% of the total leaders of the present day, since 30% are found from the cities alone, and this would leave nothing for the towns and villages. Mr. Spillman's second letter contains so much that requires discussion or correction that I am forced to quote nearly the entire article, taking the points up one at a time. Although I thank him for his complimentary references to my study of heredity and royalty, still I am sorry that he has introduced this more complicated discussion just here. But since in the first part of his article he has done so, I would like to correct one or two misinterpretations of my position on the question of environment versus heredity. Mr. Spillman says, I have only one criticism of Dr. Wood's reasoning. In studying heredity and royalty, he purposely chose this class because it could be assumed that their characters were formed under the most uniform environment, which purpose was of course entirely legitimate. This was really not my purpose in choosing royalty as a basis of study, and, furthermore, I do not think that their characters were formed under a uniform environment. I have found in studying their lives the greatest variation in their environments, all the way from the supposed advantages of a wholesome family life, with famous tutors to give them learning, or the call to warfare to grant opportunity, down to the foul atmosphere of some boardroom court, or the mouldering walls of a prison cell. On all this I have dwelt in the same book which Mr. Spillman here alludes to. On page 9 I say, although all have the highest social rank, they have lived in different countries, in different centuries and under varying circumstances, with different educations and opportunities. The same theme is expressed more fully on page 284, and occurs here and there throughout the whole work. Mr. Spillman goes on to say, but it must be remembered that this royal environment is the best possible for the development of character and ability. I do not see how Mr. Spillman can feel justified in making a positive assertion on this point. So many diverse opinions are held. Besides, it is begging the issue which I raise, that no one has shown that any ordinary civilized environment is more influential than any other in moulding the rough outlines of character or determining the end product of achievement. I should say that we have no means of knowing whether the royal environment is on the whole favourable or unfavourable. Some investigators like Jacobi and Gillespie, along with journalistic writers, I have assumed it to be very unfavourable, though without any satisfactory proof. Mr. Spillman adds, "It would be gratifying to me to see Dr. Woods make a similar study of some class of human beings subjected to an unfavourable environment. I believe he would find, as I stated above, that even in that class native ability and natural impulses would prove to be purely a matter of heredity, but that character and natural ability would be found to be profoundly modified by environment. In fact, the whole experience of the human race speaks for this assumption. If the opposite were true, then why should the state go to the expense of maintaining schools for a man's effectiveness would not depend on his environment, but upon his inheritance? I am glad to answer this point because I think that some of the confusion which ordinarily accompanies the discussion of this time-honoured question may be lessened, and I should like at the same time to state my own position in the matter. I have never claimed that great alterations in the environment of man would not produce any results. It is, at the outset, both necessary and easy to recognize that there are in general two ways that a man may stand in relation to his environment. First, it may be an environment from which he cannot escape, try as hard as he may, and second, it may be from one which he can escape, if the inherent tendencies are strong enough. These two arbitrary classes may shade into each other at times, but I think it will aid in clearing up some of the usual perplexity which clings about the subject, if I am permitted to formulate these two categories. An accident which affects the brain or sight, a long term of imprisonment or confinement to a desert island, may serve as examples of environments from which there is no escape. In a like way, the same may be said of the epoch or period of civilization in which a man's life falls. All such environments must a priori modify character more than the conditions from which there is a ready or even possible escape should the innate impulses crave it. Now the complete cessation of all schools of education would be establishing an environment from which there would be no escape. Except that there would still be libraries. It would be like returning to the educational possibilities at the time of the Teutonic tribes. It would be suddenly changing one period of civilization into another. This would, of course, work a profound detriment to all mankind, but there would still be marked individual differences of achievement. Now the point is that in any given age, or in any one civilization, there are always these marked differences of achievement or moral character. The question then arises, are the differences in environment which have ordinarily existed in the past, within any one age, or do exist at the present time, of sufficient magnitude or force to cause evident or measurable differences among men? At least within modern centuries, and since the days of serfdom, it is possible for a man to pass from one set of surroundings into another if the inborn desires and abilities are strong enough. Thus here we have a condition coming under the head of an environment of the second class, or one from which escape is possible, and therefore we do not expect to find environment working at its maximum, as we do, for instance, in experimental zoology, where the conditions are imposed and unescapable. But more important than this general argument is the fact that no one has shown that such variations in surroundings as occur in the average lives of human beings, riches or poverty, good or bad education, etc., are in any way responsible for the rougher differences found among men. I say rougher differences because it is only into rough grades and scales of difference that psychic qualities have so far been classified by the few investigators who had worked upon such problems. I suppose that even the ordinary variations in circumstances which befall mankind produce some change in character and achievement. I do not know. All I say is that no one has succeeded in demonstrating it. I myself searched for it in the statistics of royalty by 5 different methods, but failed to find it there. I concluded that the force of environment is in general slight in accounting for mental and moral differences, perhaps measurable when more delicate methods should be devised. Galton, from a study of twins, places nature over nurture, though only vaguely so, but Thorndike, in his measurements of twins, goes further than Galton, and precisely confirms my own estimate, made in 1902, of about 9/10 for heredity. Barrington and Pearson have recently found that the influence of environment on sight is nil. Thus the prediction is already strongly in favour of future investigators arriving at a similar result. That the ordinary influence of environment on the higher human attributes is at most but trifling when the hereditary factor remains the same, or when the hereditary factor can be measured or eliminated from the discussion. Usually it is not possible to separate heredity from environment. We often merely find some correlation which may be explained as due to either or both of these forces. An example of this sort of correlation is the one I found to exist between general superior achievement in the United States and city birth. I have already explained in my other article why some correlation is to be expected from inheritance alone, while from environment it may or may not be expected. No one is in a position to speak on the latter question, because no one knows whether, on the whole, the good and bad sides of city life strike a balance in favour of the city against the good and bad sides of country life. And even if the answer to this complicated problem were known, we should not then know if there were anything efficacious enough to produce a measurable result, as I have explained above. The failure to find a higher ratio for the cities would have been a serious blow for heredity. The finding of a higher ratio for cities merely warns off a possible attack. It is a purely negative defence, and this is all I have claimed for it. Now, in his second letter, Mr. Spillman positively asserts Dr. Wood's own figures prove the effect of environment is against heredity. In the light of the explanation in my former letter, which I have here just now, in other words repeated, I ask, how can he possibly know this? How can he know that the figures are even beyond the expectations from the hereditary factor alone? Mr. Spillman then complains that the persons listed in the Who's Who in America do not represent leaders. I do not wish to enter into a discussion on the use of words, and for the sake of the argument will grant that they shall be called merely competent workers, but I cannot refrain from saying, in passing, that leaders seems a very fair word to apply to a group so small as 16,000 out of a total population of some 80 million. I should think of the colonel of a regiment of 1,000 as the leader of that 1,000, and it would be a no less just way, and with as good a proportionate sense to call the higher railroad officials, greater bankers, and relatively few doctors, lawyers, etc., whose names are included in the same volume, leaders in their special fields of activity. But even if we are to call them mere competent workers, are not just such competent workers to be desired, whatever be the cause of their competency? I knew that Who's Who itself will be criticized, therefore I stored this criticism by the following. Some will not be willing to accept conclusions drawn from a list which are like this doubtless has certain flagrant omissions, and where he sees names that he considers should not have been included. If he will stop for a moment and think, he will see that the very objection he raises only argues in the other direction from what he supposes. If, for instance, I find a marked correlation between the city birth and more or less notable subsequent achievement drawn from an imperfect list, the correlation will be even higher were the list of names ideally perfect. Mr. Spillman makes no reference to this. The same applies whether the list be lower in standard than it should be owing to errors within itself, or whether it be in general a list showing a low standard of selection. Providing, of course, that the standard be above the general average of the population, then it follows that the higher the standard, the higher would be the correlation, at least as far as mathematical expectation is concerned. Mr. Spillman then takes a prop from the 25 presidents of the United States, 23 of whom were country bred, or were brought up under what the census terms rural conditions. This fact is without significance for two reasons. First, the total 25 is so small that the probable error is necessarily too large to give a conclusion in a statistical discussion of this kind. Second, and equally important, that birth records must be taken in terms of the total proportion of the population dwelling in the country and rural districts in the early days when these men were born. The fact that about 36% of our population actually live on the farm at the present time has nothing to do with the question. The same criticism applies to the figures concerning the United States senators. He has shown no ratio over the expected for the rural regions in terms of population distribution at the time of their birth some 50 or 60 years ago. I shall look forward with expectancy to the other statistics which Mr. Spillman hopes to present, and I am very glad that he takes an interest in these questions. I agree with him that the matter must rest here until further statistics are available, but in the meantime I shall feel much confidence in the indications which have been furnished me as drawn from a list of some 16,000 more or less notable persons out of the vast population of the United States. Frederick Adams Woods, Brookline, Massachusetts, May 17, 1909.
A letter from the company to His Majesty, giving an account of their colony's arrival at Darien. By John Hay, 2nd Marquess of Tweeddale, from the original papers and letters relating to the Scots Company trading to Africa and the Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. May it please your Majesty. We, your Majesty's most loyal and dutiful subjects, the Council General of the Company of Scotland trading to Africa and the Indies, having, by express, received an account from the Council of our Company's colony in America, that they have arrived safe at their intended port, within a league of the Golden Island on the coast of Darien, and, after having treated on board our ships with the natives, who were always owned to be the only proprietors of that part of the coast, our men did, at the request and with the consent of the said natives, land on the 4th of November last, and take possession of an uninhabited place, never before possessed by any European whatsoever, and that, in pursuance of the said treaty, the chief men and leaders of the said natives have joined with, and taken commission from, the said council. We thought it our duty at our very first meeting to give your Majesty an account thereof, and likewise that by letters from our said council bearing date at New Edinburgh in Caledonia, being the name given to our present settlement, the 28th of December last, we are positively informed that the French have a design upon all that coast, or at least to make a settlement somewhere thereabouts. And we humbly conceive that the firm settlement of our colony in those parts may be the means of preventing, or at least lessening, the evil consequences that may arise to your Majesty's kingdoms and dominions everywhere by the settlement of any powerful foreign neighbour in, upon, or near any part of that coast. And we are always bound thankfully to acknowledge your Majesty's goodness for granting us these privileges mentioned in the Acts of Parliament and your Majesty's letters patent, by which our said company is established. So we now, in all humility, confidently expect your Majesty's royal favour and protection, as having in all the steps of our conduct, through the whole course of this affair, strictly observed the conditions required by the said Acts of Parliament and letters patent, and referring this together with the contents of our last petition to your Majesty's royal consideration, to give such directions therein as to your royal wisdom shall seem meet and expedient. This is in name, presence, and by warrant of the said Council General, signed by, may it please your Majesty, your Majesty's most faithful, most dutiful, most humble, and most obedient subject and servant, 6th Subscriptor, Tweeddale. Edinburgh, the 31st day of March, 1699. End of A Letter from the Company to His Majesty, giving an account of the colony's arrival at Darien. By John Hay, 2nd Marquess of Tweeddale.
Loving v. Virginia by the U.S. Supreme Court. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loving v. Virginia, argued April 10, 1967, decided June 12, 1967. Mr. Chief Justice Warren delivered the opinion of the court. This case presents a constitutional question never addressed by this court, whether a statutory scheme adopted by the state of Virginia to prevent marriages between persons solely on the basis of racial classifications violates the equal protection and due process clauses of the 14th Amendment. For reasons which seem to us to reflect the central meaning of those constitutional commands, we conclude that these statutes cannot stand consistently with the 14th Amendment. In June 1958, 2 residents of Virginia, Mildred Jeter, a Negro woman, and Richard Loving, a white man, were married in the District of Columbia pursuant to its laws. Shortly after their marriage, the Lovings returned to Virginia and established their marital abode in Caroline County. At the October term, 1958, of the Circuit Court of Caroline County, a grand jury issued an indictment charging the Lovings with violating Virginia's ban on interracial marriages. On January 6, 1959, the Lovings pleaded guilty to the charge and were sentenced to 1 year in jail. However, the trial judge suspended the sentence for a period of 25 years on the condition that the Lovings leave the state and not return to Virginia together for 25 years. He stated in an opinion that Almighty God created the races white, black, yellow, Malay, and red, and he placed them on separate continents, and but for the interference with his arrangement, there would be no cause for such marriages. The fact that he separated the races shows that he did not intend for the races to mix. After their convictions, the Lovings took up residence in the District of Columbia. On November 6, 1963, they filed a motion in the state trial court to vacate the judgment and set aside the sentence on the ground that the statutes which they had violated were repugnant to the 14th Amendment. The motion not having been decided by October 28, 1964, the Lovings instituted a class action in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, requesting that a 3-judge court be convened to declare the Virginia anti-miscegenation statutes unconstitutional and to enjoin state officials from enforcing their convictions. On January 22, 1965, the state trial judge denied the motion to vacate the sentences, and the Lovings perfected an appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeals of Virginia. On February 11, 1965, the 3-judge district court continued the case to allow the Lovings to present their constitutional claims to the highest state court. The Supreme Court of Appeals upheld the constitutionality of the anti-miscegenation statutes, and after modifying the sentence, affirmed the convictions. The Lovings appealed this decision, and we noted probable jurisdiction on December 12, 1966, 385 U.S. 986. The 2 statutes under which appellants were convicted and sentenced are part of a comprehensive statutory scheme aimed at prohibiting and punishing interracial marriages. The Lovings were convicted of violating Section 20-58 of the Virginia Code. Leaving state to evade law. If any white person and colored person shall go out of this state for the purpose of being married, and with the intention of returning, and be married out of it, and afterwards return to and reside in it, cohabiting as man and wife, they shall be punished as provided in Section 20-59, and the marriage shall be governed by the same law as if it had been solemnized in this state. The fact of their cohabitation here as man and wife shall be evidence of their marriage. Section 2059, which defines the penalty for miscegenation, provides punishment for marriage. If any white person intermarry with a colored person, or any colored person intermarry with a white person, he shall be guilty of a felony and shall be punished by confinement in the penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 5 years. Other central provisions in the Virginia statutory scheme are Section 20-57, which automatically voids all marriages between, quote, a white person and a colored person, close quote, without any judicial proceeding, and Sections 20-54 and 1-14, which respectively define, quote, white persons, close quote, and, quote, colored persons and Indians, close quote, for purposes of the statutory prohibitions. The Lovings have never disputed in the course of this litigation that Mrs. Loving is a, quote, colored person, or that Mr. Loving is a, quote, white person, within the meanings given those terms by the Virginia statutes. Virginia is now one of 16 states which prohibit and punish marriages on the basis of racial classifications. Penalties for miscegenation arose as an incident to slavery and have been common in Virginia since the colonial period. The present statutory scheme dates from the adoption of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, passed during the period of extreme nativism which followed the end of the First World War. The central features of this act, and current Virginia law, are the absolute prohibition of a, quote, white person marrying other than another, quote, white person A prohibition against issuing marriage licenses until the issuing official is satisfied that the applicant's statements as to their race are correct, certificates of, quote, racial composition, to be kept by both local and state registrars, and the carrying forward of earlier prohibitions against racial intermarriage. Section 1. In upholding the constitutionality of these provisions in the decision below, the Supreme Court of Appeals of Virginia referred to its 1955 decision in Name v. Name, 197 Virginia 80, 87 Southeastern 2nd, 749, as stating the reasons supporting the validity of these laws. In Name, the state court concluded that the state's legitimate purposes were, quote, to preserve the racial integrity of its citizens, close quote, and to prevent, quote, the corruption of blood, close quote, a mongrel breed of citizens, close quote, and, quote, the obliteration of racial pride, close quote, obviously an endorsement of the doctrine of white supremacy. Id. at 90, 87 Southeastern 2nd at 756. The court also reasoned that marriage has traditionally been subject to state regulation without federal intervention, and consequently, the regulation of marriage should be left to exclusive state control by the 10th Amendment. While the state court is no doubt correct in asserting that marriage is a social relation subject to the state's police power, Maynard v. Hill, 125 U.S. 190, 1888, the state does not contend in its argument before this court that its powers to regulate marriage are unlimited, notwithstanding the commands of the 14th Amendment, nor could it do so in light of Meyer v. Nebraska, 262 U.S. 390, 1923, and Skinner v. Oklahoma, 316 U.S. 535, 1942. Instead, the state argues that the meaning of the Equal Protection Clause, as illuminated by the statements of the framers, is only that state penal laws containing an interracial element as part of the definition of the offense must apply equally to whites and Negroes in the sense that members of each race are punished to the same degree. Thus, the state contends that, because its miscegenation statutes punish equally both the white and the Negro participants in an interracial marriage, these statutes, despite their reliance on racial classifications, do not constitute an invidious discrimination based upon race. The second argument advanced by the state assumes the validity of its equal application theory. The argument is that, if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues, the scientific evidence is substantially in doubt and, consequently, this court should defer to the wisdom of the state legislature in adopting its policy of discouraging interracial marriages. Because we reject the notion that the mere equal application of a statute containing racial classifications is enough to remove the classifications from the 14th Amendment's proscription of all invidious racial discriminations, we do not accept the state's contention that these statutes should be upheld if there is any possible basis for concluding that they serve a rational purpose. The mere fact of equal application does not mean that our analysis of these statutes should follow the approach we have taken in cases involving no racial discrimination where the Equal Protection Clause has been arrayed against a statute discriminating between the kinds of advertising which may be displayed on trucks in New York City, Railway Express Agency, Inc., v. New York, 336 U.S. 106, 1949, or an exemption in Ohio's ad valorem tax for merchandise owned by a non-resident in a storage warehouse, Allied Stores of Ohio, Inc., v. Bowers, 358 U.S. 522, 1959. In these cases, involving distinctions not drawn according to race, the court has merely asked whether there is any rational foundation for the discriminations and has deferred to the wisdom of the state legislatures. In the case at bar, however, we deal with statutes containing racial classifications, and the fact of equal application does not immunize the statute from the very heavy burden of justification which the 14th Amendment has traditionally required of state statutes drawn according to race. The state argues that statements in the 39th Congress about the time of the passage of the 14th Amendment indicate that the framers did not intend the amendment to make unconstitutional state miscegenation laws. Many of the statements alluded to by the state concern the debates over the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, which President Johnson vetoed, and the Civil Rights Act of 1866, 14 Statutes 27, enacted over his veto. While these statements have some relevance to the intention of Congress in submitting the 14th Amendment, it must be understood that they pertain to the passage of specific statutes and not to the broader, organic purpose of a constitutional amendment. As for the various statements directly concerning the 14th Amendment, we have said in connection with a related problem that although these historical sources, quote, cast some light, they are not sufficient to resolve the problem. Quote, at best, they are inconclusive. The most avid proponents of the post-war amendments undoubtedly intended them to remove all legal distinctions among all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Their opponents just as certainly were antagonistic to both the letter and the spirit of the amendments and wished them to have the most limited effect. Close quote. Brown v. Board of Education, 347 U.S. 483, 489, 1954. See also Strouder v. West Virginia, 100 U.S. 303, 310, 1880. We have rejected the proposition that the debates in the 39th Congress or in the state legislatures, which ratified the 14th Amendment, supported the theory advanced by the state, that the requirement of equal protection of the laws is satisfied by penal laws defining offenses based on racial classifications, so long as white and Negro participants in the offense were similarly punished. McLaughlin v. Florida, 379 U.S. 184, 1964. The state finds support for its equal application theory in the decision of the court in Pace v. Alabama, 106 U.S. 583, 1883. In that case, the court upheld a conviction under an Alabama statute forbidding adultery or fornication between a white person and a Negro, which imposed a greater penalty than that of a statute proscribing similar conduct by members of the same race. The court reasoned that the statute could not be said to discriminate against Negroes because the punishment for each participant in the offense was the same. However, as recently as the 1964 term, in rejecting the reasoning of that case, we stated, quote, Pace represents a limited view of the Equal Protection Clause, which has not withstood analysis in the subsequent decisions of this court. Close quote. McLaughlin v. Florida, Supra, at 188. As we there demonstrated, the Equal Protection Clause requires the consideration of whether the classifications drawn by any statute constitute an arbitrary and invidious discrimination. The clear and central purpose of the 14th Amendment was to eliminate all official state sources of invidious racial discrimination in the states. Slaughterhouse cases, 83 U.S. 36, 71, 1873, Strouder v. West Virginia, 100 U.S. 303, 307-308, 1880, Ex parte Virginia, 100 U.S. 339, 344-345, 1880, Shelley v. Kramer, 334 U.S. 1, 1948, Burton v. Wilmington Parking Authority, 365 U.S. 715, 1961. There can be no question but that Virginia's miscegenation statutes rest solely upon distinctions drawn according to race. The statutes proscribe generally accepted conduct if engaged in by members of different races. Over the years, this court has consistently repudiated, quote, distinctions between citizens solely because of their ancestry, close quote, as being, quote, odious to a free people whose institutions are founded upon the doctrine of equality, close quote. Hirabayashi v. United States, 320 U.S. 81, 100, 1943. At the very least, the Equal Protection Clause demands that racial classifications, especially suspect in criminal statutes, be subjected to the, quote, most rigid scrutiny, close quote. Korematsu v. United States, 323 U.S. 214, 216, 1944, and, if they are ever to be upheld, they must be shown to be necessary to the accomplishment of some permissible state objective, independent of the racial discrimination which it was the object of the 14th Amendment to eliminate. Indeed, 2 members of this court have already stated that they, quote, cannot conceive of a valid legislative purpose which makes the color of a person's skin the test of whether his conduct is a criminal offense, Close quote. McLaughlin v. Florida, Supra at 198. Stewart, J., joined by Douglas, J., concurring. There is patently no legitimate overriding purpose independent of invidious racial discrimination which justifies this classification. The fact that Virginia prohibits only interracial marriages involving white persons demonstrates that the racial classifications must stand on their own justification as measures designed to maintain white supremacy. We have consistently denied the constitutionality of measures which restrict the rights of citizens on account of race. There can be no doubt that restricting the freedom to marry solely because of racial classifications violates the central meaning of the Equal Protection Clause. Section 2. These statutes also deprive the Lovings of liberty without due process of law in violation of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. The freedom to marry has long been recognized as one of the vital personal rights essential to the orderly pursuit of happiness by free men. Marriage is one of the, quote, basic civil rights of man, close quote, fundamental to our very existence and survival. Skinner v. Oklahoma, 316 U.S. 535, 541, 1942. See also Maynard v. Hill, 125 U.S. 190, 1888. To deny this fundamental freedom on so unsupportable a basis as the racial classifications embodied in these statutes, classifications so directly subversive of the principle of equality at the heart of the 14th Amendment, is surely to deprive all the state citizens of liberty without due process of law. The 14th Amendment requires that the freedom of choice to marry not be restricted by invidious racial discriminations. Under our Constitution, the freedom to marry or not marry a person of another race resides with the individual and cannot be infringed by the state. These convictions must be reversed. It is so ordered. End of Loving v. Virginia by the U.S. Supreme Court. Read by Verla Viera.
The Man Merriwell by James M. Cain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Man Merriwell by James M. Cain. Through the streets of a little town in the state of Maine, on a winter night in the early 80s, a woman was running madly. Behind her, in half-hearted fashion, lumbered a man. As he puffed for breath, he besought her to ease the pace. "There's no hurry," he kept repeating, and in between times he tried to reason with her. Of course he admitted he was glad Willie had come home. Any man would be glad if his only son had run away and then come back again, but shucks, if the boy had kept body and soul together for 6 months all on his own, it stood to reason he wouldn't up and die in the time it would take them to walk home. And another thing, just because a fellow had poked his head in the door and said Willie was back, why had they left the meeting and lit out this way, hell-bent for election? They ought to have stayed until the meeting was over. It wouldn't hurt Willie to wait a little while. It would teach him a lesson. Maybe then he would get it through his head that when he ran away from home he might have to whittle his chips a while before he saw his folks. And as he argued thus, the voice of Patton Pear sounded the least bit wistful. For as it happened, Brother Nickerson was to expound the book of Revelation at the meeting tonight with the aid of a great chart whereon would be depicted all the queer creatures of the apocalypse. And when Brother Nickerson expounded the book of Revelation, a man didn't stay away if he could help it. The prodigal. His wife paid him no heed whatever. Leaving him far behind, she ran on, plunging through snowdrifts and scrambling over icy pavements. In a few minutes, she was flinging open a door, racing down a hall, and bursting into a kitchen, there to fly into the arms of a tall, lank youth who had been thawing himself out by the parental stove. Her joy was brief, for this boy of 16, who had ideas so strange that he must needs run away from a home where he had always been cock of the walk, had come home with ideas stranger still. No penitent prodigal he, ready to atone for his transgression by settling down into the first useful occupation that might present itself. Not at all. He pleaded guilty to nothing. He had money in his pocket and clothes on his back, and these he seemed to think proved that he had not wasted his time. As for a useful occupation, poof! He had loftier aspirations. His lordly dreams, it appeared, were filled with the screech of bullets. the snorting of buffaloes, and the whooping of Comanches. In brief, he would an author be, and sign his name to books. Far, far into the night his father and mother talked over the blow that had befallen them. "How'd he get that fool idea in his head?" fretted the father. "Seems like to me, after he'd spent 6 months out in the world, he would have learned some sense." "I was hoping he would be a preacher," said the mother sadly. "I was hoping he would be a carpenter and maybe earn enough pay for his keep," replied the father. "I know where I can get him a job at $1.50 a day right now, and he can make $2.50 as soon as he learns the trade." His voice grew warm as the full enormity of the situation began to dawn on him. "Doggone it," he exclaimed. "I got a notion to take him over to that job tomorrow anyhow. I got a notion to put him to work and see if that don't beat some sense in his head." And as he stood 6'3" and was so huge in proportion that Abraham Lincoln had once singled him out of a crowd and challenged him to a rail-splitting contest, it seemed that he was able to make good on his notion. "No, you can't do that," said the mother quickly. "What's going to stop me?" "He might run away again." "Yeah, he sure is bullheaded." The father was silent a few minutes. "Well," he reflected after a time, "you got to admit he's got the pluck." Dark though the future might appear, he could not resist a sneaking pride that his son had gone over to Biddeford, the mill town, and held his own there without asking help from anybody. "He sure ain't afraid of nothing," he mused. The mother sighed. The pluck in question seemed a long way from the ministry in the book of Revelation. "Guess we better leave him alone," said the father. "I don't know much about this writing business. It ain't in my line, but it's a cinch he ain't like no other boy that we ever seen. So maybe he knows what he's doing." "Yes, I guess we better leave him be," said the mother sadly. And the decision, no doubt, was a momentous one for the boy who was snoring away in another part of the house, for this William Gilbert Patton was presently to rewrite his eminent name as Bert L. Standish, and in no great length of time to give a waiting world that noblest Roman of them all, the Honorable Frank Merriwell, A.B. Yale. He did not, of course, call for an axe and have the prodigious Frank cloven full-grown from his brow at one fell swipe. He had not, in fact, even thought of Frank at this time. Other matters were more pressing. For one thing, although his parents were committed for the moment to an attitude of watchful waiting, they were practical folk, and if the usufructs of literature were not visible pretty soon, they might deliver an ultimatum that would mean the ministry, the carpentry, or another trip into the cold, cold world. For another thing, there was a little affair of honor with Mr. Gooch, boss of the mill at Biddeford. A bad man. Mr. Gooch, in firing him, had not only refused to give him the raise he demanded, but had bidden him go get some hair on his face, else be thankful to work for the 90 cents a day he was getting. And it had become his ambition first to get some hair on his face, and second to make enough money to go over to Biddeford and snap haughty fingers at Mr. Gooch and Mr. Gooch's $1,800 a year. So hi-ho for the ink pot. After 3 weeks, however, things looked black indeed. His first story, A Bad Man, had hardly been dry on the paper before he shipped it off to the Banner Weekly, a publication of the Messrs. Beadle and Adams in New York, and it was rejected by return mail. What was almost as distressing, it had not come back with the note of rejection. With heavy heart, young Patton went to work on another, The Pride of Sandy Flat. To his father, who made inquiries a little more pointed than mere courtesy demanded, he made evasive replies, neglecting to mention the note of rejection. "It always takes a little time," he explained. "A whole lot of editors have got to read this stuff before they take it." By the time The Pride of Sandy Flat was done, he was blue indeed, and when he sent the story off, he enclosed a very humble letter to the editor of the Banner Weekly, Mr. Orville J. Victor, in which he respectfully asked whether he revealed any talent as a writer. And P.S., where was his other story? He trembled when he opened the reply. Yes, said Mr. Victor, literary talent was plainly visible. The Pride of Sandy Flat was accepted. Through some oversight, A Bad Man had not been returned, but now that it had had a second reading, it too was accepted. Check was enclosed to pay for both stories, for $6. He drew a long breath. Perhaps out of that moment he got something which enabled him to describe so feelingly in later years how Merriwell felt when the plotters had been foiled and our friends would breathe freely at last. "Heard from those stories today," he said nonchalantly, tossing the check to his father as he sat down to the supper table that night. Long and hard did the elder Patten stare at it. "How long did it take you to do them stories?" he asked. "Oh, couple days apiece, I guess." Said the elder Patten, in the manner of a man who makes mental calculations. The third story, which was really a short novel, sold for $75. The check he showed not only to his father, but to Henry Clark, a friend. And that night a boy pedaled frantically up to the village store on his high-wheel bicycle and burst into the room where men were buying cut plug, twist, and loose chewing. "Willie Patten got $75 for one of them stories he's writing," exclaimed the boy. Up spoke Hosea Ratcliffe, the schoolteacher. "Henry Clark," he said sternly, "you shut up with that foolishness. Willie Patten ain't got sense enough to make $75 even if he worked for it, let alone making it by something he wrote." But Henry Clark insisted that he had seen the check, and later on Bill Patten came in and confirmed the great news about his son, and excitement was intense in Corina that night. The fourth story, a full-length novel, sold for $150, and by that time Willie Patten felt himself seasoned for a venture he had in mind for some time. He would try his hand at dime novels. The birth of the dime novel. A singular ambition? Not at that time. It is now quite forgotten that the dime novel has an ancient and thoroughly honorable history. In the beginning, it was not the biographer of detectives, horse thieves, and train robbers at all, but the historian of an epic achievement, the conquest of a continent. Its originator was Erastus F. Beadle, a native of Otsego, New York. In 1857, when he was in his 30s, Beadle made a trip from Buffalo, where he had set up shop as a printer, to Nebraska, where he had taken up land and expected to settle. For various reasons, his enterprise did not turn out very well, and he was forced to come back. But he had seen things that opened his eyes. He had found out firsthand what was happening on the plains. He had had his own provisions stolen by Indians, and had come into uncomfortably close contact with a scalping expedition. What he saw convinced him that there was something radically wrong with the literature that his country was producing. The imaginative tales turned out by the disciples of Irving, Hawthorne, Longfellow, Whittier, and Poe might be all very fine in a literary way, he reasoned, but they were woefully out of touch with the times. Such stuff, it seemed to him, gaped at the clouds while the elephants were marching by. The real romance of America, the great field of her literature, lay in the West. That was the land that was on everybody's tongue. That was the land that was forever on the floor of Congress, with great debates on whether Missouri should be admitted slave or free, and whether we should insist on 54, 40, or fight. That was the land where Supermen were rolling back a frontier on Indians and buffaloes. That was the land where the excitement was, where life had color, flavor, and zip. That was the land that people wanted to read about. Accordingly, as soon as he could get his affairs in order, he moved to New York and prepared to sing its saga. His plan first was to publish novels based on life as it was lived on the plains. His plan second was to sell them for 10 cents. When they heard the price at which the books were to be sold, his friends threw up their hands and threatened to have him put in the booby hatch. Other publishers, when rumors reached them, smiled. It was a pretty dream, they said, but the thing couldn't be done. Beadle went ahead with the preparations. It took him a year or two, selling joke books, song books, and such things, to get together the necessary money. But presently he was ready. He would need a printer, he realized, so he engaged Robert Adams, who had set type for him in Buffalo. He would need an editor, so he engaged a shrewd young man named Orville J. Victor, the same Victor who, many years later, was to write a letter of encouragement to a very discouraged young man living in Corina, Maine. Victor soon made connections with a staff of writers, and on June 15, 1860, Beadle published his first dime novel. It was called Maleska, or The Indian Wife of the White Hunter, and it was written by Anne S.W. Stevens, who was to follow it with a number of others. It set the pattern for Beadle publications for a long time to come. In format, it was a little booklet of 128 pages, about the size of a baseball guide. The printing was on white rag paper and compares favorably with good printing today. The cover was of heavy salmon-colored paper, bearing on the front a steel engraving of the heroine. The story itself was most dignified. Several of the chapters start off with quotations from poetry. The style is rather literary. There is no suggestion of cheapness anywhere in it. It had a sale in its first year of 300,000 copies, and within a few years it had been translated into 5 languages. Foreign influence. Malayska was followed by others in rapid succession. Some of them in their day were celebrated. Seth Jones, or The Captives of the Frontier by Edward S. Ellis, published also in 1860, had a sale of 750,000 copies, and was translated into 7 languages. Maum Guinea, or Christmas Among the Slaves by Mrs. Meta Victor, wife of the editor, caused almost as much talk during the war as Uncle Tom's Cabin. When Henry Ward Beecher came back from England, where he had gone as Lincoln's representative, he wrote that this little book had done much to influence British public opinion. Lincoln himself, after Beadle had sent him a little package of samples, became a dime novel fan. The soldiers in camp, finding that dime novels helped to while away many a tedious day, gobbled them up by the million, boosting sales beyond Beadle's wildest dreams. By the time the war came to an end, the experiment was an assured success. In 1866, Robert Adams died and Beadle took his 2 brothers, David Adams and William Adams, into partnership, the firm becoming Beadle and Adams, under which name it was to do business for 30 years. Beadle was made. It was his turn to ask, "Who's loony now?" To this flourishing concern, Willie Patton submitted his first dime novels. They were, at the most charitable estimate, pretty bad. Clear Grit Cal, The Never Say Die Detective, Fire Eye, The Thug's Terror, Wild Vulcan, The Lone Ranger Rider, and so on. But they were published. Money began to pour in, or at least so it seemed in Corina. Bill Patton's eyes bulged many a time at the $250 checks which his queer fish of a son received for one of these tales. Down at the village store they shook their heads and muttered, for all this smacked of black magic. So after 4 years of it, when he was just turned 21, Willie Patton decided it was time for him to go to New York. He had a little money now. He had served his apprenticeship as a writer. He had even, on the money received from the sale of the Corina Owl, a weekly newspaper that he had started, taken a trip west and viewed at first hand the scene of the epic tales he had been writing. Within a short time, he had wound up all his affairs and was ready to start. All his affairs? Not quite. There was a little affair of honor, one that involved the light but genuine hair that now grew on his face, and the $2,500 he had made in the past year as compared with a certain $1,800. When he got off the train at Biddeford, he headed straight for the mill. "Where's Gooch?" he demanded of the first mill hand he met. "Hey, Willie," exclaimed his former buddy. "Boy, I didn't hardly know you at first. You're a sight huskier than you was. Gooch, ain't you heerd? Gooch is dead." 10 years after. Colonel Prentice Ingraham limped fretfully around his small room in 58th Street and glared belligerently at Patton, who had buckled up his long legs on a trunk. "No, sir," he roared while his small frame quivered with indignation. "The Western story never will be dead. So long as the American people have one drop of red blood left in their veins, I tell you they're going to read Western stories." "Custer's been dead pretty near 20 years, said Patton. "Buffalo Bill ain't dead," the colonel shot back with heat that was pardonable, since, through the medium of the dime novel, he was Buffalo Bill's official biographer. "If you think he is," he went on, "go down to Philadelphia, where he's showing now, and watch him shoot. He can hold up his end of it even with that little Oakley gal." "They say she's pretty," said Patton, who had an eye to such things. "As a picture," said the colonel, who also had an eye to such things, and stroked his flowing silky mustache. But in a moment he resumed fiercely. "And while you're down there, just count the people that come to see that Wild West show, and see if Buffalo Bill is dead yet. And if you'll pardon a little pride of authorship, I'd just like to call to your attention that my last stories about Buffalo Bill are selling bigger than ever. No, sir, Buffalo Bill's not dead, and neither is the Western story." Patton listened with half an ear. He was an older Patton now, with 10 years in the literary trenches behind him, several of them devoted almost exclusively to this same kind of Western story that he was now beginning to have his doubts about. They had been glorious years in all truth. He had come down to a New York that was probably gaudier than any New York before or since. It was a New York as yet innocent of subways, wherein you traveled uptown and downtown on elevated roads that still used steam engines, and crossed town on cars still drawn by horses. Brooklyn Bridge was then one of the wonders of the modern world, and Steve Brodie had just settled the big argument by jumping off it and living to tell the story. The theatrical district still lay between 14th and 23rd Streets. Grand Opera was given in the Academy of Music on 14th, hard by Tony Pastor's Theater and Hubert's Museum. Maggie Klein was just then singing "Throw Him Down McCluskey." John L. Sullivan still reigned supreme, holding court nightly at one or other of his 3 saloons. Irish gangs still ravaged the Bowery, where beer gardens, open of front so you could see the drinkers and the dancing girls within, lined most of the way. The Pulitzer Building was still the tallest building in the United States, and visitors to New York ascended in its dome of solid gold to refresh themselves with a bird's-eye view of the city. The Hoffman House still attracted many customers with its celebrated oil paintings of the female nude. It was a wide-open town, with everybody having a roaring good time. Portrait of a Modest Man. Patton loved it. Especially he loved the humbuggery of it. This crowd loved to be fooled, and it good-naturedly didn't give a hoot how often it was fooled, so it was fooled by a good show. He loved the humbugs who provided the literary show, who hashed up preposterous tales about Indians chasing pioneers over the plains and being in turn routed by a thundering herd of buffaloes. They were a picturesque crew who loved the West because it was the big show, and who were as much a part of it as the advance press agent is a part of a circus. Fellows like Joseph E. Badger, whose master creation was Mustang Sam. "You ax who I be, I'm Mustang Sam, the high muck-a-muck of E pluribus unum. I can yell louder, run further, ride faster, shoot straighter, jump higher, tell bigger lies, eat more poor bull, and jump outside of more chain lightning than any 2-legged critter as was ever puffed." Old Coombs, who lived in Iowa and was one of the few dime novel writers canny enough to invest his money profitably. Edward L. Wheeler, who called everybody Pard and was suspected of never having been farther west than West Philadelphia. Harlan P. Halsey, who wrote the delectable detective stories, signed Old Sleuth. John R. Coriel, who originated the Nick Carter stories. Buckskin Sam, properly known as Sam S. Hall, who occasionally showed his virile Western manhood by going on a shooting rampage at his home in Wilmington, Delaware. And Patton laughed as loud as any at the monkey shine staged daily by Buffalo Bill and Ned Buntline, his first official biographer, known in private life as Colonel E.Z.C. Judson. This was when they were first trying to put over Buffalo Bill as a character in dime novel fiction. 6 or 8 times a day, both Cody and Judson, in full Western regimentals, would come galloping down Broadway and dismount at the office of the publisher in Rose Street. Ostensibly, they were occupied with business of the very first importance. Actually, they were occupied with nothing more important than to provide a show for the crowd that always awaited them, and incidentally to make a little extra publicity for the Buffalo Bill stories. Most of all, Patton loved this same Colonel Ingraham, who was now pacing the floor in such wild excitement at the very suggestion that the Western story might be on its last legs. The Colonel had lived such a life that when he recounted his most prosaic experiences, he was thought to be making up chapters for his next story. He had fought in the Civil War on the side of the Confederacy. He had soldiered in Austria, in Crete, in Africa, in Cuba, and with Juarez in Mexico. He had shot buffaloes with Buffalo Bill to help fulfill the celebrated contract with the Kansas Pacific Railroad, under the terms of which Cody delivered the carcasses of more than 5,000 buffaloes to be served as meat in the construction camps, and thereby earned his highly valuable moniker. When Cody and Buntline had a disagreement, the Colonel became Cody's biographer, and so well did he do his job that Buffalo Bill became such a character as not even Cody had dreamed was possible. There is many a schoolboy, even now, who is astonished to learn in 6th grade history that this magnifico of the Colonel's creation actually lived and breathed. Add to all this the fact that the Colonel was a gentleman of the Old South and could cuss in rhymed hexameter verse, and he stands out as a most colorful writing man. Opportunity knocks. Now, however, Patton was beginning to be worried about the Western story. This was not entirely a matter of art. It was more a question of bread and butter, since the night when he had come back home from the Biddeford mill he had written stories for his living, and it was something to be concerned about that the stories he had been writing were beginning to look bleary and frayed around the edges. Wherefore he lent a very dubious ear to the Colonel's eulogy of Buffalo Bill. "It's just like what they're saying about that contraption that this fool Haynes is monkeying around with," the Colonel was saying. "Some of them say it's going to put the horse out of business. Well, if Haynes was to hook a whistle on his machine, maybe it might do for a peanut roaster. Or if he was to put some bars around it, maybe it might do for a cage for that talking dog they've got over at Worth's Museum. But put the horse out of business? Come on over here, Gil. Just look at them going out to the park. Don't you just love to see 'em step? Gil, there's some things that won't never be put out of business. One of them is the horse, and the other is the Western story that gave the horse his proper place in literature, if I do say so myself." Shortly afterward, Patton joined his family at Camden, Maine, where they had moved from Corina, more than ever convinced that he had to find a new field if he was to continue to make his living by his facile pen. He had hardly landed there when he received a letter from O.G. Smith, president of Street & Smith, in regard to a new series of stories. By this time, 1895, Street & Smith had long since taken the leadership of the dime novel field away from Beadle and Adams. The firm had been started in 1855, several years before Beadle went into business, but had not published dime novels until after Beadle had demonstrated that the thing could be done. Then gradually it had pulled ahead, until by now it was the leading publisher in the field. No doubt the death of Beadle in 1894 had had much to do with the dwindling prosperity of the firm. Mr. Smith wanted to know if Patton would be interested in doing a new series of stories for boys. Patton wrote for more details, and Mr. Smith replied as follows. December 16th, 1895. Gilbert Patton, Esquire, Camden, Maine. Dear Sir, replying to your favor of December 13th at hand today, we beg to state that the material of which we wrote you in our last letter is intended for a library, which we purpose issuing every week. Something in the line of the Jack Harkaway stories, Gay Dashley, a series which we are running in Good News, and the Island School series, all of which are expressed to you under separate cover. The idea being to issue a library containing a series of stories, covering this class of incident, in all of which will appear one prominent character surrounded by suitable satellites. It would be an advantage to the series to have introduced the Dutchman, the Negro, the Irishman, and any other dialect that you are familiar with. From what we know of your work, we believe you can give us what we require, and would be pleased to have you write us one of these stories at once. Upon receipt of it, if satisfactory, we will be prepared to make a contract with you to cover 20,000 words weekly for this library, and a sufficient number of Good News stories to keep them running in the columns of Good News, if you believe you can turn out this amount of work. It is important that the main character in the series should have a catchy name, such as Dick Lightheart, Jack Harkaway, Gay Dashley, Non Kirk, a character in 2 previous stories by Patton, as upon this name will depend the title for the library. The essential idea of this series is to interest young readers in the career of a young man at a boarding school, preferably a military or a naval academy. The story should differ from the Jack Harkaways in being American and thoroughly up to date. Our idea is to issue, say, 12 stories, each complete in itself, but, like the links in a chain, all dealing with life at the academy. By this time, the readers will have become sufficiently well acquainted with the hero, and the author will also, no doubt, have exhausted most of the pranks and escapades that might naturally occur. After the first 12 numbers, the hero is obliged to leave the academy, or takes it upon himself to leave. It is essential that he should come into considerable amount of money at this period. When he leaves the academy, he takes with him one of the professor's servants, a chum. In fact, any of the characters you have introduced and made prominent in the story. A little love element would also not be amiss, though this is not particularly important. When the hero is once projected on his travels, there is an infinite variety of incident to choose from. In the Island School series, published by one of our London connections, you will find scenes of foreign travel with color. This material you are at liberty to use freely, with our hero as the central character, of course, and up-to-date dialogue. After we run through 20 or 30 numbers of this, We would bring the hero back and have him go to college, say Yale University. Thence we could take him on his travels again to the South Seas or anywhere. If you can do the opening stories of school life, you will be able to do them all, as we shall assist you in the matter of local color for the stories of travel. This letter will of course be held as confidential. After you have fully examined the island school material, kindly return to us. Yours truly. Patten hadn't got halfway through this before he knew that this was what he had been looking for. He would get away from the absurdities of Western fiction and give the boys something they could believe in. Also, he would give them a hero they could really admire, and he would try to build the stories on character rather than on incident, and in that way make them live. Preparedness in a name. Frank Merriwell was agreed upon as the name of the hero, this name suggesting the kind of boy Patten had in mind. And lest the import of the name be lost on the youthful readers, Patten was careful to describe Frank on page 1 of the first story thus. His face was frank, open, and winning, but the merry light that usually dwelt in his eyes was now banished by a look of scorn, and so on. In order that the series could be continued by others if Patten fell ill or got tired of the job, or something of the sort, it was necessary that he have a nom de plume. Bert L. Standish was agreed upon for this, as being a good, substantial American alias. The pay was to be the princely sum of $50 a week. Finally, Patten was ready to write the first story, to be called Frank Merriwell, or First Days at Fardale. As he hitched up to his typewriter, he snickered to himself, for there popped into his head a story that was going the rounds about the Colonel. It seemed that somebody had asked the Colonel how he managed to think of plots in such amazing profusion. "First," the Colonel said, "I'll take a situation, and then I'll work forward from that." "Yes, Colonel, but what do you mean by a situation?" "Crack, crack, crack. 3 more redskins bit the dust," elucidated the Colonel. "There you have it. Now go on with your story." Better to start it off in style, thought Patten, and this is what he wrote. Chapter 1. Frank makes a foe. "Get out!" Thump, a shrill howl of pain. "Stop it, that's my dog." "Oh, is it? Then you ought to be kicked too. Take that for your impudence." Cuff, a blow from an open hand sends the boyish owner of a whimpering poodle staggering to the ground while paper bags of popcorn flew from his basket and scattered their snowy contents around. "That was a cowardly blow." Fast writing records. And so on. As may be imagined, the clarion defy at the end came from Frank, and fitting it was that the first words he ever uttered should quiver with magnificent contempt at the spectacle of a cowardly blow. "It was an awful job, and don't you forget it," says Patten, looking back at the beginning of the Merriwell experiment. 20,000 words a week. That means more than 1,000,000 words a year, at the rate of 1 full-length novel a month. And when you turn out stuff that fast for 17 years, you're grinding copy. All the Merriwell stories have been written and gathered into books, 240 of them. Count them up and see how many they make. But when I was writing them, there were times when I felt like a horse in an old country treadmill. I ground and I ground and I ground, and it seemed as though there never would be an end to it. For the new series was a success from the start. The first number, published April 18th, 1896, sold out completely. Within 3 months, the circulation of the Tip-Top Library, with Frank Merriwell as its leading character, had reached 75,000. With new readers, their nickels clutched in their dirty little fists, marching up to the newsstands every week. And to satisfy them, Patten settled down to the laborious business of grinding out 20,000 words a week every week in the year. "Over a period of years," he goes on, "I imagine that comes pretty close to setting a record. But don't get the idea that I was a remarkably fast writer. There were plenty of them who could turn it out a lot faster than I could. One time, Beadle and Adams needed a serial in a hurry, and Victor locked Edward L. Wheeler in a room with a pile of paper. After 2 days, there was a 30,000-word novel. I didn't say it was a good novel, but anyhow, it was a novel. But the Colonel beat that. There was some misunderstanding about a story. Victor expected it, but the Colonel hadn't written it. And when Victor wired him in Washington, it was within 2 days of publication time. The Colonel sat right down and began to write. It almost killed him, but at the end of 24 hours he had a 33,000-word story in the mail. But over a long pull I probably turned out as much as any of the rest, and maybe a little bit more. The first year was the worst because I hadn't got any system into it. On those first stories I tramped the floor many a night, and there were weeks when I didn't think I could possibly get a story ready. I used to write a lot of them up in Maine, and if I didn't make a certain express with my copy, there wouldn't be any story that week. And more than once I finished the story so late, I had to run down to the station and hand the envelope to the man on the mail car. The train would be already in and ready to pull out. After a while, it came easier. I blocked the stories out 13 at a time. Why 13? Well, there are 52 weeks in the year, and when you divide 52 by 4, you get 13, not 12. Then I saved myself a lot of work by learning to dictate to a stenographer. My fingers got sore banging out that much copy on a machine. The dictation scheme accounts for one thing that many people laugh about in the Merriwell stories, a stilted effect in the style and a touch of artificiality in the dialogue. I guess the charge is true, but you shoot 4,000 words a day at a stenographer, and when she transcribes her notes, see how flexible and natural it sounds. Easy style and nice homely dialogue are possible only when you have a chance to shine up your work. No chance for that doing the Merriwells. That was rough and ready writing. I never had much trouble with plots. No, I wasn't like the Colonel. I didn't start with a situation and work forward from that. I built all these stories around a character. If you will read the first Merriwell story, you will see what I mean. That is a story about a number of boys, one of them Merriwell, who were candidates for admission to Fardale Academy. One of them, as a result of the brawl at the railroad station which opens the story, takes a dislike to Merriwell and plots to keep him out of the academy. In the course of the feud, Merriwell rescues the beautiful Enza from a mad dog after the other boy had fled. He emerges triumphant from a fistfight, and 2 or 3 other scrapes that he stumbles into. Superficially, that is a story made up of highly improbable incident. Look a little closer and you will see that Frank succeeds because he has certain outstanding traits of character. Even in the end, when he is freed from a cemetery vault into which his enemies had locked him, his rescuer is the same little shaver whom he had befriended a few days before at the railroad station in the scuffle over the dog. Character in a crucible. All the Merriwell stories were built on the same formula, to test Frank in some crucial way, so that certain sides of his nature were thrown into high relief. Yes, one of his qualities, of course, was courage, but they laugh about Frank's bravery too much. As a matter of fact, he wasn't so brave. He was scared often, and badly scared at that. Much more important was his loyalty, something that boys esteem more than anything else. No matter how hard-pressed Frank might be, he never played anybody a dirty trick, of course. It was my business to see that he was hard-pressed in every story. He was always getting into jams, so that if he would only turn against his friends, he could make $1 million. Of course, he never did it. Another quality was a sense of humor. Another was a sense of justice, a capacity to see the other fellow's side. And another was a little vague. I can best describe it as decency. But he had a lot of very human weaknesses, too. One of them was a love for gambling. Frank's battle to overcome this furnished many a chapter in the series, and the boys, I judge, found it just as absorbing as a lot of so-called action. The popular story based on character was the novelty then. The publishers, although they had themselves suggested the idea, were a little appalled at the lengths to which Patton carried it. One day, while he was at luncheon with O.G. Smith and his brother G.C. Smith, also of Street and Smith firm, O.G. Smith wanted to know if the stories could not be sped up a little. "It seems to me," he said, "that these stories ought to have more action, incident, excitement, something going on." Patton, a little surprised, asked where the story seemed to lag. "Well," said Smith, "last week you had a story that shows what I mean. For 2 pages, Merriwell does nothing but take care of his horse, feeds him, waters him, rests him, and so on. I don't believe that appeals to boys." "I think you're wrong," said Patton. "In the first place, Merriwell has been repeatedly identified as a humane character. He is kind to animals. It is part of his nature. In the second place, 9/10 of the boys who read these stories are of the age when they are crazy over horses. They know all about horses, and when they read how Merriwell was considerate of his horse, that brings the story close to home to them. Those 2 pages are just as interesting to them as though I had had Frank ride the horse in front of the express train and grab the girl off the cowcatcher. Get your mind off action. Action is what killed the old dime novel. It is all right for a few pages, but it gets pretty tedious unless there is some character mixed up with it that you can get interested in." Smith was still dubious. "I'll ask you one thing," said Patton. "Do the stories sell?" Smith laughed. Turning to his brother, he says, "I guess Patton's got us there. The stories sell all right. If they haven't got excitement, they've got something, so we might as well let him alone and let him do his stories his own way. Characters, Patton explains, were perhaps the hardest. When you're writing regular fiction, you draw your characters from life. But when you're writing for boys, you draw your characters from the imaginary world that boys live in. When I conceived Frank, I think I hit on approximately the boy that every kid would like to be. Not, mind you, the boy that every kid ought to be. That was the Horatio Alger idea, a moral in every story. But my boy pointed no moral. He was just every boy's ideal picture of himself, and I never did anything cleverer than when I made Frank, right in the first story, an expert ventriloquist. The kids had all heard of this trick, and they had all gone out back of the barn to practice in a secret effort to acquire it. So when Frank appeared as a master of this mysterious art, they fell in love with him at once. But Frank wasn't the only character. There had to be others, especially villains. For a long time, Bart Hodge was the chief villain of the series. He was the boy who cuffed the little popcorn vendor at the railroad station. Bart, however, eventually renounced his evil ways and became Frank's closest friend. Then there was Porpheus del Norte, who appeared when I took Frank out west for a time. The greatest villain of all. Friends have told me that Porpheus del Norte was the greatest villain of all literature. He had every human depravity, and a few depravities that had not heretofore been regarded as human. He stopped at nothing, not even mayhem. His word was not worth the breath it took to utter it. He had not the slightest chivalry toward women and children. He associated with low characters. He was prolific of plots, schemes, and intrigues. His lightest word was a curse. Then there had to be comic characters. It is a curious thing, but you cannot give boys real humor. They do not understand it. Slapstick is what they get fun out of. That is the reason for such characters as Harry Rattleton, who always said things like, I feel silly. Boys think that very funny. And Hans Dunnerwurst, the Dutch boy, and Ephraim Gallop, the lank Yankee boy, who every time things began to get hot would moan, I wished I was to hum on the farm. Only twice did I draw characters from life. Once was when I used a friend of mine, Captain Walter Wiley, and put him into the story's name and all. He had been a seafaring man, and was a picturesque fellow, and he went over great with the boys. In the stories he was always referred to as the Windjammer. The other time was a little different. Here Patton pauses to laugh. One time I met a lady I knew up in Maine, a Mrs. Gardner, and she said to me, Mr. Patton, my boy reads about Frank Merriwell every week, and he wants to know if you wouldn't put him into a story. So I said that would be easy enough, and I asked her 1 or 2 questions about what kind of looking boy he was, since I had never seen him, and 1 or 2 other things about him, and then I put him into a story. He only appeared for a sentence or 2, did Earl Gardner, a freshman at Yale who wanted to meet the great Frank Merriwell but never had the chance, and I thought that would be the end of it. But within 2 weeks I had 100 letters from boys all over the country demanding that I give them more about Earl Gardner. So Earl Gardner became one of the most popular characters in the stories. A real boy hero. A trust, said O. Henry, is its own weakest point. And the same principle held true for Merriwell. It was his very popularity that led to his downfall, for in spite of all that Patton did to stunt his growth, he grew bigger and older, until no boy in the world could be expected to take an interest in him. His story, indeed, for the last 10 eventful years of his life, is the story of Patton's desperate efforts to keep alive the spark of youth within him. Other characters might stay the same age for years. Mutt and Jeff look the same now as they did 17 years ago. The Katzenjammer kids never grow up, and neither does Chester Gump. But Merriwell had no such luck. He was the idol of thousands of boys who kept book on him as closely as thousands of other boys now keep book on Babe Ruth. When Frank had finished the first year at Fardale, he had to go on to second year. There was no more chance that he could be sent to repeat the course than he could be sent out to rob a bank. And after 4 years at Fardale, he was through at Fardale. The big question was what to do with him next. In accordance with the original plan, he went to Yale. He was a great boy at Yale. He made the football team every year and won all the Harvard games single-handed in the last minute of play. He was elected to all the best fraternities. He led his class with honors. In fact, he was easily the most remarkable student that old Eli ever had. But at the end of his junior year, the same old question came up. In another year, he would graduate and be a man, out of the ken of boys forever. the situation was rather serious. The circulation was now 108,000. Much depended on Merriwell, so far as the publishers were concerned, and also so far as Patten was concerned. His original $50 a week, after a number of raises, had become $150, and in the early 1900s this was not to be sneezed at. To gain time to think, Patten took Frank out of Yale. He contrived a dastardly plot whereby Frank lost all his money and had to go work on a railroad. Here at least it would be harder for the boys to keep tab on the hero, since there were no college semesters marking the time so easily. And while Frank worked on the locomotives, Patten racked his brain as to what to do. And finally he decided he would retire Frank and invent a long-lost brother, much younger than Frank, who would reawaken juvenile interest. So Frank settled the great strike on the railroad, recovered his fortune, and went back to college, graduated at the end of a year, and the stage was all set for Dick. The advent of Dick presented some difficulties, as Frank was an only child, as all the readers knew. Nevertheless, Merriwell père had once taken a mysterious trip, and Patten let it be known that on this trip he had got married, and Dick Merriwell was the result of that union. So Dick Merriwell finally appeared on the scene, much to the surprise of Frank, as may be imagined. But Dick was a dreadful flop. The readers still numbered thousands, of course, for the name Merriwell was potent, but the boys never took to Dick as they had to Frank. The reason, says Patten, was that Dick was not the character that Frank was. I couldn't make him a replica of Frank, you know. He had to be different. But it was Frank who really stood for every boy's dream. Dick was all right, but not many boys wanted to be like him. And then I suppose I had got careless. Frank's ventriloquism was a big hit, but Dick's capacity to talk with wild animals never went over. It just didn't click. I guess I had written Merriwell's too long. And so, after a few years of Dick, the Merriwell series came to an end. After Patten gave it up, 2 or 3 others tried to carry on, but without success. Frank's long-lost brother. Shortly after the Merriwell stories started, Beadle and Adams closed their doors. After the debacle, Patten and Arthur Grissom, first editor of Smart Set, persuaded Street and Smith to give the Colonel a berth. And there he continued to recount the glories of Buffalo Bill, but to an ever-dwindling clientele. In 1904, just before he died, the Colonel went up to visit Patten in Maine. "How's little Lord Merriweather?" he asked. "Paying $150 a week," said Patten. "How's Buffalo Bill?" "Dead," said the Colonel. "Cody's not, but Buffalo Bill is." He sighed. "Gil," he confided, "something's happened to this country. Things aren't what they used to be." In addition to the Merriwell stories, Patten had written 70 novels of standard length, besides innumerable serials and short stories that were never gathered into book form. The Merriwells, in reissued form, are still on sale on the newspaper stands. He estimates that in his life he has written 40 million words of fiction, or enough to fill 8 5-foot shelves. He is now plain Gilbert Patten, having dropped the William because it reminded him of the days when he was called Willie. Oddly enough, although he is easily the country's most prolific literatus, you will not find him in Who's Who. "Did I love Merriwell?" he says. "Not at first. Those early stories were more of a joke to me than anything else. But when it got so that 500,000 kids were reading him every week, and I think there were that many, when you stop to think how the stories were lent from hand to hand, I began to realize that I had about the biggest chance to influence the youth of this country that any man ever had. And when you get the Messiah complex, you are lost. Yes, I loved him. And I loved him most because no boy, if he followed in his tracks, ever did anything that he need be ashamed of." End of The Man Merriwell by James M. Cain.
Provincetown and Petrified Fish by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Mattern. Provincetown and Petrified Fish. Scully Joe, or petrified fish, was a Provincetown delicacy for many years. The last of its makers was Captain Elijah Smith Newcomb, who died in 1933, and with him died Scully Joe. A stranger might describe it as haddock, split, salted, and dried, but Captain Newcomb would snort in derision at that definition. "You clean the innards out," said the captain, "and you cut the head off, and that's all. You don't never bone 'em nor split 'em." Which sounds as though you ate them raw. But after the preliminary treatment, they were cured in brine or dry salt, and then hung out to dry in the salt and wind for weeks and weeks. This made them as hard, nearly, as the Rock of Gibraltar. Then you put the petrified fish in your pocket and munched it, off and on, like a stick of hard candy, or you ate it with a glass of beer when it would take the place of pretzels. It never seemed to get noticeably smaller, no matter how much you chewed it. Captain Newcomb had customers for it from as far away as New York, and many summer visitors as well as Cape people were really fond of it. Though you cannot get Scully Joe at Provincetown today, this charming fishing village holds tremendous appeal. Its streets are crooked lanes, and the ocean is at the foot of every one of them. After you see the hollyhocks, the old sea captains' homes, the gray fishing fleet with its graceful nets and spars, and the bright shops, you will agree that a heavenly town is Provincetown. Its streets go winding up and down. The air is crisp with briny smells. The time is told by chime of bells. The painters sketch each little nook. Its colors like a children's book. Yellow shutters, windows pink, purple shingles, trees of ink, front street, back street, narrow winding lanes, many-colored fishing boats, sails and nets and seines. End of Provincetown and Petrified Fish.
A review of the state of the British nation, Saturday, January 28, 1710, by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And who can help talking a little of trade when they see petitions thronging into the House of Commons, so incongruous in themselves, so inconsistent with common justice, and indeed with common sense in trade, that to me it seems as if some men had a mind to see whether the House knew when they were affronted. To see petitions to the House of contradicting natures, and some of self-contradicting terms. Here they petition against monopolies to destroy trade. There they petition for monopolies to preserve trade. Here some petition for power to prevent fraud in commerce. There to prevent trade itself, on pretense of preventing frauds in that trade. And there men petition to have the power of fraud taken out of every man's hand but their own. I could perhaps give you a great many instances of these things and make you merry with the ridiculous conduct on both sides, but I'll content myself to begin only with the petitions from sundry places, for laying open Anglesey, destroying the trade to Africa, and a most preposterous, not to say foolish, petition of some people for supplying the colonies with negroes by laying open the trade to Africa. It is not good indeed to promise too much beforehand, but if, before I have done, I do not make those proposals appear, not unjust only, but unreasonable, and perhaps ridiculous, I may capitulate to forfeit all the right I shall claim to write in sense as long as I live. Indeed, the complaints against the African Company have had many specious things in them, and much struggle there was last session about the main question, whether a company with exclusive privileges was necessary to preserve that trade or no. But, to my great wonderment, and which I own I thought strange in so many wise men as appeared on both sides at the bar of the House, and abusing one another on both sides, as if it were one halfpenny matter to the question, whether both sides were honest or neither side, either of which might be true, and the argument about the trade stand just where it did before. I think both sides agreed last session that the trade to Africa was to be preserved, that it was essential to our colonies to preserve them and supply them with Negro slaves, that it was essential to the nation to keep it out of the hands of the French. Then it was agreed that this trade could not be preserved without maintaining the forts and factories on the coast of Africa, and the main question should have been whether these could be preserved without an exclusive company or no. Much shifting and debating we had indeed about this question, But in all that I ever read or heard of that pretended to answer to the question, I never yet saw one thing like, or one man, that would undertake to say that any solid security could be given for preserving the trade, but by an exclusive company. Perhaps the gentleman, having had time to consider of that argument, may have found out some medium in this weighty part of the case, and I should be glad to see it, that then we may pull down the exclusive man with some show of reason, and with safety to the trade. But, gentlemen, if you are so fond of pulling down the company that you will pull down the trade with them, hands off is the word. There the nation will be against you, for the trade is essentially necessary and must be preserved. Nor is it sufficient to say, yes, we can secure the trade, and we will undertake to secure the trade. The trade to Africa is of the last consequence to Britain, and 'tis not enough to say you will, but will you give solid, firm securities to the nation, that your word shall be made good? Without security, you say nothing. The nation must not be jested with, and so lose the trade to Africa. This is the only thing I urged last year, and many a time it was offered to the House, but no reply has been yet made, no effectual answer given, neither has any man pretended to say that the separate traders to Africa, though formed in a company, such as they proposed, could offer any manner of security to preserve the trade. Until they do, I doubt not but the House will be very considerate in the matter of laying open that trade. I have nothing to do with the accusations or recriminations on one side and the other, which filled all their pleadings last year with so much Billingsgate rhetoric. They brought a great many witnesses on both sides, and great pains they took to let the House see their nakedness, and to have the nation's opinion, of whose faces were blackest. For my part, I am for allowing all the mismanagements, violences, frauds, cruelties, etc., that are pretended on both sides, and the consequences may be just, that both sides ought to be suppressed. The man may be used as the House pleases, and let the guilty be punished and exposed. Let servants betray their masters, hirelings eat their bread, and throw their wealth in the face of them they got it by. But the trade! This is the great question before the House. What must be done with the trade? And of this I say to all that object, let them be great or small, few or many, show me a way to secure and preserve the trade to Africa without an exclusive company, if you can. I confess it is with some reluctance that I mention this affair at so great a distance, but near or remote, any man may put this question, and I humbly offer it in the view of the world, to all that raise clamours at an exclusive company, and I importune them for an answer, not to me, but the House of Commons. Can you, gentlemen, secure the trade to the coast of Africa, that the nation may not be bereaved of it, our neighbours possess it, and our colonies be ruined for want of it? If any man will say they can secure it, it is also very easy for them to tell how. If they know the method, it is easy to lay it down. All that have attempted it yet, at least that I have seen, have shuffled off this point. They have supplied it indeed with plentiful raillery at the present company, and much good breeding was shown that way, cuius contrarium, etc. But still this main question has been left. No champion of the separate traders has ever yet made the attempt. None of the gentlemen that pleaded at the bar of the House, when in committee came to this point, at least as I remember, for I could not wrong the gentlemen. No, not the right honourable commissioners of trade in their accounts, nor any that I have met with, have undertaken to speak of a security to preserve the trade. They have spoke of things and proposed schemes which may be a security, if they succeed, and if the separate traders send so many ships. But I must ever be allowed to say there is a manifest difference between may and shall. What only may be, has a may not be always attending it, and if the trade only may be secured, it may be lost, and this, I humbly conceive, is a risk the nation ought not to run. I see a great number of petitions for the laying open this trade. None of them, I presume, will add to it these words, in order effectually to destroy it and lose it to the nation. But since that is a tacit owning, it ought not to be lost. It is a most strange thing to me that not one petition is presented to the House that mentions the securing the trade to the kingdom in general. But really, gentlemen, were I to petition the House of Commons against the African Company, I would do it plainly, that their honours would be pleased to dissolve the said company, and settle the trade on such a foot as might effectually secure and preserve the trade itself to the British nation. And this would certainly be a petition for a regulated company with exclusive privileges. I'm not concerned at all in the parties on either side, and I'm at too great a distance to go far in the quarrel. But thus far I cannot but say, in all I have seen already, I could see nothing but a tumultuous hurry running upon the company and railing at mismanagements, which with submission is not one word to the purpose. For if this company has mismanaged, punish them, dissolve them, do all that justice requires with them, but the main argument stands firm. Secure the trade. Let it not be lost to the nation. Let not the colonies lose their supplies of negroes. Let not the public interest of Britain in trade sink. And that this can be secured without an exclusive company, I am ready to debate with any reasonable man on earth. You may run down people by clamour and noise, but this question is very short. The trade must be secured, or it must not. All agree the first is absolutely necessary. Either it can be secured by an open free trade, or it cannot. If it can, 'tis strange, not one man has undertaken yet to tell us how. For my part, I am in hopes, and have long been waiting to see it attempted, to see one man at least among the many so florid opposers of the company offer at it. And when it comes, as sure it must one time or other, if they expect the House should join with them, I say, when it comes, I shall say more to it. End of a review of the state of the British nation, Saturday, January 28, 1710. Read by Claudia Caldi. Second Memory, from Memories, A Story of German Love, by Max Müller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Second Memory. Not far from our house, and opposite the old church with a golden cross, stood a large building, even larger than the church, and having many towers. They looked exceedingly grey and old, and had no golden cross, but stone eagles streaked the summits, and a great white and blue banner fluttered from the highest tower, directly over the lofty doorway at the top of the steps, where, on either side, 2 mounted soldiers stood sentinels. The building had many windows, and behind the windows you could distinguish red silk curtains with golden tassels. Old lindens encircled the grounds, which in summer overshadowed the great masonry with their green leaves, and bestrewed the turf with their fragrant white blossoms. I had often looked in there, and that evening, when the lindens exhaled their perfumes and the windows were illuminated, I saw many figures pass and repass like shadows. Music swept down from on high, and carriages drove up, from which ladies and gentlemen alighted and ascended the stairs. They all looked so beautiful and good. The gentlemen had stars upon their breasts, and the ladies wore fresh flowers in their hair, and I often thought, why do I not go there too? One day my father took me by the hand and said, "We are going to the castle, but you must be very polite if the princess speaks to you, and kiss her hand." I was about 6 years of age, and as delighted as only one can be at 6 years of age. I had already indulged in many quiet fancies about the shadows which I had seen evenings through the lighted windows, and had heard many good things at home of the beneficence of the prince and princess, how gracious they were, how much help and consolation they brought to the poor and sick, and that they had been chosen by the grace of God to protect the good and punish the bad. I had long pictured to myself what transpired in the castle, so that the prince and princess were already old acquaintances whom I knew as well as my nutcrackers and leaden soldiers. My heart beat quickly as I ascended the high stairs with my father, and just as he was telling me I must call the Princess Highness and the Prince Serene Highness, the folding door opened, and I saw before me a tall figure with brilliantly piercing eyes. She seemed to advance and stretch out her hand to me. There was an expression on her countenance which I had long known, and a heavenly smile played about her cheeks. I could restrain myself no longer, and while my father stood at the door bowing very low, I knew not why, my heart sprang into my throat. I ran to the beautiful lady, threw my arms round her neck, and kissed her as I would my mother. The beautiful, majestic lady willingly submitted, stroked my hair, and smiled. But my father took my hand, led me away, and said I was very rude, and that he should never take me there again. I grew utterly bewildered. The blood mounted to my cheeks, for I felt that my father had been unjust to me. I looked at the princess as if she ought to shield me, but upon her face was only an expression of mild earnestness. Then I looked round upon the ladies and gentlemen assembled in the room, believing that they would come to my defence. But as I looked, I saw that they were laughing. Then the tears sprang into my eyes, and out of the door, down the stairs, and past the lindens in the castle yard, I rushed home, where I threw myself into my mother's arms, and sobbed and wept. "What has happened to you?" said she. "Oh, mother," I cried, "I was at the princess, and she was such a good and beautiful woman, just like you, dear mother, that I had to throw my arms round her neck and kiss her." "Ah," said my mother, "you should not have done that, for they are strangers and high dignitaries." "And what then are strangers?" said I. "May I not love all people who look upon me with affectionate and friendly eyes?" "You can love them, my son," replied my mother, "but you should not show it." "Is it then something wrong for me to love people?" said I. "Why cannot I show it?" "Well, perhaps you are right," said she, "but you must do as your father says, and when you're older you will understand why you cannot embrace every woman who regards you with affectionate and friendly eyes." That was a sad day. Father came home, agreed I had been very uncivil. At night my mother put me to bed, and I prayed, but I could not sleep, and kept wondering what these strange people were whom one must not love. Thou poor human heart, so soon in the spring are thy leaves broken and the feathers torn from the wings. When the spring red of life opens the hidden calyx of the soul, it perfumes our whole being with love. We learn to stand and to walk, to speak and to read, but no one teaches us to love. It is inherent in us like life, they say, and is the very deepest foundation of our existence. As the heavenly bodies incline to and attract each other, and will always cling together by the everlasting law of gravitation, so heavenly souls incline to and attract each other, and will always cling together by the everlasting law of love. A flower cannot blossom without sunshine, a man cannot live without love. Would not the child's heart break in despair when the first cold storm of the world sweeps over it, if the warm sunlight of love from the eyes of mother and father did not shine upon him like the soft reflection of divine light and love? The ardent yearning which then awakes in the child is the purest and deepest love. It is the love which embraces the whole world, which shines resplendent wherever the eyes of man beam upon it, which exalts wherever it hears the human voice. It is the old, immeasurable love, a deep well which no plummet has ever sounded, a fountain of perennial richness. Whoever knows it also knows that in love there is no more and no less, but that he who loves can only love with the whole heart, and with the whole soul, with all his strength, and with all his will. But alas, how little remains of this love by the time we have finished one half of our life journey. Soon the child learns that there are strangers and ceases to be a child. The spring of love becomes hidden and soon filled up. Our eyes gleam no more, and heavy-hearted we pass one another in the bustling streets. We scarcely greet each other, for we know how sharply it cuts the soul when a greeting remains unanswered, and how sad it is to be sundered from those who we have once greeted, and whose hands we have clasped. The wings of the soul lose their plumes, the leaves of the flower fast fall off and wither, and of this fountain of love there remain but a few drops. We still call these few drops love, but it is no longer the clear, fresh, all-abounding child love. It is love with anxiety and trouble, a consuming flame, a burning passion, love which wastes itself like raindrops upon the hot sand, love which is a longing, not a sacrifice, love which says, "Wilt thou be mine?" not love which says, "I must be thine." It is a most selfish, vacillating love, and this is the love which poets sing, and in which young men and maidens believe, a fire which burns up and down, yet does not warm, and leaves nothing behind but smoke and ashes. All of us at some period of life have believed that these rockets of sunbeams were everlasting love, but the brighter the glitter, the darker the night which follows. And then, when all around grows dark, when we feel utterly alone, when all men right and left pass us by and know us not, a forgotten feeling rises in the breast. We know not what it is, for it is neither love nor friendship. You feel like crying to him who passes you so cold and strange, "Dost thou not know me?" Then one realizes that man is nearer to man than brother to brother, father to son, or friend to friend. How an old, holy saying rings through our souls, that strangers are nearest to us. Why must we pass them in silence? We know not, but must resign ourselves to it. When two trains are rushing by upon the iron rails, and thou seest a well-known eye that would recognize thee, stretch out thy hand, and try to grasp the hand of a friend, and perhaps thou wilt understand why man passes man in silence here below. An old sage says, "I saw the fragments of a wrecked boat floating on the sea. Only a few meet and hold together a long time. Then comes a storm and drives them east and west, and here below they will never meet again." So it is with mankind, yet no one has seen the great shipwreck. End of second memory from Memories, A Story of German Love by Max Müller. Read by Claudia Caldi.
Some Thoughts on Reading by Walter de la Mare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I should first like to say how happy I am to have the privilege of being a guest of the school today. It is a happiness with only one cloud, and that is that I am at this end of the room and not with you at the other. The looker-on, it is said, sees most of the game, but many experiences of this kind have proved to me that, provided he does not speak too long, it is amusing to listen to any speaker, perhaps even more so if he is speaking very badly. That is my only hope this afternoon. For but a few days ago, a fellow guest at a reading assured me that the only criticism he could make was that I had done very badly what I obviously wanted to get done as quickly as possible. His criticism suggested a visit to the dentist. But after all, even the best of readers can convey only part of what he is reading, and especially if he is reading poetry. The reason for this is, I think, that the words can convey far more than the mind is capable of receiving at the mere pace of their utterance. Roughly, our reading is divided into two kinds, that of the matter of fact and that of the matter of the imagination. The difficulty arises in distinguishing between these two kinds, for unless we read even matter of fact, imaginatively, comprehensively, and reflectively, we lose the greater part of what we call its meaning. Words are but symbols. They have to be translated into some kind of experience before they can be understood. It is perhaps a little complimentary to describe a newspaper as consisting chiefly of matter of fact, but a very large part of it does consist of bald description of what actually has happened. To understand, to comprehend in any real sense, 1/10 of what appears in every day's Times, for example, would require years of the hardest labor. Nor is this merely true of what we call the more important events, such as we find in today's paper, the Dockers' revolt, the reply to France, the Ruhr, the German wage struggle. Omitting these, we still have every conceivable kind of personal event. Everything in life may be woven in between the three crises which appear on the first page: births, marriages, and deaths. We read of little personal triumphs, terrors or rewards, intolerable sorrows, disgrace, failure, shining honor and success. We read of them almost as calmly and carelessly as if humanity consisted of dummies in a tailor's shop or waxworks in a show. But apart from the newspaper, what of the facts, not of yesterday and last week, but those of conglomerations of years and centuries ago, the facts of history and science? Take but the simplest of the enormous implications each contains. Caesar conquered Britain. William Shakespeare died in 1616. King Charles I was executed at Whitehall. What do we mean by a king? What kind of king was Charles I? What kind of man? Did he deserve his death? Are men justified in killing each other? Are men justified in killing kings? What is it like to have one's head chopped off? Does death matter much if it is nothing more than just that? Is Charles still living? If so, where? Has he any consciousness of us? And what exactly is our consciousness of him? Has he any remembrance of this world? Does he smile when he thinks of that cold wintry morning and how he put on thicker and warmer underclothes than usual to keep him from shivering on the scaffold? What was life for such people as ourselves in England, in the world, when King Charles died? Are we better off now than in those days, or worse? How far has man altered in the meantime his conception of royalty? I am not suggesting these questions to the examiner in history, and I am thankful to say that I have never been called upon to answer many of them. All I mean to suggest is how immensely wide a region of experience and knowledge is essential to the complete understanding of any single historical fact. So too with science. The bare fact isolated we can repeat like a parrot. In order to realize the very simplest, To make it true for ourselves, that is, we have to read like a lynx, think like a steam engine, and work like a navvy. But apart from this kind of reading, there is the reading that consists not of actualities, or of historical or scientific matter of fact, but of what we call literature. And the chief difference between history, science, and matter of fact, and literature is the personal element. The moment a man attempts to tell the truth as he not only thinks but feels it, what he says becomes charged with that man himself. The greater he is as a creative and imaginative writer, the more difficult it is to realize to the full, not only with the mind, but with the heart and the imagination, the full and inmost meaning of what he says. He expresses by means of his words a kind of actuality fully explored. But in order to make it our actuality, we have to translate those words into our personal experience, to share it. The rarer, the deeper, the more intense and fine that experience, the more difficult it is to share. When we come to the works of great creative imagination, such as our finest plays, poetry, and fiction, however great our effort may be to understand them, we can, I think, be only partially successful. To be successful at all needs the very closest attention, not only of the senses and the intellect, but of the whole being. Poetry and fiction, of course, are usually considered to be amusing rather than a stiff way of spending one's time, but to get the most out of them that we can, I am rather inclined to think the opposite to be true. May I give a small personal experience? Some little time ago, I was reading an article in a magazine called Mind. By the title, I knew that it was likely to prove a good deal out of my depth. Apart from that, it was early afternoon, and I was feeling a little drowsy. Still, I read it very slowly and carefully, and with all the attention I could. After reading one paragraph even more opaque than the others, I found that I was not understanding in the least what the writer was talking about. This experience was so normal, however, that I might not have troubled any further. I turned back once more, and then a quiet voice within whispered, "Read it faster." I read it faster, and lo and behold, everything became as clear can be. This set me speculating. The greater part of my reading is of an imaginative character. This particular paper was philosophical, and since work of the imagination requires the use of all the senses as well as all the powers of the mind, it occurred to me to wonder whether it was not therefore very much more difficult reading, that, in other words, imaginative reading is a far more energetic exercise of the mind than any other. Now, if we read poetry at all, unless, dismal thought, we are made to, we read it with delight. And to delight in a thing requires all the energies of which we are capable. To delight enough in 1,000th part of the world we know is the rarest of all human achievements. So, too, with books. Reading gives us the opportunity of realizing, increasing, refining life, making it more vivid and fresh and meaningful with delight. This address was delivered by Mr. Walter de la Mare on July 6, 1923, at Bembridge School on the occasion of Foundation Day. 350 numbered copies have been printed at the Yellow Sands Press, being the private press of Bembridge School, of which this is number 211. November 1923. End of Some Thoughts on Reading by Walter de la Mare. Read by Patrick Randall.
The Story of Broomcorn by Arthur Martin. Publication date, probably the 1950s. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication. Webster defines broomcorn as, quote, a tall sorghum, derived from sorghum vulgare, end quote, and having, quote, a jointed stem bearing a stiff, branched, elongated panicle used for making brooms and brushes, end quote. But it means something more to scores of farmers in Douglas, Coles, and Cumberland counties. It means cash income from a crop grown in no other section of Illinois. To these industrious farmers who have grown broomcorn and the numerous factories in this area which make brooms, we dedicate this booklet. Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Martin, Rockholm, Arcola, Illinois. The Story of Broomcorn. One of the most common things in all our life is the unpretentious broom, common in our lives as it was in the lives of our remote ancestors, as well as the so-called savage tribes of the present day and in ancient times. Its shape, the material of which it is made, and its use have changed through the centuries more than almost any other common article in our household. Yet, in the eyes of the general public, how many know the material and manufacture of the article? Because here in central Illinois, you are near the location of the main source of broomcorn, Arcola being known as the broomcorn capital of America, it is appropriate we give a thought to broomcorn and brooms, both from a historical angle and the more practical manufacturing standpoint. The forerunners of the present-day broom were crude devices. One type, used by early savage tribes, was an article made by the tying of twigs or fibers to the end of a stick. Another was fashioned by a clever way of splitting a hickory stick, about 4 feet long, from the end to within a few inches of the other end, and then wetting and bending these small splinters down and tying them in the form of a bundle. It was round in shape, and varied in size as did the shape of its handle. For untold centuries such was the tool for removing trash. A finer brush than twigs, but made of different materials, was used in Europe and Asia. Only a slight mention was ever made, prior to 1790, to a form of sugar cane with a longer head whose native home was India. The honor of introducing broomcorn to America goes to Benjamin Franklin, one of the great heroes of our history. The many things he did for America, and his genius, both in philosophy and invention, have, to my way of thinking, not been surpassed by any other American leader. Near 1790, or shortly thereafter, a friend of Franklin's, traveling in Europe and Asia, sent him a little brush the size of your hand, which he found in his travels. Franklin used this to clean the dust from his travel-stained hat. To one of the straws of this brush clung a seed, which Franklin's curiosity caused him to plant the following spring. A garden novelty resulted, and for a few years this plant was an ornament to different Philadelphia gardens. Then, about 1795, Levi Dickinson, an old bachelor living at North Hadley, Massachusetts, got a handful of the seed and took it home to plant, and that fall had enough straw to make 30 brooms. Because they were so much better than the old round hickory brooms, they sold like hotcakes. By 1797, he planted a half-acre and an acre the following year, and in 1798 made between 100 and 200 brooms. His enthusiasm caused him to prophesy wonders for this industry, as every year his production increased. By the start of the century, neighbors of Dickinson, seeing his apparent prosperity, started to raise some of this corn and make it into brooms. Then the Mohawk Valley of New York was found to raise so much better brush than Massachusetts that the crop migrated there, and soon the manufacture of brushes was started there and for years flourished. Here the Niskayuna Shakers went into both raising the brush and making it into brooms. Here also the brooms changed their shapes. Rougher corn was put on the inside, more of it put on two sides of the handle opposite each other, and the result was then flattened by a press to hold it in shape. This added to the broom's present streamlined appearance and to its sales volume as well. It was here the first machines were used to wind the wire around the handle and over the layers of fiber, thereby enabling a man to make several times the number of brooms he could tie by hand. Then migrating mankind carried the seed and idea to Ohio and Tennessee. It was, however, in 1867 that John Cofer, a farmer living southeast of Arcola, visiting in Tennessee, became interested in the plant and its uses. He brought several bushels of seed back to Illinois, and he and the neighbors planted it. The brush found a ready sale to some factories just opened in Chicago, and the next years saw a great increase in acreage because the soil and climate of central Illinois produced the best brush known. Its acreage spread every direction from Arcola, but mostly to the south. Vision of fame and fortune in central Illinois were soon dimmed by the fact of limited demand and the headache of production. Soon it was found out that domestic and export demand could use only 50,000 ton per year, regardless of quality or price, and this amount holds true even to the present day, despite the increase in population. Machinery has made almost no headway in the harvesting of the crop, although in the manufacture of brooms it has gone ahead considerably. Never has there been a machine made to take the place of hand labor in cutting, bunching, drying, and baling this crop, although thousands of dollars have been spent trying. One of the reasons, of course, is the limited prospective sales of such a machine or machines. Broom corn is planted in the same type of ground with the same equipment as Indian corn or sorghum cane. A bushel of seed will plant about 18 acres. It looks not unlike these plants in its growth. The tassel, the only part used, towers above the ground from 8 to 12 feet, and lucky is the man whose field grows to its maturity without a tangled mess here and there. The tangling of stalks involves a great deal of extra hand work at harvest time. It takes 90 days, more or less, to mature a crop, and it will mature on less moisture than Indian corn, and will stand lots of wet weather if not too late in its growth. The tedious manual labor of harvesting usually begins in September. Walking backwards down the row, a man breaks the stalks, first from one row and then another, laying each row on the opposite side, forming a table 3 feet high, with the tassels or brush extending to the edge or near it. The cutting is done with a thick-bladed, large-sized knife, and is done in such a way as to remove the head, but to leave the boot, or sheaf, or blade on the stalk. A handful at a time, cut and laid on the "table," awaits a team to haul it to the house for seeding and shedding. Seeding is done now by belt feeding and passing brush end through a twin revolving cylinder whose teeth knock the seeds from the brush. Then the brush has to be put in a shed for a few weeks to cure and dry. Remember, this is cut by hand, laid on table by hand, and then picked up and put on special dump wagons by hand, and again picked up at threshing site by hand, fed on belt, taken off belt, and carried by armloads to the drying shed, and scattered over slats. Then, and still by hand labor, comes the baling. By hand, again, this brush, which has been placed on these shelves a few weeks before, is taken off and laid in the baler and pressed into 300 to 500-pound bale, and is ready to sell. This labor once was done by large groups of migrating labor known as quotes, canaries, end quote, or quotes, Johnnies, end quote, who filled the towns and countryside at cutting time, filled the saloons, and also filled the countryside with fear. This was the way of harvesting and processing broomcorn for years. Then the farmers' wives had to cook 3 meals for 10 to 40 hungry men who slept in the barn. The quotes, canaries, end quote, often collected their pay each day and spent their wages at night gambling and drinking. But of late years, fields of corn have grown smaller, and neighborhood helpers drive in, bringing their lunch. This eliminates a large amount of extra work. Harvesting is done on a piecework basis. As a result of this, Illinois does not raise the tonnage it used to, but this is made up by crops now in Oklahoma and some of the western states. A quotes, table, end quote, is 2 rows, 80 rods long, a quarter of a mile, and a common man cuts 3 tables a day, while some experts get 4 or 5. $1 a table was once the regular price, but lately price has been inflated to several times that, depending upon conditions of the crop. Seeding is done by the hour rate. An Illinois crop averages a ton to 3 or 4 acres, but out west it takes more acres. Sales of recent years have been all the way from $100 to $500 per ton. Now we are ready to sell our crop. Buyers range the district to bid on the broomcorn, much as in a horse trading marathon, not unlike the swapping of articles in foreign countries. There is no board of trade for the crop. Very few standards are set, and there exists a wide variance of grade, both needed and produced. There is no use for the corn except for brooms. There is no other substitute for the manufacturer to use, but the marketing of a crop is as unique as a tobacco auction. Out west around Lindsay, Oklahoma, there is a custom whereby farmers often bring their crops to market, and the streets are filled as buyers go from one to another, sampling, trading, and finally buying. The National Broom Manufacturers Association, headquarters at Arcola, Illinois, has collected many interesting facts about the crop. About 1,500 Illinois farmers grow broomcorn, and 5 times that number in the West. There are approximately 2,000 broom factories in the United States, many of them being small affairs employing only 1 or 2, while some of the larger factories equipped with modern machinery employ as many as 200 people. Then there are the handle, twine, and wire mills, so those regularly employed within the industry number about 20,000. 50 million brooms are produced annually in this country, and as a ton of broomcorn makes about 1,000 brooms, 50,000 tons are needed annually to supply the demand. These 50 million brooms sell for about $25 million. This seems like small change when compared to government spendings of astronomical proportions, but still a sizable sum as you and I figure our income tax returns. The sale of brooms has not increased in proportion to the increase in population, since carpet sweepers, brushes, and vacuum cleaners do a lot of sweeping. I have seen brooms sell all the way from $2 per dozen to $18 per dozen wholesale, but rest assured the well-made broom will outwear several poor ones. There is no economy in the purchase of a broom built down to a price rather than up to a standard. At last this crop of corn gets into the factory. Here first starts a process of sorting and grading. Stem by stem, and often stalk by stalk, each are put into a bundle for a specific use. Then each bundle is dipped in a dye to get a uniform color, and then in a bath of sulfur fumes overnight for bleaching. The next day, more sorting and more grading ends up in several different piles decked at different places on the winding machine. Here a hardwood round handle is gripped close to the end by a machine which revolves as needed by operator. One end of wire under tension is inserted in the handle at exposed end first, and then another grade of corn is held under wire and wrapped and fastened to the handle by wire. Extra corn on opposite side of handle in various ways forms the shoulders of your brooms, and finally a cover of better, nicer corn is put on outside, spread evenly and neatly to make a good showing. The wire is then wrapped several layers thick and in various forms, and by colored inserts makes the neat upper end of your brush and a nicer looking broom. The wire is then fastened to handle, and broom is ready for the next process. It usually goes then to a revolving cylinder, and straws are evened up, and any remaining seeds taken off, and the looks improved in general. Then to the press, and the sewing either by hand or by machine. The press shapes the broom in the iron vice-like grips, and holds it to the shape you receive it, while a man or a machine sews a seam of heavy flax thread through and through the body of the broom. The press is raised and process repeated several times for a 3 to 4 or 5 seam broom. Now, a few operations, such as trimming the ends square, attaching the label, bunching them in dozens, and sacking, complete our brooms and make them ready for our corner store and service to man. The production of broom corn seed is an important, although relatively small, enterprise in Illinois. Less than a dozen seed growers in Illinois, principally in Douglas County, supply practically all the seed used in Illinois and in the Lindsay district of Oklahoma. Very little seed is saved by the western growers in Oklahoma, Colorado, Kansas, or New Mexico. Broom corn grown for seed is left standing in the field until the seed is ripe, and then harvested in the regular manner. When cured, the brush is threshed and baled for market. Due to standing in the field for a longer period, the brush usually is discolored and brings only about half the price of corn not grown for seed. About 25 bushels of seed may be expected from an acre of corn. 1 bushel of seed will sow about 20 acres. Seed is grown for 3 standard varieties of corn: Standard, Western Dwarf, and Whisk Dwarf. 7 distinct varieties are known. Trade names for various types include Evergreen, Black Spanish, known as Black Jap, California Golden, Scarborough, Black Spanish Dwarf, which was developed by H.Z. O'Hare of Bushton, Illinois, and Japanese Dwarf. White Italian, a branch of the Evergreen variety, is grown extensively in Illinois. We have tried to give you a short story of broom corn raising and the manufacture of brooms. Our facts are based on our observations in Illinois of both operations, and a lot of the material came through Mr. P. A. Lindenmeyer of Arcola, editor of Brooms and Broomcorn News, and Secretary-Treasurer of the National Broom Manufacturers Association, and through the writings of Mr. Frank Collins, formerly of Arcola. I thank them deeply for their help. The Martins of Rockholm. End of The Story of Broomcorn by Arthur Martin. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Style in English by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Style in English by H.P. Lovecraft. Omaha, February 20th. To the editor of the Bee. All attempts at gaining literary polish must begin with judicious reading, and the learner must never cease to hold this phrase uppermost. In many cases, the usage of good authors will be found a more effective guide than any amount of precept. A page of Addison or of Irving will teach more of style than a whole manual of rules, while a story of Poe's will impress upon the mind a more vivid notion of powerful and correct description and narration than will 10 dry chapters of a bulky textbook. Let every student read unceasingly the best writers. It is also important that cheaper types of reading, if hitherto followed, be dropped. Popular magazines inculcate a careless and deplorable style which is hard to unlearn, and which impedes the acquisition of a purer style. If such things must be read, let them be skimmed over as lightly as possible. An excellent habit to cultivate is the analytical study of the King James Bible. For simple yet rich and forceful English, this masterly production is hard to equal, and even though the Saxon vocabulary and poetic rhythm be unsuited to general composition, it is invaluable for writers. Lord Dunsany, perhaps the greatest living prose artist, derived nearly all of his stylistic tendencies from the Scriptures, and the contemporary critic Boyd points out very acutely the loss sustained by most Catholic Irish writers through their unfamiliarity with the historic volume and its traditions. End of Style in English by H.P. Lovecraft.
"12 Medieval Ghost Stories", written by Anonymous, translated and annotated by M.R. James and A.J. Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 12 Medieval Ghost Stories. The following ghost stories were published by Dr. M.R. James, the Provost of Eton College, in the English Historical Review of July 1922, in a careful transcript from the original Latin. Their connection with Byland Abbey, the appearance in them of well-known Yorkshire villages and names, recommended them for republication in the Yorkshire Archaeological Journal. They have been translated into English to make them accessible to a wider public than could be expected to penetrate the medieval Latin. Dr. James's introduction is reprinted, and also his notes, except insofar as they refer to difficulties in the Latin. Other notes have been added by Dr. Hamilton Thompson, who has also given me much assistance and saved me from mistakes in translating the Latin. Dr. Thompson has also added a topographical note, which he has compiled with the assistance of Dr. William Brown. The thanks of the Yorkshire Archaeological Society are due to Dr. James and to Mr. G. N. Clark, M.A., the editor of the English Historical Review, for permission to translate and print these stories. A.J. Grant. 12 Medieval Ghost Stories. These stories were, I believe, first noticed in the recent Catalogue of the Royal Manuscripts, where a brief analysis of them is given, which may well have excited the curiosity of others beside myself. All that Castley has said of them in the old catalogue is, Exemplaria Apparitionum Spiritum, Seic 15. I took an early opportunity of transcribing them, and I did not find them disappointing. I hope others will agree that they deserve to be published. The source is Royal Manuscript 15A20 in the British Museum. It is a fine volume of the 12th and 13th centuries, containing some tracts of Cicero and the Elucidarium. It belonged to Byland Abbey, Yorkshire, and later to John Thayer. On the blank pages in the body of the book, 140 to 143 and following, and at the end, folio 163b, a monk of Byland has written down a series of ghost stories, of which the scenes are laid in his own neighbourhood. They are strong in local colour, and though occasionally confused, incoherent, and unduly compressed, evidently represent the words of the narrators with some approach to fidelity. To me, they are redolent of Denmark. Anyone who is lucky enough to possess E.T. Christensen's delightful collection of Sagen for Jylland will be reminded again and again of traits which occur there. Little as I can claim the quality of folklorist, I am fairly confident that the Scandinavian element is really prominent in these tales. The date of writing cannot be long after 1400. Circa 1400 is the estimate of the catalogue. Richard II's reign is referred to as past. A study of local records, impossible to me, might not improbably throw light upon the persons mentioned in the stories. The hand is not a very easy one, and the last page of all is really difficult. Some words have baffled me. The Latin is very refreshing. M.R. James. 1. Concerning the ghost of a certain labourer at Revo who helped a man to carry beans. A certain man was riding on his horse, carrying on its back a peck of beans. The horse stumbled on the road and broke its shin bone, which, when the man saw, he took the beans on his own back. And while he was walking on the road, he saw, as it were, a horse standing on its hind feet and holding up its forefeet. In alarm, he forbade the horse in the name of Jesus Christ to do him any harm. Upon this, it went with him in the shape of a horse, and in a little while appeared to him in the likeness of a revolving haycock with a light in the middle. Author's note, so in number 2 a ghost is said to appear in specie dumi, as I read it, that is, of a thorn bush. In several of these stories, the ghosts are liable to many changes of form. M.R.J. Footnote ends. To which the man said, God forbid that you bring evil upon me. At these words it appeared in the shape of a man, and the traveller conjured him. Then the spirit told him his name, and the reason of his walking, and the remedy, and he added, Permit me to carry your beans, and to help you. And thus he did as far as the beck, but he was not willing to pass over it, and the living man knew not how the bag of beans was placed again on his own back. And afterwards he caused the ghost to be absolved, and masses to be sung for him, and he was eased. 2. Concerning a wonderful encounter between a ghost and a living man in the time of King Richard II. It is said that a certain tailor of the name of Snowball was returning on horseback one night from Gilling to his home in Amplifirth, and on the way he heard, as it were, the sound of ducks washing themselves in the beck, and soon after he saw, as it were, a raven that flew round his face and came down to the earth, and struck the ground with its wings as though it were on the point of death. And the tailor got off his horse to take the raven, and as he did so he saw sparks of fire shooting from the sides of the raven, whereupon he crossed himself, and forbade him, in the name of God, to bring at that time any harm upon him. Then it flew off with a great screaming for about the space of a stone's throw. Then again he mounted his horse, and very soon the same raven met him as it flew, and struck him on the side, and threw the tailor to the ground from the horse upon which he was riding, and he lay stretched upon the ground, as it were, in a swoon and lifeless, and he was very frightened. Then, rising and strong in the faith, he fought with him with his sword until he was weary, and it seemed to him that he was striking a peat stack, and he forbade him and conjured him in the name of God, saying, God forbid that you have power to hurt me on this occasion, but be gone. And again it flew off with a horrible screaming, as it were the space of the flight of an arrow. And the third time it appeared to the tailor, as he was carrying the cross of his sword upon his breast for fear, and it met him in the likeness of a dog with a chain on its neck, And when he saw it, the tailor, strong in the faith, thought within himself, what will become of me? I will adjure him in the name of the Trinity, and by the virtue of the blood of Christ from his 5 wounds, that he speak with me and do me no wrong, but stand fast and answer my questions and tell me his name and the cause of his punishment and the remedy that belongs to it. And he did so. And the spirit, panting terribly and groaning, said, Thus and thus did I, and for thus doing I have been excommunicated. Footnote. Great pains have been taken throughout to conceal the name of the ghost. He must have been a man of quality, whose relatives might have objected to stories being told about him. M.R.J. Footnote ends. Go therefore to a certain priest and ask him to absolve me, and it behooves me to have the full number of 9 times 20 masses celebrated for me, and now of 2 things you must choose one. Either you shall come back to me on a certain night alone, bringing to me the answer of those whose names I have given you, and I will tell you how you may be made whole, and in the meantime you need not fear the sight of a wood fire. Footnote. In Danish tales something like this is to be found. Christensen's Saga og Averto, 1866, number 585. After seeing a phantom funeral, the man was wise enough to go to the stove and look at the fire before he saw candle or lamplight. For when people see anything of the kind, they are sick, if they cannot get at fire before light. Ibid, number 371, he was very sick when he caught sight of the light. The same in number 369. In part 2 of the same, 1888, number 690, when you see anything supernatural, you should peep over the door before going into the house. You must see the light before the light sees you. Collection of 1883, number 193. When he came home, he called to his wife to put out the light before he came in, but she did not, and he was so sick they thought he would have died. These examples are enough to show that there was risk attached to seeing light after a ghostly encounter. M.R.J. Footnote ends. Or otherwise your flesh shall rot, and your skin shall dry up, and shall fall off from you utterly in a short time. Know, moreover, that I have met you now, because today you have not heard Mass, nor the Gospel of John, namely in Principio, and have not seen the consecration of our Lord's body and blood, for otherwise I should not have had full power of appearing to you. Footnote. This rather suggests that you might be reckoned to have kept Mass if you only came in time for the last Gospel. A.H.T. Footnote ends. And as he spoke with the tailor, he was, as it were, on fire, and his inner parts could be seen through his mouth, and he formed his words in his entrails, and did not speak with his tongue. Then the tailor asked permission from the ghost, that he might have with him on his return some companion, but the ghost said, No, but have upon you the 4 Gospels, and the name of victory, namely Jesus of Nazareth, on account of 2 other ghosts that abide here, of whom one cannot speak when he is conjured, and abides in the likeness of fire or of a bush, and the other is in the form of a hunter, and they are very dangerous to meet. Pledge me further on this stone that you will defame my bones, to no one except to the priests who celebrate on my behalf, and the others to whom you are sent on my behalf, who may be of use to me. Footnote. Defaming, diffamatio, or diffamatio, is the formal accusation of crime, which renders a man liable to spiritual censure, and puts him in a state of infamia, from which he must free himself by compurgation, or by establishing a suit against his defamer in the spiritual court. The infamia of a dead man, resting here on his own acknowledgment, would place him outside the privilege of Christian burial, and lead to the disinterment of his remains. Confer the posthumous defamation and disinterment of Wycliffe for heresy. A.H.T. Footnote ends. And he gave his word upon the stone that he would not reveal the secret, as has been already explained. Then he conjured the ghost to go to Hodgebeck and await his return. Footnote. I suppose in order that the ghost might not haunt the road in the interval before the tailor's return. M.R.J. Footnote ends. And the ghost said, No, no, and screamed, and the tailor said, Go then to Byland Bank, whereat he was glad. The man of whom we speak was ill for some days, but then got well and went to York to the priest, who had been mentioned, who had excommunicated the dead man, and asked him for absolution, but he refused to absolve him, and called to him another chaplain to take counsel with him, and that chaplain called in another, and that other a third, to advise secretly concerning the absolution of this man. Footnote. The reluctance of the priest at York to absolve, and the number of advisers called in, testified to the importance of the case. M.I.J. Footnote ends. And the tailor asked of him, "Sir, you know the mutual token that I hinted in your ear?" And he answered, "Yes, my son." Then, after many negotiations, the tailor made satisfaction and paid 5 shillings, and received the absolution written on a piece of parchment, and he was sworn not to defame the dead man, but to bury the absolution in his grave near his head, and secretly. And when he had got it, he went to a certain brother Richard of Pickering, a confessor of repute, and asked him whether the absolution was sufficient and lawful, and he answered that it was. Then the tailor went to all the orders of the friars of York, and he had almost all the required masses celebrated during 2 or 3 days, and coming home he buried the absolution in the grave, as he had been ordered. And when all these things had been duly carried out, he came home, and a certain officious neighbour of his, hearing that he had to report to the ghost on a certain night all that he had done at York, adjured him, saying, "God forbid that you go to this ghost without telling me of your going, and of the day and the hour." And being so constrained for fear of displeasing God, he told him, waking him up from sleep and saying, "I am going now. If you wish to come with me, let us set off, and I will give you a part of the writings that I carry on me because of night fears." Then the other said, "Do you want me to go with you?" And the tailor said, "You must see to that. I will give no advice to you." Then at last the other said, "Get you gone in the name of the Lord, and may God prosper you in all things." Footnote: the conduct of the officious neighbour who insists upon being informed of the tailor's assignation with the ghost, and then backs out of accompanying him, is amusing. M.R.J. After these words he came to the appointed place and made a great circle with a cross. Footnote: whether a circle enclosing a cross or a circle drawn with a cross, I do not know. M.I.J. I think there can be no doubt that it was a circle with a cross drawn inside it, at the points of which, where they meet the circumference, the reliquaries, manilia, were placed. I am not quite sure whether the passage does not mean that the names of the 4 Gospels, that is, the evangelists, and other sacred words were written in the quadrants of the circle. The magic circle plays a great part in a case of sorcery recorded in York Register, Bainbridge, and printed in Archaeology Journal 16. It was here drawn on a huge sheet of parchment in a private house by an ingenious person who induced a number of people to combine with him in conjuring demons to reveal the hiding place of treasure at Mixendale Head, near Halifax. There is no mention of its being drawn with a cross, or of a cross inscribed in it. It was copied from a conjuring book. It was inscribed, however, cum characteribus et nominibus alesci signus superstitiosis, and one deponent who arrived unexpectedly while the performance was going on saw that party had a great mass book open afore them, and wrote out what they would confer the other sacred words which the present spirit ordered his conjurer to bring with him. Are the manilia necessarily reliquaries? I should have thought that in the present case they might rather be medallions on which the titulus triumphalis were engraved, like the laminae of lead inscribed with figures of Oberon, Storax, and other spirits, which formed part of the Halifax conjurer's equipment. The text seems to imply a figure of this kind. Reader's note, there is a diagram in the original text. A.H.T. Footnote ends. He came at length in the form of a she-goat, and went thrice round the circle, saying, "Ah, ah, ah," and when he conjured the she-goat, she fell prone upon the ground, and rose up again in the likeness of a man, of great stature, horrible and thin, and like one of the dead kings in pictures. Footnote: I think the allusion is to the pictures of the 3 living and 3 dead, so often found painted on church walls. The dead and living are often represented as kings. M.R.J. One of the best examples, though only the trois vifs remain, of this kind of painting is over the north doorway of Lutterworth, and there is a very good example at Paston, Norfolk. A.H.T. Footnote ends. And when he was asked whether the tailor's labour had been of service to him, he answered, "Yes, praised be God, and I stood at your back when you buried my absolution in my grave at the 9th hour, and were afraid. No wonder you were afraid, for 3 devils were present there, who have tormented me in every way, from the time when you first conjured me to the time of my absolution, suspecting that they would have me but very little time in their custody to torment me. Know therefore that on Monday next I shall pass into everlasting joy with 30 other spirits. Go now to a certain beck, and you will find a broad stone. Lift it up, and under it you will find a sandstone. Wash your whole body with water, and rub it with the stone, and you will be whole in a few days. Footnote: the need of a prescription for healing the tailor was due to the blow in the side which the raven had given him. M.R.J. When he was asked the names of the two ghosts, he answered, "I cannot tell you their names," and when asked about their condition, he answered that one was a layman and a soldier, and was not of these parts, and he killed a woman great with child, and he will find no remedy before the day of judgment, and you will see him in the form of a bullock without mouth or eyes or ears, and however you conjure him, he will not be able to speak. And the other was a man of religion in the shape of a hunter blowing upon a horn, and he will find a remedy, and he will be conjured by a certain boy who has not yet come to manhood, if the Lord will. And then the tailor asked the ghost of his own condition, and received the answer, "You are keeping wrongfully the cap and coat of one who was your friend and companion in the wars beyond the seas. Give satisfaction to him, or you will pay dearly for it." And the tailor said, "I do not know where he lives." And the ghost answered, "He lives in such a town, near to the castle of Alnwick." When further he asked, "What is my greatest fault?" The ghost answered, "Your greatest fault is because of me." And the man said, "How, and in what way?" And the ghost answered, "Because the people sin, telling lies concerning you, and bringing scandal on other dead men, saying the dead man who was conjured was he, or he, or he." And he asked the ghost, "What shall I do? I will reveal your name?" And he said, "No, but if you stay in one place, you will be rich, and in another place you will be poor, and you have here certain enemies." Footnote: this does not seem logically to follow upon the prohibition to tell the ghost's name. I take it as advice to the tailor to change his abode. M.R.J. Then the spirit said, "I can no longer stay talking with you." And as they went their different ways, the deaf and dumb and blind bullock went with the man as far as the town of Amplifirth, whom he conjured in all the ways that he knew, but by no means could he make answer. And the ghost that had been aided by him advised him to keep all his best writings by his head until he went to sleep, and say neither more nor less than I advise you, and keep your eyes on the ground, and look not on a wood fire, for this night at least. And when he came home, he was ill for several days. Footnote: I do not quite understand how this fire business worked. The Danish cases cited are not quite explanatory. Presumably the spirit, whom he had helped, meant that the tailor need not look at the fire as a precaution when he went home, now that all was well, and that all he need do was to keep his thoughts under control. The force of "for this night at least" seems to be that it would be well to look at the fire another night, the bullock was still about, and might be met again. A.H.T. 3. Concerning the ghost of Robert, the son of Robert de Boltby, of Kilburn, which was caught in a churchyard. I must tell you that this Robert the younger died and was buried in a churchyard, but he had the habit of leaving his grave by night, and disturbing and frightening the villagers, and the dogs of the village used to follow him and bark loudly. Then some young men of the village talked together and determined to catch him if they possibly could, and they came together to the cemetery, but when they saw the ghosts they all fled with the exception of 2. One of these, called Robert Foxton, seized him at the entrance to the cemetery, and placed him on the kirk-stile, while the other cried manfully, "Keep him fast until I come to you." The first one answered, "Go quickly to the parish priest, that the ghost may be conjured, for with God's help I will hold firmly what I have got until the arrival of the priest." The parish priest made all haste to come, and conjured him in the name of the Holy Trinity, and in the virtue of Jesus Christ, that he should give him an answer to his questions. And when he had been conjured, he spoke in the inside of his bowels, and not with his tongue, but as it were in an empty cask, and he confessed his different offences. Footnote: a picturesque touch. These ghosts do not twitter and squeak like those of Homer. M.R.J. Footnote ends. And when these were known, the priest absolved him, but charged those who had seized him not to reveal his confession in any way, and henceforth, as God willed, he rested in peace. It is said, moreover, that before his absolution he would stand at the doors of houses and windows and walls, as it were, listening. Perhaps he was waiting to see if anyone would come out and conjure him and give help to him in his necessity. Some people say that he had been assisting and consenting to the murder of a certain man, and that he had done other evil things, of which I must not speak in detail at present. 4. Moreover, the old men tell us that a certain man, called James Tankerley, formerly rector of Kirby, was buried in front of the chapter house at Byland, and used to walk at night as far as Kirby, and one night he blew out the eye of his concubine there. And it is said that the abbot and the convent caused his body to be dug up from the tomb along with the coffin, and they compelled Roger Wainman to carry it as far as Gormire, and while he was throwing the coffin into the water, the oxen were almost drowned for fear. Footnote: when Wainman was throwing the coffin into Gormire, the oxen which drew his cart almost sank into the tarn from fear. This, I suppose, is the sense of this rather obscure sentence. M.I.J. Footnote ends. God forbid that I be in any danger, for even as I have heard from my elders, so have I written. May the Almighty have mercy upon him, if indeed he were of the number of those destined to salvation. 5. What I write is a great marvel. It is said that a certain woman laid hold of a ghost and carried him on her back into a certain house, in presence of some men, one of whom reported that he saw the hands of the woman sink deeply into the flesh of the ghost, as though the flesh were rotten, and not solid but phantom flesh. Footnote: this is most curious. Why did the woman catch the ghost and bring it indoors? M.I.J. Footnote ends. 6. Concerning a certain canon of Newborough, who was seized after his death by blank. It happened that this man was talking with the master of the ploughmen, and I was walking with him in the field, and suddenly the master fled in great terror, and the other man was left struggling with a ghost, who foully tore his garments. And at last he gained the victory, and conjured him, and he being conjured confessed that he had been a certain canon of Newborough, and that he had been excommunicated for certain silver spoons which he had hidden in a certain place. He therefore begged the living man that he would go to the place he mentioned, and take them away, and carry them to the prior, and ask for absolution. And he did so, and he found the silver spoons in the place mentioned, and after absolution the ghost henceforth rested in peace. But the man was ill, and languished for many days, and he affirmed that the ghost had appeared to him in the habit of a canon. Footnote: a daylight ghost, it seems. The seer and the head ploughman are walking together in the field. Suddenly the ploughman has a panic, and runs off, and the other finds himself struggling with a ghost. Probably the prior had excommunicated the stealer of the spoons, whoever he might be, without knowing who he was, as in the case of the jackdaw of Reims. M.I.J. Footnote ends. 7. Concerning a certain ghost in another place, who, being conjured, confessed that he was severely punished, because, being the hired servant of a certain householder, he stole his master's corn, and gave it to his oxen that they might look fat. And there was another thing which troubled him even more, namely, that he ploughed the land not deeply, but on the surface, wishing his oxen to keep fat. And he said there were 15 spirits in one place, severely punished for sins like his own, which they had committed. He begged his conjurer, therefore, to ask his master for pardon and absolution, so that he might obtain the suitable remedy. 8. Concerning another ghost that followed William of Bradforth, and cried, "How, how, how," thrice on 3 occasions. It happened that on the 4th night, about midnight, he went back to the new place from the village of Ampliferth, and as he was returning by the road, he heard a terrible voice shouting far behind him, and as it were on the hillside, and a little after it cried again in like manner, but nearer, and the 3rd time it screamed at the crossroads ahead of him, and at last he saw a pale horse, and his dog barked a little, but then hid itself in great fear between the legs of the said William. Whereupon he commanded the spirit in the name of the Lord, and in virtue of the blood of Jesus Christ, to depart, and not to block his path. And when he heard this, he withdrew like a revolving piece of canvas, with 4 corners, and kept on turning. So that it seems that he was a ghost that mightily desired to be conjured, and to receive effective help. Footnote: for 3 nights William of Bradford had heard the cries. On the 4th he met the ghost, and I suspect he must have been imprudent enough to answer the cries, for there are many tales, Danish and other, of persons who answer the shrieking ghost with impertinent words, and the next moment they hear it close to their ear. Note the touch of the frightened dog. M.I.J. Footnote ends. 9. Concerning the ghost of a man of Ayton in Cleveland. It is reported that this ghost followed a man for 4 times 20 miles, that he should conjure and help him, and when he had been conjured, he confessed that he had been excommunicated for a certain matter of 6pence, but after absolution and satisfaction he rested in peace. In all these things, as nothing evil was left unpunished, nor contrariwise anything good unrewarded, God showed himself to be a just rewarder. It is said, too, that the ghost, before he was conjured, threw the living man over a hedge and caught him on the other side as he fell. When he was conjured, he replied, "If you had done so first, I would not have hurt you. But here and there you were frightened, and I did it." Footnote: the ghost throws him over the hedge and catches him as he falls on the other side. So the troll, whose supposed daughter married the blacksmith, when he heard that all the villagers shunned her, came to the church on Sunday before service, when all the people were in the churchyard, and drove them into a compact group. Then he said to his daughter, "Will you throw or catch?" "I will catch," said she, in kindness to the people. "Very well, go round to the other side of the church." And he took them one by one and threw them over the church, and she caught them and put them down unhurt. "Next time I come," said the troll, "she shall throw and I will catch, if you don't treat her better." Not very relevant, but less well known than it should be. M.I.J. Footnote ends. 10. How a penitent thief, after confession, vanished from the eyes of the demon. It happened formerly in Exeter. Footnote: the word is Exon. Is it possible that some local name is concealed under it? If it really refers to Exeter, it is the only story that does not refer to the district. Footnote ends. That a ditcher, a hard worker, and a great eater lived in the cellar of a great house, which had many cellars, with connected walls, but only one living room. The ditcher, when he was hungry, used often to climb up into the living room and cut off slices from the meat that was there hung up, and cook them and eat them, even if it were Lent. And the lord of the house, seeing that his meat was cut, examined his servants concerning the matter, and as they all denied and cleared themselves by oath, he threatened that he would go to a certain sorceress necromancer and make inquiry through him into this wonderful event. When the ditcher heard this, he was much afraid, and went to the friars and confessed his crime, and received the sacrament of absolution. But the lord of the house went, as he had threatened, to the necromancer, who anointed the nail of a small boy, and by incantation asked him what he saw. And the boy answered, "I see a serving man with clipped hair." The necromancer said, "Conjure him, therefore, to appear to you in the fairest form he can." And so he did. And the boy said, "Behold, I see a very beautiful horse." And then he saw a man in a form like that of the ditcher, climbing up the ladder and carving the meat, with the horse following him. And the clerk said, "What are the man and the horse doing now?" And the child said, "Look, he is cooking and eating the meat." And when he was asked again, "What is he doing now?" the little boy answered, "They are going both of them to the church of the friars, but the horse is waiting outside, and the man is going in, and he kneels and speaks with the friar, who places his hand on his head." Then the clerk asked the boy, "What are they doing now?" And he answered, "They are both vanished from my eyes, and I can see them no longer, and I have no idea where they are." 11. Concerning a wonderful work of God, who calls things which are not as though they were, things which are, and who can act when and how he wills, and concerning a certain miracle. It has been handed down to memory that a certain man of Cleveland, called Richard Roundtree, left his wife great with child, and went with many others to the tomb of St. James. And one night they passed the night in a wood near to the King's Highway. Wherefore one of the party kept watch for a part of the night against night fears, and the other slept in safety. And it happened that in that part of the night in which the man we speak of was guardian and night watchman, he heard a great sound of people passing along the King's Highway, and some rode sitting on horses and sheep and oxen, and some on other animals, and all the animals were those that had been given to the church when they died. Footnote: there are multitudinous examples of the nightly processions of the dead, but I do not know another case where they ride on their own mortuaries, the beasts offered to the church or claimed by it at their decease. It is a curious reminiscence of the pagan fashion of providing means of transport for the dead by bearing beasts with them. M.I.J. And at last he saw what seemed a small child wriggling along on the ground wrapped in a stocking. Footnote: see notes upon this story at the end of the article. Footnote ends. And he conjured him, and he asked him who he was, and why he thus wriggled along. And he made answer, "You ought not to conjure me, for you were my father, and I was your abortive son, buried without baptism and without name." And when he heard this, the pilgrim took off his shirt and put it on his small child, and gave him a name in the name of the Holy Trinity, and he took with him the old stocking in witness of the matter. And the child, when he thus received a name, jumped with joy, and henceforth walked erect upon his feet, though previously he had wriggled. And when the pilgrimage was over, he gave a banquet to his neighbours and asked his wife for his hose. She showed him one stocking, but could not find the other. Then the husband showed her the stocking in which the child was wrapped, and she was astonished. And as the midwives confessed the truth concerning the death and burial of the boy in the stocking, a divorce took place between the husband and the wife, inasmuch as he was the godfather of the abortive child. But I believe that this divorce was highly displeasing to God. Footnote. Evidently, the wife was not accessory to the indecent burial of the child, and the sympathy of the writer is with her. The divorce does seem superfluous, since those sponsors were not allowed to marry. Here is but one sponsor, but I know not the canon law. M.R.J. I cannot conceive what the grounds of the divorce were, unless it could be argued that the father, by standing godfather to his own child after marriage, entered into a relationship which was irregular. Parents could not be sponsors for their children, and if the story is true, it may have been held that this irregular act dissolved the marriage, and that, in taking upon him the sponsorship, he renounced his rights as a husband. On the face of it, this was the view taken. The incident was so remarkable that it must have been hard to cite precedent. A.H.T. This page is difficult to read, blurred, and the writing in places gone. M.R.J. Footnote ends. 12. Concerning the sister of old Adam of Lond, and how she was seized after her death, according to the account given by old men. It must be understood that this woman was buried in the churchyard of Ampleforth, and shortly after her death she was seized by William Trower the elder, and being conjured, she confessed that she wandered in his road at night on account of certain charters which she had given wrongfully to Adam her brother. This was because a quarrel had arisen between her husband and herself, and therefore she had given the papers to her brother, to the injury of her husband and her own children. So that after her death her brother expelled her husband from his house, namely from a toft and croft in Ampleforth with their appurtenances, and from an oxgang of land in Hesleton and its appurtenances, and all this by violence. She begged therefore this William to suggest to her brother that he should restore these charters to her husband and her children, and give back to them their land, for otherwise she could by no means rest in peace until the day of judgment. So William, according to her commands, made this suggestion to Adam, but he refused to restore the charter, saying, "I don't believe what you say." And he answered, "My words were true in everything, wherefore, if God will, you shall hear your sister talking to you of this matter ere long." And on another night he seized her again, and carried her to the chamber of Adam, and she spoke with him, and her hardened brother said, as some report, "If you walk forever, I won't give back the charters." Then she groaned and answered, "May God judge between you and me. Know then that until your death I shall have no rest, wherefore, after your death, you will walk in my place." It is said, moreover, that her right hand hung down, and it was very black, and she was asked why this was, and she answered that it was because, often in her disputes, she had held it out and sworn falsely. At length she was conjured to go to another place, on account of the night fear and terror which she caused to the folk of that village. I ask pardon if by chance I have offended in writing what is not true. It is said, however, that Adam de Lond, the younger, made partial satisfaction to the true heir after the death of the elder Adam. Topographical notes. The topography of the stories involves a few problems which it is difficult to solve with exact accuracy. The following notes have been compiled with the aid of Mr. William Brown, Doctor of Letters, Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries, whose inimitable knowledge of the district and its place names has made it possible to suggest clues to the less obvious places mentioned. 1. To judge by the mention of Revo in the title, the locality of the story may be fixed near the Abbey, but the allusion to the beck is too general to afford any clue to its identity. 2. The scene is on its way from Gilling to Ampleforth, and the beck must therefore be the whole beck which is crossed by the present road from Gilling to Oswald-Kirk, just north of the Gilling railway station. The other places named are Hogbeck and Billandbank, which the hero of the story suggests as places of retirement for the ghost until his errand is accomplished. The nearest stream which can be identified with Hogbeck is the Hodgebeck, some 7 or 8 miles to the northeast, which runs through the ravine below Kirkdale Church and joins the Dove, a tributary of the Rye, 3 miles south of Kirkby Moorside. Billandbank may be the steep hill slope above Byland Abbey, but it may refer equally to the side of the Rye Valley beyond Old Byland. In the second case, the ghost would have to go about the same distance as to the Hodge Beck. Why it enjoyed the prospect of banishment to Byland Bank, more than to Hodge Beck, must be left to conjecture. 3. Kilburn and Boltby, from which the Robert of this story took his name, afford no difficulty. 4. The form Kerreby points to Cold Kirby, between Sutton Bank and Old Byland. The church of Cold Kirby, however, was appropriated by Byland Abbey and served by a curate, so that James Tankerley cannot have been its rector. Kirby Knoll, on the other hand, which lies 2 miles north of Felliskirk, at the foot of Boltby Moor, was a rectory, and although it has no connection with Byland, this is no bar to the possible burial of its rector in the abbey, which may have granted him the privilege of confraternity. The episcopal registers at York do not record one of this name as rector of Kirkby Knoll, and of the curates of Cold Kirby there is no record. Gormire, the tarn below Sutton Brow, is nearer to Cold Kirby than to Kirby Knoll, but this proves nothing. Kirkby Moorside might be meant, but the incumbent there was a vicar, the church had no connection with Byland, and the taking of the body to Gormire in the opposite direction makes this conjecture unlikely. The use of the form Kerreby by a writer with local knowledge is decidedly in favour of Cold Kirby, and the description of Tankerley as rector may be a mere inaccuracy. 6. Newborough Priory, founded by Roger Mowbray for Austin Canons, lies southwest of Coxwold. The mention of the Master of the Ploughman indicates that the scene took place upon the priory lands. 8. Branforth, from which William took his name, is probably a mistaken form of Brideforth, Bridaforth, Birdforth. Novus Locus was most likely on the road between Ampleforth and Byland Abbey. The road ran along or under a hillside, and the mention of crossroads points to the neighbourhood of Was, a hamlet which has grown up round a crossroads. The ordinary English word, translated by Novus Locus, is Newstead, most commonly used to denote the site of a monastery. Confer Newstead in Sherwood, Newstead on Anchholme, Newstead by Stamford. Oldstead lies west-northwest of Byland Abbey, and Oldstead Grange marks the site of a grange of the monastery. Oldstead implies the existence of a Newstead not far off, and although the name Newstead does not survive today in those parts, it is very probable that there was a farm or grange of that name near Byland Abbey. It may be added that the site of the abbey and its immediate precincts might well be called Novus Locus, as distinguished either from the older settlement at Oldstead or from the previous sites of the monastery at Old Byland and Stocking. 9. Ayton in Cleveland is Great Ayton near Stokesley. 10. This story seems to come from another part of England, if Exon, Exeter, is the right reading. 11. The scene of the story is uncertain, and may have happened anywhere on the way to Santiago. 12. The persons in this story might doubtlessly be identified from subsidy rolls, but unfortunately none of those which would be most likely to help are in print. Lond is probably Lund, E-R, but the name occurs in Lund House and Lund Forest in the parishes of Lastingham and Kirkby Misperton respectively. Heslarton is of course Heselton, E-R, between Malton and Scarborough. Notes upon 12. 1. The Latin word translated stocking in the text of this story is caliga, as this word is still occasionally rendered, when found in medieval documents, in its classical sense of boot. It may be noted here that in post-classical times it was specially applied to cloth hose, the habitual form of medieval stocking. Reader's note. The rest of this section has been omitted. Reader's note ends. End of 12 medieval ghost stories, written by Anonymous, annotated and translated by M.R. James and A.J. Grant. Read by Timothy Ferguson.
When the Sea-Asp Stings by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Because the Tuscania rode high out of the water and wallowed as she rode, because of all those days of our crossing, she hugged up close to our ship, splashing through the foam of our wake as though craving the comfort of our company. We called her things that no self-respecting ship should have to hear. But when the other night we stood on the afterdeck of our ship, we running away as fast as our kicking screw would take us, and saw her going down, taking American soldier boys to death with her in alien waters, we drank toast, standing up to the poor old Tuscania. I was one of those who were in at the death of the Tuscania. Her sinking was the climax of the most memorable voyage I ever expect to take. 5 days have elapsed since she was torpedoed, and even though these words are being cabled across from London to the home side of the ocean, at least 3 weeks more must elapse before they can see printer's ink. So to some readers of the Saturday Evening Post, this may seem like an old story. But the memory of what happened that night off the Irish coast is going to abide with me as long as I live. It was one of those big moments in a man's life that stick in a man's brain as long as he has a brain to think with. The sober departure. Transatlantic journeys these days aren't what they used to be before America went into the war. Ours begin to be different even before our ship pulled out from port. It is forbidden me to tell her name, and anyhow her name doesn't in the least matter. But she was a big ship with a famous skipper, and in peacetime her sailing would have made some small stir. There would have been crowds of relations and friends at the pier bidding farewell to departing travelers, and steamer baskets and steamer boxes would have been coming aboard in streams. Beforehand there would have been a pleasant and mildly exciting bustle, and as we drew away from the dock and headed out into midstream and down the river for our long hike overseas, the pierhead would have been alive with waving handkerchiefs, and all our decks would have been fringed with voyagers shouting back farewells to those they had left behind them. Instead, we slipped away almost as if we had done something wrong. There was no waving of hands and handkerchiefs, no goodbyes on the gangplanks, no rush to get back on land when the shore bell sounded. To reach the dock, we passed through trocas of barbed wire entanglements, past sentries standing with fixed bayonets at entryways. When we got inside the pier, our people bade us farewell at a guarded gate. None but travelers whose passports read straight were allowed beyond that point. So alone and unescorted, each of us went soberly up the side of the ship, and then sundry hours later our journey began, as the ship, like a big gray ghost, slid away from land as quietly as might be, into the congenial gray fog, which instantly swallowed her up and left her in a little gray world of sea mist that was all her own. After this fashion, then, we started. As for the first legs of the trip, they were much like the first legs of almost any sea trip, except that we traveled in a convoy with sundry other ships, with warcraft to guard us on our way. Our ship was quite full of soldiers, officers in the first cabin, and the steerage packed with khaki troopers, 90% of whom had never smelled bilge water before they embarked upon their great adventure overseas. There were fewer civilians than one formerly might have found on a ship bound for Europe. In these times, only those civilians who have urgent business in foreign climes venture to go abroad. I sat at the purser's table. His table was fairly typical of the ship's personnel. With me there sat, of course, the purser. There were not very many women on our passenger list. Of these women, 6 or so were professional nurses, and 2 were pretty Canadian girls bound for England to be married on arrival there to young Canadian officers. There were only 3 children on board, and they were traveling with their parents in the second class. Except for a touch of seriousness about the daily lifeboat drill, and except that regimental discipline went forward, with the troops drilling on the open deck spaces when the weather and the sea permitted, there was at first nothing about this voyage to distinguish it from any other midwinter voyage. Strangers got acquainted with one another and swapped views on politics, religion, symptoms, and Germans. Flirtations started and ripened furiously. Concerts were organized and took place, proving to be what concerts at sea usually are. Twice a day the regimental band played, and once a day, up on the bridge, the second officer took the sun, squinting into his sextant with a deep absorption, with which in happier times a certain type of tourist was wont to stare through an enlarging crevice at a certain type of Parisian photograph. At night, though, we were in a darkened ship. A gliding black shape, upon black water, with heavy shades over all the portholes, and thick draperies over all the doors, and only dim lights burning in the passageways and cross halls, so that every odd corner on the deck or within was as dark as a coal pocket. It took some time to get used to being in the state in which Moses was when the light went out. But then we had time to get used to it, believe me. Ocean travel is slower these days for obvious reasons. Personally, I retired from the ship's
society
during 3 days of the first week of the trip. I missed only 2 meals, missing them, I may add, shortly after having eaten them. But at the same time I felt safer in my berth than up on deck. Not happier, particularly, but safer. The man who first said that you can't eat your cake and have it too had such cases as mine in mind, I am sure of that. I can't, and I don't, at least not when I am taking an ocean voyage. I have been seasick on many waters, and I have never learned to care for the sensation yet. Crossing the danger zone. When I emerged from semi-retirement, it was to learn we had reached the so-called danger zone. The escort of warcraft for our transport had been augmented. Under orders, the military men wore their life jackets, and during all their waking hours, they went about with cork flaps hugging them about their necks fore and aft, so that they rather suggested Chinese malefactors with their heads increased in punishment cask. By request, the civilian passengers were expected to carry their life preservers with them wherever they went. But some of them forgot the injunction. I know I did frequently. Also, a good many of them turned in at night with most of their outer clothing on their bodies. But I followed the old Southern custom and took most of mine off before going to bed. Our captain no longer came to the saloon for his meals. He lived upon the bridge, ate there, and, I think, slept there too, what sleeping he did. Standing there all muffled in his oilskins, he looked even more of a squatty and unheroic figure than he had in his naval blue, presiding at the head of the table. But by repute we knew him for a man who had gone through one torpedoing, with great credit to himself, and through numbers of narrow escapes, and we valued him accordingly, and put our faith in him. It was faith well placed, as shall presently transpire. I should not say that there was much fear aboard. At least if there was, it did not manifest itself in the manner, or the voice, or the behavior of a single passenger seen by me. But there was a sort of nagging, persistent sense of uneasiness betraying itself in various small ways. For one thing, all of us made more jokes about submarines, mines, and other perils of the deep than was natural. There was something a little forced, artificial about this gaiety. Laughs came from the lips, but not from points further south. We knew by hearsay that the Tuscania was a troop ship bearing some of our soldiers over to do their share of the job of making the world a fit place for human beings to live in. There was something pathetic in the fashion after which she so persistently and constantly strove to stick so closely under our stern as safety and the big waves would permit. It was as though her skipper placed all reliance in our skipper, looking to him to lead his ship out of peril, should peril befall. Therefore we of our little group watched her from our afterdecks, with her sharp nose forever half or wholly buried in the creaming white smother we kicked up behind us. It was a crisp, bright February day when we neared the coast of the British Empire. At 2:00 in the afternoon we passed, some hundreds of yards to starboard, a round, dark, bobbing object, which some observers thought was a floating mine. Others thought it might be the head and shoulders of a human body held upright in a life ring. Whatever it was, our ship gave it a wide berth, sheering off from the object in a sharp swing. Almost at the same moment, upon our other bow, a distance of not more than 100 yards from the crooked course we were then pursuing, there appeared out through one of the swells a lifeboat, oarless, abandoned, empty except for what looked like a woman's cloak lying across the thwarts. Rising and falling to the swing of the sea, it drifted down alongside of us so that we could look almost straight down into it. We did not stop to investigate, but kept going, zigzagging as we went. And that old copycat of a Tuscania came zigzagging behind us. A good many persons decided to tie on their life preservers. Winter twilight was drawing on when we sighted land. Northern Ireland it was. The wind was going down with the sun, and the sharp crest of the waves were dulling off, and blunt oily rollers began to splash with greasy sounds against our plates. Far away somewhere we saw the revolving light of a lighthouse winking across the face of the waters like a drunken eye. That little beam coming and going gave me a feeling of security. I was one of a party of 6 who went below to the stateroom of a member of the group for a farewell card game. Perhaps an hour later, as we sat there intently engaged upon the favored indoor American sport of trying to better 2 pairs, we heard against our side of the ship a queer knocking sound rapidly repeated. A sound that somewhat suggested a boy dragging a stick along a picket fence. "I suppose that's a torpedo knocking for admission," said one of us, looking up from his cards and listening with a cheerful grin on his face. I think it was not more than 5 minutes after that when an American officer opened the stateroom door and poked his head in. "Better come along, you fellows," he said, "but come quietly, so as not to give alarm or frighten any of the women. Something has happened. The Tuscania, she's in trouble." Up we got and hurried aft down the decks, each one taking with him his cork jacket and adjusting it over his shoulders as he went. We came to the edge of the promenade deck aft. There were not many persons there, as well as we could tell in the thick darkness through which we felt our way, and not many more came afterward. In all, I should say not more than 75. All the rest were in ignorance of what had occurred. A good many were at dinner. Accounts of the disaster, which I have read since my arrival in London, said that the torpedo from the U-boat thudded into the vitals of the Tuscania, disarranged her engines, and left her in utter darkness for a while, until her crew could switch on the auxiliary dynamo. I think this must have been a mistake, for at that moment of our reaching the deck of our ship, the Tuscania was lighted up all over. Her illumination seemed especially brilliant, but that, I suppose, was largely because we had become accustomed to seeing our fellow transports as dark bulks at night. I should say she was not more than a mile from us, almost due aft and a trifle to the left. But in the winter evening the distance increased each passing moment, for we were running away from her as fast as our engines could drive us. We could feel our ship throb under our feet as she picked up speed. It made us feel like cowards. Near at hand a ship was in distress, a ship laden with a precious freightage of American soldier boys. And here we were, legging it like a frightened bird, weaving in and out on sharp tacks. We knew, of course, that we were under orders to get safely away, if we could, in case one of those sea adders, the submarines, should attack our convoy. We knew that Guardian destroyers would even now be hurrying to the rescue, and we knew land was not many miles away. But all the same, I think I never felt such an object of shame as I felt that first moment when the realization dawned on me that we were fleeing from a stricken vessel instead of hastening back to give what succor we could. As I stood there in the darkness, with silent, indistinct shapes all about me, it came upon me with almost the shock of a physical blow that all the rows of lights I saw yonder through the murk were all slanting slightly downward on what would be the bow of the disabled steamer. These oblique lines of light told the story. The Tuscania had been struck forward and was settling by the head. Suddenly a little subdued "Ah! Ah!" burst like a chorus from us all. A rocket as red as blood, sprang up high into the air above those rows of lights. It hung aloft for a moment, then burst into a score of red balls, which fell, dimming out as they descended. After a bit, 2 more rockets followed in rapid succession. I always thought a rocket to be a beautiful thing. Probably this belief is a heritage from that time in my boyhood, when first I saw 4th of July fireworks. But never again will a red rocket fired at night be to me anything except a reminder of the most pitiable, the most heart-racking thing I have ever seen. The poor appeal for help from the sinking Tuscania, flaming against that foreign sky. There was silence among us as we watched. None of us, I take it, had words within him to express what he felt. So we said nothing at all, but just stared out across the waters until our eyeballs ached in their sockets. So quiet were we that I jumped when right at my elbow a low, steady voice spoke. Turning my head, I could make out that the speaker was one of the younger American officers. "If what I heard before we sailed is true," he said, "my brother is in the outfit on that boat yonder. Well, if they get him, it will only add a little more interest to the debt I already owe those damned Germans." That was all he said, and to it I made no answer, for there was no answer to be made. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then 25. Now, instead of many small lights, we could make out only a few faint pinpricks of light against the blackness to mark the spot where the foundering vessel must be. Presently we could distinguish but one speck of light. Alongside this one special gleam, a red glow suddenly appeared. Not a rocket this time, but a flare undoubtedly. Together the 2 lights, the steady white one and the spreading red one, descended and together were extinguished. Without being told, we knew, all of us, landsmen and seamen alike, what we had seen. We had seen the last of that poor ship, stung to death by a Hunnish Sea-Asp. Still silent, we went below. Those of us who had not yet dined went and dined. Very solemnly, like men performing a rite, we ordered wine and drank to the Tuscania and her British crew and her living cargo of American soldiers. Next morning, after a night during which things happened about us that may not be described here and now, we came out of our perils and into safety at an English port. And there it was that we heard what made us ask God to bless that valorous, vigilant little pot-bellied skipper of ours. May he live forever. We were told that the torpedo which pierced the Tuscania was meant for us, that the U-boat rising unseen in the twilight fired at us, and that our captain up on the bridge saw it coming when it was yet some way off, and swinging the ship hard over to one side, dodged the flittering devil thing by a margin that can be measured literally in inches. That call was a close one. The torpedo, it was said, actually grazed the plates of our vessel. It was that we heard as we sat at cards, and passing aft struck the bow of the Tuscania as she swung along not 200 yards behind us. We heard, too, that twice within the hour torpedoes were fired at us, and again a 4th one early in the hours of the morning. Each time chance or poor aim or sharp seamanship or a combination of all 3 saved us. We were lucky. Next day, here in London, I read that not a man aboard the Tuscania, whether sailor or soldier, showed weakness or fright. I read how those Yankee boys, many of them at sea for the first time in their lives, stood in ranks waiting for rescue, or for death, while the ship listed and yawed and settled under them. How the British sang, God Save the King, and the Americans sang the same good Allied air, My Country 'Tis of Thee. And how at last descended over the side, some of them to be drowned, but more of them to be saved. Those American lads of ours sang what before then had been a meaningless, trivial jingle, but which is destined forevermore, I think, to mean a great deal to Americans. Perry said, We have met the enemy, and they are ours. Lawrence said, Don't give up the ship. Farragut said, Damn the torpedoes, go ahead. Dewey said, You may fire, Gridley, when you are ready. Our history is full of splendid sea slogans, but I think there can never be a more splendid one that we Americans will cherish than the first line, which is also the title of the song, now suddenly freighted with a meaning and a message to American hearts, which our boys sang that black February night in the Irish Sea, when 200 of them, first fruits of our national sacrifice in this war, went over the sides of the Tuscania to death. Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here? End of When the Sea-Asp Stings by Irvin S. Cobb, Saturday Evening Post, March 9th, 1918. Read by Mary in Arkansas.